Is this just fantasy? And we're live.
Flammery.
We're live. Oh my goodness.
Oh, right, the ad block doesn't work anymore.
From reality. Here's a chat.
Ew, there's a
What's
better
taking
help
so
ad
long?
here.
Better help. Better help us
Yeah, on
scour
YouTube.
and. You know, it's funny. Joe and Honey was one of my favorite memes ever, and I completely forgot
Joe
that
and
was
Honey.
from Joy and Honey. Yeah, and it's like, oh, Honey's evil
Yeah.
now. Ain't it crazy how everything works?
It's
I'm
nutty.
Joe and I'm stuck in Honey.
Jammerman.
Jammerman and Joe and Honey. How did we never connect those?
I don't know.
Those guys should
I do not know.
had plenty to talk about.
Jammerman.
Jammerman is
Oh my
Send you a
brilliant.
member milestone, chat.
That would never
Okay,
not
I'll
make
do
You know,
that.
if we
awesome.
did a top meme of all time, do you think it would be like the Dawn? The Dawn would be up there.
That had
Tipples
real
would be up
staying
there.
power. That had real
Tipples
staying
was rising to
The Only
the
Joy in
occasion.
Life. That was
power.
huge.
Yeah, Only Joy in Life.
That one got some mileage.
It's
I
still
feel like
going.
that's a big element. That's a big element of what makes it what makes anything the top meme is its staying power.
Yeah, just people referencing it without even realizing what it is anymore. Like it's.
Well,
Boogie memes are.
You know, this is my only joy in life, and they're like, "All right, come on, no need for that."
My Only Joy in Life memes are fucking great.
Doesn't matter.
They're
Boogie
great
memes
because
are
of
potent,
people
all right?
who don't know the context. I had to explain
Rhino
on a couple of shows.
Milk.
Because there'd be
Rhino
top
Milk.
comments saying, you know, open bars, the only joy of my life, something, and someone else would be like, dude, you need to make sure, like, you get help. And it's like, no, it's fine.
Yeah, Fringy was saying rhino milk, so it's like blank milk. You could put anything in there.
Yeah.
Blank milk.
Blank milk.
I'd like some blank milk, please.
Also, more, are you cheating and getting DS2 practice in? I gotta make sure the game works. The last few times you slapdash set something up, it destroys everything. Isn't that right, Metal?
Yeah. What did you say? I wasn't paying attention.
I'm right.
But yeah.
Ow. Anyway.
Also, I started the game too, and James has me on Steam, so he should know. He should know all of this.
Yeah.
Or something. I don't know.
What's funny is people like
get wrecked.
You know, Muller obsessively is playing League for like 72 hours straight, and then when I was streaming the Indiana Jones game, they were like, "But it says League." Like, how are you playing two games at once?
I think Disco just takes one of those things at a time. You can't really do multiple, I think.
Oh, well, enough of all of that rambling. Other than I will mention, Rags is unavailable today. I am so very sorry, chat. You will not be able to hear his very wonderful puns, his Christmassy, festive-y puns. But I'm sure he'll be able to join us for next week, in which he will let you know how he feels about the first half-ish of Squid Game Season 2, which is what we're here to talk about today. I shall now pass you over to wonderful Uncle Friggy, who's going to guide us through this adventure.
Franco!
Before we actually
Where's my presents, Franco?
Before we start talking about Squid Game, I kind of wanted to just briefly mention that Wallace and Gromit was pretty good. And
Fuck yeah.
You know.
Oh,
that was pretty good.
I actually need to watch all of those movies.
Why have you not seen them?
Oh, come on.
I have not seen them.
Plenty of people have them. That's not a surprise. That's okay. I think anybody who's British doesn't have much of an excuse.
Is it on Netflix?
Not yet. It's I managed to catch it in theaters. It had a limited release, and then I think it was on BBC like on Christmas, and then it's out on Netflix next year. So
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and for those who maybe don't know, a full 2-parter breakdown of The Penguin is on Moolah now in the form of EFAP. We did that across Christmas and Boxing Day. It was wonderful. It was a big old surprise. We got you, as the Penguin would say. We got you with you thought we were going to cover it, but we did.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if there's a way of recontextualizing that scene with the EFAP episode launching through the flames and then bumping into the people who said that we weren't going to do it.
I beat you, Sal. I beat you.
There's some way of contextualizing it. So yeah, and now you're getting another big TV show breakdown. So
I
no
know it.
complaining, all right?
We didn't. We had like 2 days to get talking
We
about this
did.
one.
We did. This was tight actually in terms of
Yeah.
getting ready. Because we're doing it in 2 parts. We will be doing episodes 1 through 3 today, and then we'll do
Cool.
the next 4 episodes, which will be like, oh wait, that's 7 episodes, not 9. It is a shorter
Mhm.
season 1, which
Mhm.
I'm sure will invite many I'm sure it'll invite a really important conversation once we get to the end. But before we do that, I'm curious for general thoughts. How do we all feel about season 1 of Squid Game? We don't need to go like left to right, or we could just sort of have like a bit of a chat about that.
Well,
Since
I
we're
rather
looking
enjoyed it. I thought it was quite good.
Mm.
If not, it's like bordering on great, I think. It's funny, I'm not sure what I said when we first covered it, when we reached conclusion, but upon
I think
rewatching, you know, there's elements that still bug the hell out of me, like the detective story being almost superfluously stapled on, which, as far as I'm aware, is the case. Like, it got stapled onto the story where it wasn't there before because it got made into a series as opposed to whatever the original plan was, which you can tell because it could be removed and it really doesn't change much of anything about the main story. But the character work, oh my goodness, how excellent. What a job they did.
Episode 6.
Yes, and episode 6 is one of the
Oh,
best episodes of TV in terms of like cracking down and blasting out a whole bunch of payoffs that they more than earned, and no detective plotline scenes in that episode. What a coincidence!
which
Woo!
Woo!
well, I mean, it's something of a
We here
bottleneck,
all
though.
hate detectives in general.
Yeah.
All
They
right.
smell
Fuck the
bad.
police.
I was really struck again rewatching with just how good episode 6 was. It feels like it's kind of the if you could like boil down the promise of this show into like a single episode, that's the episode that you would point to of extracting as much character as you can get from these people in this situation. Like just really heightened drama, exploring it from a variety of different angles, different interactions between each of the pairs of characters. You know, like Gi-hun being challenged in a specific way, Sung-woo being challenged like in a way that's kind of like, oh, what are you gonna do? What are you willing to do essentially to win this game? But
Is there a reasonably large caveat for the character work stuff though, which is like it does brilliant things with the players in the game while they're in the game, but with the bad guys who put them in the game, whose motive is we're just rich so we're evil and we do it because we're bored. That struck me because I rewatched it last night, having not seen it since it first came out, because I realized I didn't remember very much about it. And so I was sort of very torn between the really excellent stuff that's just been highlighted, and then as soon as it gets to the overworld state, it's just, oh god, please don't let that side of things down, because like you've been so good in everything else, but that's just lazy, surely.
I
I
think,
think
yeah.
the overarching
But what we talked about back in when we said that Oil now being like the boss was a twist that I think we were 50-50 on. Like, kind of preferred what episode 6 meant before it became a fact that he was the big boss man. Like,
Mm.
and I upon rewatching, it's like, yeah, I don't feel like a lot is gained by making him the boss man compared to the loss of just he was, you know, who he was, and what happened in episode 6. I think is a bit more powerful without him being not only the boss but also protected. You know, like he can just spare himself, which kind of I think it's so much more tragic if the old guy recognizes exactly what was happening and, you know, still gave himself up for Gi-hun, sort of thing. But
the overarching plot is like messy.
Yeah.
I think that's the only conclusion that can be drawn when watching season 1, is that how we get to a lot of the big payoffs is very inconsistent. Sometimes it works, sometimes it relies on really absurd coincidences or characters making stupid decisions, which is just a bit frustrating. But that it's not like it doesn't have like this reliable trend of being dumb in terms of how we get to each of these, you know, big moments. It's more so, well, you never know. Sometimes they'll earn a payoff in a way that is really clever and strong, and sometimes it will just be bullshit.
Mhm.
You just gotta accept that.
Yes.
Which is kind of the thing that drags it down overall is that the plot is just like especially when you factor in like the detective storyline ain't short. that does not
It's like in
occupy
almost every
much
episode
time.
except 6, right? So
Yeah, pretty much.
it's like, here, I'm still here doing things. Like, all right, good on you. You do your
I mean,
things. Can we go back to one of those games? They're pretty cool.
in a sense, I get the logic of wanting to include it to give a POV character from the from the inside who gets to see how the games work. I can understand wanting to do it, but there are better ways of doing it. I mean, there's a way of doing it that we're going to see in season 2. So, which I can understand the reason why that they might have wanted to hold off on doing it in that particular way in season 1, but still, there are better ways of doing it than the detective storyline. It's just so silly throughout the whole thing. I suppose given the sort of general attitude on season 1, what
Yes.
were our expectations of season 2?
That it
And
would
feel
be
free
a
to-
mistake.
Yeah.
That generally
Like,
speaking,
honestly, after getting my heart broken with Arcane and everything like that being the way it was, I guess my expectations were kind of like, I shouldn't go getting my hopes up. And honestly, it's like, I don't think they're going to be able to really top all that much of season 1, even though season 1 wasn't like perfect by any means. I just figured it's like, I don't know, how can they possibly redo this premise again and make it like better than before? And I'm thinking it's like, I don't think they can. So.
I was
I
also a
think
little
that's
bit like
fair.
off put by because the guy who made it, whose name escapes me, as most of these names will. Just forewarning, I'm going to be using
Yeah, it's
Same.
some
same.
broad
Just-
character
just
descriptions.
pull up the
Um,
IMDb page.
I'm very, very specifically racist against Korean people. But no,
Oh,
so
you
I
too?
was
High
slightly
five.
put off when reading like when it first came out and he said like he had no particular plans or desire to do a season 2
Right.
at first because season 1 he found really stressful. I think he actually lost teeth while doing it. It was so stressful. But then
Jesus.
towards season 2 when it started coming out, he was like, well. It will be good because it was really successful, but I didn't get paid all that much, and so this will compensate me in part for the success of season 1. So that's not the best motive. Certainly not in a
No.
show that's like sort of preaching about the cautionary tale about going out of your way to make money. So like not necessarily the best motive, and it wasn't obvious where you could take that story. I don't think, given that the overarching villain plot was one of the more simplistic things about season 1, and we do basically understand the motive. And if you're going to put people back in the games, either you've got to change those up dramatically and you've got to refresh most of your core cast with equally interesting characters, or it's
Yeah.
going to feel like quite a hollow, shallow rehash, which is slightly my impression of season 2 so far, I think, having only seen the first 3 episodes.
Yeah, because
I
the
think,
immediate thought is like, oh wait, he's back in this show, so somehow we need to get him back into the games because surely we don't want him not to be in the games because he's the main character and everybody liked him, so we want to have him back in there. How do we do that? I guess we're going to talk about this
season 1
today,
obviously
but
ends itself lending itself to a season 2, but I will
Mhm.
say, like, if I remember correctly, the dyeing his hair red and being like, I'm going to get you, was like a
Mhm.
thing that a lot of people weren't very fond of in terms of like, see where that goes.
I was
Um,
actually thinking when I first saw the trailers, like, oh, maybe now we do like a time skip, a longer one, and then they force all the winners to fight against each other because the big bad guys want to see that because
they
they're
did in
greedy and
Hunger
stuff.
Games, right? Where they got all the winners to do
Oh,
it
did
again.
they?
I think-
I never
I
watched those
think
movies.
so, because again, that had the same problem. It's like, well, you got to do Hunger Games again, but how are you going to do that? And I think that their solution was, oh, all the winners got to do it again.
Oh, okay.
which
Well,
I
there you
remember
go.
the red hair had to be explained, right? Like the creator had to come out and explain, like, because people were just like, "Why the fuck would that happen?" And then, no spoilers. This season opens with the red hair being lost immediately.
Yeah, which, definitely feels like a response to people not liking it.
Yeah.
I suppose what I find interesting is that I think it's totally valid to have the concern about season 2 anyway. In terms of like, well, I think we recognize that what people would want to see kind of means that you're going to have to solve some difficult writing problems. The big one being how you're going to get Gi-hun back in the game so that it can happen again. But of course, I mean, I think another fair reason to be concerned is just a lot of second seasons have been letdowns lately.
Yeah.
I got season 2 PTSD.
Like what?
Unironically, at
I
this
don't know.
point, we had too many season 2s apparently all clustered, and some of them were. It's funny, we've kind of gotten a scale of them, right? Because Rings of Power season 2 is expected to be terrible, and was. It's like, House of the Dragon was expected to be pretty awesome on the point with season 1, and it was not. But it wasn't like
It was
abysmal. It was. It's just like disappointing is the way that it would probably be categorized. But then you have Arcane, which was dire, abysmal, the worst fucking result possible almost. And so yeah, not going to go on the list forever, but like we've just got this thing of season 2s, and the fact that we've got Andor season 2 is still to come, and it's like, will that one be the one that saves us?
No, it's not even
break
just
the cycle.
2. It's not just that. It's that there's been a lot of a lot of like popular television. Well, it's just a lot of popular television hasn't like gone so well over the last few years in terms of there's been some real bad shows. It's I don't know. I feel like all of that contributes to a sort of like, oh damn, like, do you really want to give it another shot? Like, especially when you manage to achieve a good amount with your first season. But I mean, it was too successful. I think that's the only thing to conclude. It was too successful. It was always going to get more seasons. Though I suppose seasons 2 and 3 to conclude it. It's not too bad, I suppose. I mean, your hope would be, well, you know how your story's going to end, so you can wrap it up neatly, right?
To possibly conclude on this topic, though, the season 1 I think was a pretty complete story. I really enjoyed the point that the show made, offered a bunch of discussions to be had, and it really had some good characters to explore how dealing with the pressure of the games would go. And then the idea that it's like, would you like to see more? It's like, well, I guess I would if it were really, really, really good, but I'm a bit worried. I think that you could really ruin this if you don't do it right, so that's generally the take, I think.
I did see a bunch of people as well sort of complaining, because there's been mixed reviews that I've seen. Some people saying that season 2 takes too long to get going, because obviously, like, well, spoilers for what we get ahead to, but you don't get back to the games for a little bit of time. But that seemed to me to slightly miss the point, because like the games are a really, really very useful way of putting these characters in positions where you strip away everything else from them, basically, and you allow their true natures to come out under that sort of high octane pressure. But if you're going to continue the story, you do need to continue the story. You can't just chuck them into games and say, well, you enjoyed the ticking clock element of season 1, so here's just a succession of ticking clocks. Like, if that's what you want, there's a game show that's actually spawned out of the Squid Game show, which is very funny when you consider what the message of Squid Game is. But like, if that's all you're in it for, then
got Beast to it
there's
as well.
2 of them. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh no. But if that's the thing you're in it for, just go watch the game show.
To be clear, Takeshi's Castle feels like it was Squid Game before Squid Game. Not that people died in it, but
I fucking love
they got
Takeshi's
fucking
Castle.
wrecked in Takeshi's Castle. So
yeah, I love that show. It's fucking awesome.
I love it too. But yeah, on that notion, I'm inclined to agree with you. The worry would be, hey, season 1 had 6 games, season 2, 12 games, and you'd be like, meanwhile, if someone said to me they're not even going to do a game in the first 2 episodes, I could see that as reassuring. I'd be like, I mean, are we doing character stuff? Because
well, I suppose it's reassuring because it doesn't seem like the most popular choice. It doesn't seem like the correct choice to make, just to make most people go, oh, look, new game, crazy. So yeah, in a sense, it could be reassuring, but I suppose we'll find out how reassured we are by going through the episodes.
And in our usual fashion, we're going to try and remain spoiler-free up to the scene we're talking about.
Yes, indeed. So we begin exactly where we ended in season 1, with Gi-hun leaving his plane because he's gonna go get the bad guys. But as he's walking through the terminal, his phone rings, and frontman asks Gi-hun, "Where are you going?" Which is a bit nerve-wracking. Gi-hun sort of nervously scans his surroundings, but then he calms himself down, and he demands that frontman face him. But frontman says, "You should have gotten on that plane. You will regret your decision." And Gi-hun declares, "I'm gonna find you no matter what it takes." And he hangs up the phone and steps into a taxi, takes a few deep breaths, and he asks to be taken to Seoul.
It's very
So that's
clear, I would say, from season 1, and obviously what we'll gather here. The Gi-hun's perspective on them is that they are the root cause of the suffering that is involved in all of this, broadly speaking. The blame should not be placed on any of the participants really at all, which is interesting considering his attitude towards Sungwoo near the end of the season, especially when he doesn't want him to perish at all, the finale.
Well, yeah, the willingness to just say, let's put an end to it, let's leave together, and then Sungwoo saying, "No, I'm not. I can't. He can't do it. Not after everything he's done."
I would imagine Gi-hun would be like, "You make people evil by forcing them into these situations and making them make these choices. They're all desperate. They need, he's very definitively like, you're the evil. You must be stopped."
Yeah. But I think it's safe to say, like, at this point, he doesn't exactly know how he's gonna do that.
No.
It's a decision he's committing to, but he can't. There's no like definitive plan of action other than basically, I gotta get out of here. Which indeed he does. He heads to a convenience store and he buys a box cutter and then he goes in the bathroom and he starts searching his body for whatever it is that they must be using to track him. And then he discovers, if you recall, that they'd be scanning behind the ear. That's where it is. So he pretty quickly just sort of cuts himself and rips the tracker out of his head.
Does that mean they all get surgery done?
Well, they're unconscious, I would assume. Yeah,
they must.
Because they get gassed and they spend a lot of time sort of unconscious before they end up in the games, don't they? So like when they wake up in the new uniforms, I imagine the surgery is done during that period. The bit that sort of interests me about, well, the immediate thing that interests me about the tracker in the ear thing, which is slightly a spoiler for later, or at least it's a question which is also a spoiler for later, which is that if he knows that these people understand quite a lot about trackers and they expect people to have trackers in them, does his plan later
we'll
seem a
tackle
little
that
bit
when we get
silly
there.
to anyone?
That's too far away
Okay,
for
fair
now.
enough.
Yeah. But no.
The thing for me was more so just if you look at his ear when he's about to take it, it kind of looks so obvious, and he feels it as obvious. It's like, man, somebody in the games would have felt that out of the 5. How many 400 and something players, right? So
456.
456.
You'd think
4, 5, 6.
at least one of them would then be like, they put something in me. Oh my god! And then everyone checks, and everyone's like, oh my god, yeah, they did. Oh, and like this wouldn't be something you'd have to find. You probably should have known about this a while back, especially.
Well, yeah, especially if he saw any of the soldiers scanning people behind the ear, which he would have seen, because I'm pretty sure they did that after the big fight in the dorm. So he probably should have known where it was.
Surely they did it in the biscuit game, right? The sugar thing. I'd have to rewatch it, but I would have thought they would.
I would assume so.
Because they have to scan them before they put them in the coffins, right?
Yes.
Because then the announcer lady knows which ones are dying. I assume that's.
No, the announcer lady. I think. Did she announce them in the red light, green light? I'm pretty sure she did, didn't she? Like, wow, at least a couple. I can't
remember.
Anyway.
Maybe.
I think the first ones, but then when it was like 100 people, she just didn't feel like it at that point.
She just says, lots of players have died.
It just take too long, yeah. But yep, now he's got that tracker out of his head. And basically this is the last scene until a big time jump for Gi-hun. We got a big time jump coming up here. Because next scene we see Detective Man Yun-ho. By the way, apologies in advance if I mess up the names. I'll do my best. He's alive, obviously, because he got shot in the shoulder, which is storytelling logic for non-lethal.
Might as well not get shot at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Shot in the arms.
That or a lightsaber to the belly.
Shot in the arm's like 10 HP out of 100 at most. Is fine. Means nothing.
Shoulder is 5.
Yeah, it's just kind of funny how reliable that. It's like, yeah, no, you're good. It's like, wait, would you be though? Would you actually be okay? Would you be in a lot of trouble? No, you're fine. You're good. I mean,
I'm okay.
he's basically fine. Like he's unconscious in hospital, and he's
just in case anybody doesn't remember, you could recap his story as saying his mum was worried about where his brother was, and then he went on a little trail of his brother and ended up in the games, and then found out his brother was the front man, and then fell off a cliff after getting shot. That is an entire season's worth of story being summed up, and I don't think I missed anything meaningful.
No, not really.
They felt in this scene they needed to remind you, because he's recalling vividly their encounter on the island. And it was a little bit annoying because when this happened, I was like, man, I rewatched season 1. Like, you don't need to show me all of this necessarily. I remember.
See, this time I was like, thank you, because I had no time to rewatch season 1 in time.
I suppose there's that. Yeah,
I will
there
say
is that.
season 1 did this too. It was a bit insecure about viewers remembering things.
Yeah, it's just it's just kind of a shame, I suppose. But no, he's awake. He opens his eyes. His mother's standing over him. She calls for help, and he faintly speaks his brother's name. And now season 2. Season 2 begins, and we skip 2 years, which is time jumps are a bit of a
hit, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, time jumps are. It almost feels like it might be worth sort of reiterating why time jumps can be a bit troublesome in a story. Why is it a kind of a problem? It often feels like if you do a time jump, particularly a really long one, like a year or 2 years, you're kind of, it's like we're going to skip over a lot of stuff, typically to kind of not exactly reset it, but essentially have the writer decide, this is like where we are now. You have to accept that. These things happened in that time, and now we're here. It might not have been exactly what you were expecting was going to happen, but we're here. So, shut up. We're moving on.
There's also a degree of like the writer arbitrarily saying, and this is where the next chapter starts. And so this is where like characters begin to take actions after the time jump. The interim during the time jump can quite often be very hazy in terms of where characters are, what they've been doing, and should they have been doing things that they only start to do after the time jump is concluded. So, like, if hypothetically you have a detective character who knows the name of another person who was in the games, who he might have an interest in finding, should he have done perhaps more to try and track him down in the interim or not? Like, it's like.
Well, because we're eventually left to conclude, no, he didn't really. I mean, it really, like, everything's quite. He's like a beat cop now. He's in traffic. That's what he's doing, and you see that, and you're like,
oh yeah, that was almost catastrophic, but they recover. I was like, what? You get more scenes. I was like, okay, all right, Jesus.
Yeah,
is the explanation
full
for that
play-by-play, and it was kind of cringe.
It's a bit clunky.
Yeah.
We can talk about it once we get there. But basically, he's out working traffic, pulls over a scooter driver who's not wearing his helmet. It's kind of like an amusing encounter. The girlfriend kind of hits on Yunho, and then the driver drives off without her, and they have an argument as they're driving off down the street.
Be gone, thought.
And then Yunho turns around and he sees his former chief. We saw him in season 1. He was the guy that Gi-hun spoke to when he was first trying to get them to do something about the games. And they sit down. They have some lunch. And the chief asks Yunho to return to the Major Crimes Division, but Yunho's pretty brazenly just outright ignores him, basically. Pretends like he didn't even say that. And then the chief essentially declares that he tried to help Yunho find the island, but the photos that he tried to send through, if you remember when he was running away from the soldiers, he tried to send photos. They didn't get through. His phone is gone. It's at the bottom of the ocean. And basically that there was nothing more that he could do to make something happen. Basically, it's stating pretty plainly, pretty much in as many words as that. Like, yeah, we tried and it didn't work.
Very very exposition-y, and it's like everything you thought would work didn't. Okay, audience, you're like, okay,
Yeah,
fine.
it didn't work. They didn't find anything. It's like, I don't know. It's I mean, I suppose I can accept that the photos didn't get out there from the like. I mean, it was kind of something that they were trying to play with. It almost feels like they left it vague on purpose in season 1 because they hadn't made their mind up yet on how the detective storyline was going to progress. Because like playing with that as a thing of, oh, will it get through or will it not get through? And then it's like, no, it didn't. It's like, oh, okay. It feels like you picked one of 2 options that you could go with. And that
Someone
this is the
in chat said the ultimate as you know. We have not yet bumped into the ultimate as you know in this
No,
episode.
no,
I'm pretty sure they
we're not
used the
there
words as you know in the worst
yet.
one.
Oh God.
Yeah, that one's coming later.
As you know.
The chief also basically, again, because he's talking to both Yunho and the audience, says, you basically you're gonna get fired, but then I helped you. I stepped in and saved your job. Which prompts Yunho to be like, yeah, thanks, but I want to be I like traffic now because, evidence is clear evidence, and I couldn't secure enough evidence to stop the games. That's essentially the logic, is everything's simpler in traffic. But you're sort of sitting there like, okay.
Alright.
I mean, like, I don't know if this is I don't know if I buy that you would be quitting at the moment.
Can we not just admit too, the traffic aspect, like, that's gone in a matter of minutes. We don't return to it. It's,
No,
I mean,
This
other
was basically
than-
like, here, this is what he's been doing for the last 2 years anyway.
cynically speaking, it's going to facilitate one thing and then it'll be gone.
Yes, exactly. That's basically the only reason that it's happening.
I mean, my assumption, based on what we get later, was that he's kind of fibbing and like doing his other things in secret.
He is.
Okay.
He is. Yeah.
Well,
that's
he could be doing
that'll
anything,
revealed
right?
later.
Why traffic? And it seems like the writer wanted to take a chance to say, I can make something meaningful here. And it could be that, yeah, he prefers this of all the jobs he could be doing while doing the other
he's
thing.
still
Because
Yeah,
it's such
now-
a definitive,
now-
evidence-based thing, and he's got an insecurity about how everything turned out with Squid. And I just be like, okay, you don't need to.
Yeah,
It's fine.
someone in chat
Maybe
said-
they should have made like a thing out of this, like, hey, if he works in traffic, he has more free time instead being in the special division, so he can do his own investigation stuff. Maybe that was the idea, but I don't know if they followed through with that properly. You know what I mean?
Well,
That's what someone in
Like
chat
that
said. It's a peaceful life. That's how he feels about it.
they could have gone with
Um,
that. But like I said, they chose to have him say that, which I think was an attempt to try and make it more meaningful. Which,
Yeah.
fine.
And
But
to
really-
make like the recap a little less clunky, I guess. I guess that's the other attempt.
You got to put some character in there, otherwise it's just plot. It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
like plot. And the chief then asks Yunho if he remembers who shot him, and Yunho says no, which is a little lie. That's a lie.
It's a porcupine.
Yeah, all right. Oh my god. But he that's the end of them having lunch. As he's clocking off, he stares at the gunshot wound on his shoulder before again recounting his encounter on the island, which is a bit.
Yeah.
That feels a bit awkward. It's like, why are we doing it twice in like 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Why do we need to see it again? We know what happened. There's really not that much going on with this character. But then elsewhere in town, there's a couple that are walking down the street and they see a motel, but they're answered by nobody when they knock on the door, and they have kind of an awkward argument about like their understanding of how hotels work, which is also kind of amusing. But they leave, and Gi-hun is watching from inside. He's got cameras installed all over the building, which already is your indication of, oh, you're like, that's a real, already like a very Gi-hun is already like really different from where he was, at the beginning
Yeah.
of
Mhm.
one.
Yeah.
There was obviously a big transformation from the beginning to the end of season 1 anyway, but this now feels like we've moved into the next era for this character, of instead of being super apathetic and just sort of wandering around, now he's got more skills now. He's a bit more serious, and as he steps away from the computer, the doorbell rings, and he re-examines the cameras because he couldn't see anybody on any of them. before retrieving a pistol and approaching the door. And the buzzer is now ringing a lot more incessantly. It's very loud. And he looks down and he sees that there's a card, one of the Squid Game cards, has been slid beneath the door. And so he throws open the door and he sees Frontman standing before him. And Frontman asks, "Player 456, looking for these." And he holds up in his hands the severed heads of Songwoo and Saebyok. And they open their eyes, and Gi-hun screams as he shoots at the Frontman. And then wakes from the nightmare, because it's a nightmare.
Oh,
I am
Real.
quite a
very
fan
spooky.
of this sequence because they trick you nice and well into thinking this is absolutely
Yeah.
real by showing those
Yeah.
fellas outside, and then we get the information of it's such a normal scene in terms of, oh, this is a cool way to show us how far he's come, what he's doing now, how in control he is. But he's still very paranoid, and it sets up as like a suspenseful scene. And I think it might be able to trick you temporarily into thinking Frontman's actually there. But then you should be like, this is probably
Until
a
the
dream.
heads blink.
Well, as soon as the heads come up, then you're like, oh, this is a fucking dream. But then
Like,
it's a nice,
ah.
it's a really great way to show just how much this has destroyed his brain somewhat, and that it's a very clear symbolic representation of just how motivated he is to like avenge them, the two of them, like that he's thinking about them all the time, probably.
Yeah, it's and on a small tangent, it comes down to like when like you ever have a dream that you were doing the exact same thing you were doing before you went to bed. It's like it's a whole lot like that, which can I don't know if anybody else has that same issue every now and
Well, you'd
again.
be the
but it's like
person
I can imagine.
to ask this, but I've had exactly 2 dreams where I was editing, and I fucking hated the fact that was a thing.
Yeah,
have you ever had that?
I've had that a good number of times. Yeah, a good number of times where I'm editing and I fuck something up and it's catastrophic, and then it's like then I just wake up like it's terrible. So it's like I have to imagine like if he's been doing this process constantly day in and day out, I have to imagine dreaming about this is starting to become a pretty regular thing, or it's at least indicative that he's been doing this long enough to the point where it's becoming an issue.
Well, the interesting way of them segueing from the transitioning from the dream to reality is that when he wakes up, the door is ringing, which is it's really is like smooth in terms of going in and out of it. Like
the scenes up till now have been kind of, maybe the word could be like pedestrian in terms of just, this is, I guess, how you could do stuff. But this would be a scene where I'm like, this is better than average. Yay. Maybe all right, we're doing okay.
It's a well-conceived scene. There's a well-conceived scene. It's a good one. Showcasing the first of many, many instances of great acting. Because he's so reliable as an actor. Gi-hun's actor.
He's really fucking good. Yeah.
There is a scene in this episode where once it was finished, I was watching this with Frigga, so they had this bad for a whole season of a Star Wars show. But they didn't use it at all.
Don't remind me.
Oh, embarrassing.
Womp womp womp.
He hears the doorbell ring, and this time it's Kim, the loan shark that he owed money to. You may recall that you met him in season 1, episode 1.
He liked poking capillaries.
But now he's not he's bringing food and stuff. They're on good terms, which already is like, what happened? As you're about to find out what happened. Obviously the first one is you paid him back, but they've got a new dynamic now. I mean he's just much friendlier, which is an interesting sort of. Oh, how do we get here? It'll be interesting to look. Time jumps aren't all bad. You have these sorts of instances where a new situation.
I guess it's always how you contextualize the time jump, and obviously, yeah. I feel like we have like a worse way to do it before this scene. Now we have this scene. You know what I mean? Like with the detectives, like we're here now, and here we actually have a little bit of a talk, I guess.
Yeah. That's a good way of putting it, because that one's just sort of boringly relaying exposition. This one's got a lot more character in it. And so Kim brings Gi-hun some food and medicine, asks him how he's feeling. Gi-hun says he's fine, but Kim obviously doesn't believe him. And then he explains that he and his men have meticulously been searching several subway stations, but they did not find the recruiter, Train to Busan guy from season 1, who went around in the train stations playing games to recruit people. And he adds that they've been searching for 2 years, and they've yet to find anything. They've been at it for a while. And Gi-hun just calmly tells Kim, get more men, extend the search. Kim is like, well, how are we going to do that? And Gi-hun just gets a big bag of money and drops it on the table.
Which is sufficient. It's like,
yeah,
you know, if someone
Yeah.
told you, I want you to go outside and pick up and put down leaves infinitely, you'd be like, that's stupid. It's like, I'll pay you. You're like, okay.
Oh, okay.
A lot.
Sure. Well, yeah,
Which
it's
is
a lot of money.
I really like that he actually uses his ungodly amount of money to get this done. Because it's just like, hey, we've been searching for so long. It's like, yeah, do more and with more people. Here, have more money. It's like it's like 0.5% of what I still have.
Well, it's
It's
the clear
like-
indication that he
We're
doesn't
funding
give
a
a
whole
shit.
company off this dude.
He doesn't
Yeah.
care to use the money.
Yeah.
He's gonna say that plainly later on, but I mean, this is a pretty clear indication he's not interested in using the money for anything other than to
Yeah.
stop the games.
There's a
No,
nice
I just like it
ish
because
kind of parallel.
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, after you. Oh, I was because there's a nice little parallel as well. If you remember him, like in the early, episode 1 of season 1, he's like it's kind of the same character trait. He is an obsessive after a fact. It's just that back then he is an obsessive gambler. He's an addict to taking risks, spending money on risk, which is not productive to him. And he's sort of doing the same thing here. It's just that his motive is different. So like he's still taking a massive, very expensive risk. He can afford to do it now, but it's that constant, I am going to keep doing this, I'm going to keep doing this because I know nothing else. So it's kind of, it's an extension of his character, which I quite like. He's not completely untethered from where he came from. It's just that he's now been completely recontextualized.
Yeah, and he's
Well, yeah, and
sacrificed
as a
everything.
people-
He's not doing anything else. This is it. This is his whole life.
Yeah.
As a few people have pointed out, like the way that he's going about this is not even necessarily like the best way of doing it.
Mm.
This isn't like absolutely the best way of doing it. It's a bit more of a kind of brute force way of doing it. Of just
Yeah.
like, I will get enough people that are going to look that we will find him, and I will spend as much money as it takes to do it. But
Yeah.
like if he, there would be other ways of doing it that he may not have considered that would be more effective.
Yeah, I just find it interesting that they did it this way because this probably I can't remember any specifics, but surely there's been stories and movies where you have like a really rich person and they try to find someone, but they send like 2 people, even though they have like all the money in the world. Well, he just got all the money. It's like, yeah, give me everybody you have, and I'll pay you all the money forever until you find them.
And
Also, you'll get a bonus. It's like,
also,
oh yeah, you're doing the best you can with the people you know.
Yeah, and implementing a system as well to make sure that they're doing it,
Mhm.
you know, and not just cheating him. But as he hands him the money, he explains that he was recruited around this time 3 years ago, which means that the clock is ticking. The new games will be beginning soon. They don't have a lot of time, and if they don't find him this time, it might be a while before they can find him again. And then obviously that it's going to be weighing on him. There'll be people in the games who are going to be dying in the meantime.
Remind me, how did we know they're only every 3 years? Because I don't remember if that was a thing in season 1. I just
the thing
don't
is-
remember how he knows that.
Oh, I thought it was every year.
Every year, I
'cause
thought,
you
yeah.
remember when
That's what I was.
when-
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
My guess is it's more so that he's done it over the last, like, it's happened and he's missed these opportunities a few times already.
Is the
That he's just
2
saying,
year
Okay,
gap,
okay.
and we're close to having to wait another year if we don't find him in
And-
2 days.
pretty much.
Oh, okay. Then I misunderstood. I thought he was saying that it happens every 3 years. Where it's like, wait, but why would you looking
Yeah,
for? No, wait. Then I just misunderstood. That makes more sense, obviously.
'Cause, yeah, remember when Yunho got into like the archives, you saw that there were like books for every single
Yeah.
year, and then there was also the implication. I believe it was one of the VIPs pretty heavily implied that there are like other Squid games, you know, in other parts of the world, not just
It's a
here.
franchise.
But I mean, he's not really in a position to do much about that at the moment. I suppose it's just one thing at a time.
It does mean
Um,
that there's like one set month every year where like 500 people go missing, and nobody really thinks to look into that one.
Yeah, you would think
but
at some point someone.
the
would
other
notice.
parallel I do kind of like though about this opening part is that, you know, the games have technically already begun. It's just that one of the points I think that season 1 was trying to make, and it sometimes succeeded, and it's one of the things that this season was always going to do, is to try and parallel the games with the games you play in the real world. It's like the critique is that actually all of society is the Squid Game. That's its quite simplistic moral thematic message, and that's what happens in the scene. So like you've got this bunch of effectively deadbeat PI detective kind of people who are being given what seems to be a completely thankless, pointless task with a ticking clock, and they're not like very keen on doing it. But then someone says, "Hey, here's a bunch of money," and so they all say, "Yes, okay, let's go play the game." And I think the Squid Game music actually plays while they're making the arrangement in the back of the car as well to try and stress that point, which is, it's not like very artful, but it's not bad. It's not unsubtle. Like I quite like the way it's chosen to go about stressing the parallel.
Lesser shows would not recognize the opportunity is there to even create the parallel. So I agree. Kim awkwardly kind of promises, "Yeah, no, we'll find him." It's not very convincing, but it's also like, I mean, as he will sort of talk to his guys, it gets a little bit more interesting, the nature of what he thinks about all this. He leaves and he gets into his van and he explains to Woo Seok, I think that's it. Again, all right, I'll do my best. It's one of his guys.
Yeah, I struggle with the word.
And there's a whole bunch of them in the van, and he's explaining to him the new plan of action. They're all baffled. But Kim seems sure that something must be going on, and the reason why, he cites that several people who owed him money have disappeared before. And so now that he's heard this story, because Gi-hun has explained what happened to him, that's now sort of lingering in his mind. Though when he gets pressed a bit more, he shouts like, I don't really believe it. But that he's doing it for the money. Even though there is an implication, like what he says afterward, he kind of implies, like Gi-hun actually paid me back. And that was able to make sure that all of the businesses were running because of all of these other people who weren't able to pay him back. There's almost like this implication that he's kind of doing it to help him because he actually paid him back. At least that's kind of the implication that I got.
I mean, it's
not
a
like
stack
that
of motivations,
totally
right?
altruistic, but
There's the big one being we're all getting paid for this, and I think he says right, like, who'd be spending this kind of money if it wasn't there wasn't anything here. There's probably something going on, something's happening. He seems pretty serious about it. But this is the scene where it's like, holy shit, they have to catch us up on loads of stuff, and this was about the best I guess they could do. In terms of, as you know, this is the case, as you know, this is the case, and because it's like these guys should already know the whole score, especially the guy he's directly talking to, who's one of his like most trusted guys.
Who even later complains about how long they've been doing it for, over what.
This conversation probably shouldn't happen, and the way I think I would have tried to write this is there's a new guy who's just joined, and he's like, how does any of this work? Maybe incorporate it into the scene where they're setting up for the subway and stuff. Like, I would probably do it there, because this was just clunky as fuck. It was like, listen up, guys, I need to tell you everything you already know. And you're like, all right.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward.
It's weird that they don't do this, because they're about to hire like 70 new people to search more stuff. So just do that, yeah.
But the conversation concludes with Kim saying that if we find him, we're gonna get 1 billion won, which I don't know. It's a lot of money. I don't know exactly what the conversion rate is, like the exchange rate is for this to like US dollars. It's a lot of money, and whoever finds the recruiter, which is what we're just gonna call Train to Busan guy, we'll call him the recruiter, will get a 500 million won reward, and so they will get super excited as they drive off to get to work the next day. But meanwhile, Gi-hun is just sitting alone upstairs. He downs his medicine, looks at the calendar, and scratches off one more date. We'll be using this calendar to
punished Gi-hun.
Basically keep track of how long. That's right. And we'll use a calendar to figure out how many. We'll use a calendar the way the calendar works. But we'll just be coming back to it.
I know how this works. That's what I did. I do that.
I know that.
I do.
But yeah, they next scene. It's so funny. I feel like my energy is gonna sink every time we have to go over to detective storyline. This is not a spoiler.
I mean,
This
can
is
summarize
also
this
shit
real fast. It's this.
Yeah.
I'm really not trying to be mean, but I don't like. If you told me right now you've got 1 minute to summarize all of the meaningful things in all the detective storyline plot scenes, I'd be like, yeah, that's fine. I can do that.
I probably don't even need a minute.
Probably not.
yeah, Yunho heads to the harbor and he meets Sea Captain Park, who's prepping a ship for the day, and the pair have been searching the islands, like for the island, for about a year and a half. And as they disembark, Park sarcastically remarks, "Why did I have to save a drowning man and put myself through all this trouble? I pity myself." This might be the one thing that we could talk about, actually, because when Mola and I were watching this, the first thought we had when he said this was, huh, I don't know about that. Like,
It was-
in terms of, just like, what do you
two
mean?
things,
It's
right?
like,
Like, one, he's probably evil just generally, but two, like, kind of needs to be evil for this to make any sense. Like, if he were good
Yeah.
and just happened to save his life in the middle of all that, like, no, I don't think so.
yeah. But yeah, basically the conclusion was, "Oh, are you evil? Is it worth basically just saying?"
You could
whether or
summarize
not-
detective plotline right now and then just continue with the season. It wouldn't matter. I'm sorry, that's just true.
Yeah.
We could, but I've not organized.
No, I got you.
Such that we could do that. So
Well,
we're
and
just gonna
I
have
wouldn't
to jump
I
back
wouldn't do
every now
that
and then.
until post episode 2, probably anyway.
Yeah, at that point it becomes a lot easier to do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's the next day, and Wooksiuk is he's got his much larger crew in the office, their office space, and he's basically explaining the plan of action. He's got a mannequin dressed in a grey suit with a kind of a funny. You got to show.
I quite love the
right?
faces.
With a very
It's pretty funny. Yeah.
The reason I love it is because I look at it and I'm like, I can see him. I kind of get how you
yeah, but I
deal with
can
it.
believe that you drew it just sort of very quickly to be like, yeah, all right, he looks like this, okay.
The guy from Train to Busan, obviously, he looks just like him.
That's right. Train to Busan, man, the recruiter. Yeah, so we're looking for a tall man in a suit playing Duckji, I think is what it's called, the game where where they throw the paper down to flip it over to the other side. That's a good way of summarizing it. Playing that game with strangers on subway stations in exchange for money, and maybe slapping them as well. And if any of them are to find him, they're to report it immediately. And
then
again,
they'll get 500. What do they get? Like
Million
500 million.
500 million won, and they all go, yeah, all right, and then
I love money.
I
they
think conversion to pounds anyway, I think would be knock off 3 zeros and then half it, and you'll get what it would
It's
be.
something like that. You're basically halving
500
it,
million.
from what I understand.
500 million
for British
South Korean.
pounds, it's like, yeah.
Oh, I got it right here. It's $339,000 around about.
Okay, so okay.
Wait, which is converts to what? A million, is it? Or, what did you say that
It was
converts?
500 million South Korean won.
Yeah.
Okay,
Give you a good
so
example. Like
basically-
1 billion. Yeah, 67 million for USD for a billion. About 540 for British pounds. 540,000. Oh, it's not. Okay.
That's what I was
This
saying
should be
about.
one of the Squid games. It's just trying to work out
Yeah.
how Asian currencies convert.
Yeah.
Okay,
I like how that
so
didn't help
means
at all.
So the total prize money then for like Squid Game, because it's 54. Wait,
Billion.
goddamn, no, it's 40. It's
54.6.
45.6 billion won, right? So that means it's what, something like 35 million.
Something like that.
30
yeah.
million, 31 million, or
Okay, I was overestimating. Okay,
Like
yeah,
I
it's
said,
a lot
knock
of
off
money.
3
All right.
zeros, and then maybe 60% of that number is.
Or
the
if you want to
conversion.
do it easier, it's just a lot of money to an average person.
That's
I mean, I
not
just type it into
easier.
Google and tells me exact number I need, so that works
Yeah.
too.
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and they'll be real happy to get it. And so
You know what?
they,
I'd take that money. I take it. I'd take the money. If someone would
Um,
offer me that much money, I would like, yes, thank you.
and Wooksiuk also wait, no, it's oh god damn it. I've already gotten his name wrong. It was Wooksiuk, that's right. He basically says you got to split up into groups, search various stations throughout the day, and at the end of the day, you got to prove that you searched the stations by sending pictures of yourselves to Gi-hun. And then he says a reward, and they all get to work. And then the Squid Game song kind of a new mix of it plays again as
I
the
quite like
montage
that, by the
begins.
way, the picture for proof, because it is like that. That's you can't really like. It would be weird for you to go all that way, take the picture, and then not do the job of just looking for the
Exactly.
man. So
Exactly. So it's a pretty good system of making sure that it's happening, and you get to see it play out in the in the montage that over the course of at least a few weeks.
I got a question though. Why did they take all like a set of the game with them? I don't really understood why they did that.
To show people it
demonstrate
and
to
to be
people.
like, have you seen
Yeah.
a guy playing this game?
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah, I just watched
also
it
have
very
a
casually.
question.
I'm sorry. I wasn't paying all the
It's all
attention
good.
because
No,
I had
get
to
out.
rush through it.
There might be something I missed about it though, but if the evil people in charge know that Master Sol is after them, would they not have made, I can't remember his name, would they not have made some change perhaps to the way they go about recruiting people? I mean, surely
Well-
they know that he's hunting them, he has lots of money, they would be keeping tabs on it or try to keep tabs on him, and maybe changing things up in terms of your recruitment would be a way to secure your games against any discovery.
I think it's because that's only one form of recruitment. There's like many.
They would have to be way more than just him for sure. But I was also going to say that he's done a pretty good job of staying off their radar. He got rid of the tracker and used his money to just stay underground, such that if his efforts really have just basically been subtly looking for information without giving anything away, I guess maybe they truly don't actually know where he is or what he's up to, and they're just being.
I mean,
careful
I
with
guess my
recruiters.
point. My point isn't necessarily that. Well, that would be my point, is that they're not being careful with recruiters because the recruiter is still doing exactly what he was doing when he recruited Master Sol in the first place. So the point I'm making is that they know a guy who knows their methods is after them, and yet they don't change their methods to recruit people, even though he has the only lead he really needs in order to find someone who can lead him to his goal. Like he knows that they will have people at a train station playing this game. And if they were trying to be safe, they probably wouldn't have someone at the train station playing that game because as soon as he finds them, he's onto them, right?
I
think
suppose
I'm with you.
perhaps the argument would be that if he finds them, that means that they find him potentially. So like actually doing things the same way means that they can lure him in to get him under their own terms.
I don't know if luring them was really their goal though.
I don't know. It probably wasn't. Well. What about the card that he gives to him? I wonder about like when that would have been decided, right? Like,
are we talking about the one in his pocket later?
Yeah.
As far as I know, I don't think that was meant for him.
That was just an invite to the Midnight Club, right? It wasn't anything else.
Yeah, I think it was just for the guy himself. Right? That's what I thought, at least.
Because I guess I'm just wondering about like the nature of, because I mean they're obviously eventually they will be ready for him, in a sense, right?
Yeah. I see what you mean.
So
yeah,
almost
and
if they're like, well, we'll just do things the same way. Like we can do that, and then if he reveals himself, we can get him.
Yeah, and it's just kind of like I just thought that like even if they did find the recruiter guy, they still wouldn't get to him. So with that in mind, they just felt confident that even if he did find him, it wouldn't matter.
These recruiters are fucking top dog operatives, I guess, considering what we learned about.
As we've learned later, yeah.
And what I guess I'm saying is like, I don't think they were worried about him being captured and pumped for information. He probably would have given them nothing.
Yeah.
If that was something they tried, but we see how some of this turns out. But I still get what you're saying. If we got confirmation explicitly that they were trying to protect the recruitment people, then this does not match that. But I guess they weren't. Is the best we can conclude from that. They didn't mind Gi-hun being able to find the recruiters again.
Which is weird, given that what they're doing is massively illegal and relies on secrecy. But I mean, it's not like the biggest problem in the world. It just seemed to me a little bit too convenient.
Well, the thing is, what do they have if they capture a guy with a briefcase who's offering to play the game with people? Like, I guess you could have the card that you could phone that, but it's a little risky, I guess.
I think it depends if there's multiple people like this going around doing the same thing. with a briefcase and also all doing the same game. If that would be the case, then it would be very suspicious. But we don't know what else they do to recruit, right?
Well, we
So if we
don't
would
know
have,
how they go about
if
doing it elsewhere.
if we'd had more information, it would be
Yeah.
quite interesting to see. Because if they would all do the same shtick, it's like, probably want to switch it up. Actually, I was actually maybe want to switch it up like every time you do a game. You know what I mean? I know this game is like kind of easy to do, but
Maybe
yeah,
give us
I don't know.
one every 3 years. And this
Yeah.
is what he's doing again.
'Cause I think I mostly agree. Like they probably should have not only stopped using that game in that station permanently, but moved that recruiter into a different game and a different location entirely. There's been
Yeah.
like no need
Yeah, like
to.
moving to a different
Or maybe
city.
they have been doing another game. That's why they didn't find him.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Who knows? In any case, we see it play out over the course of several weeks. Kim's men meticulously searching subway stations through a variety of means, demonstrating the game to people, asking if they've seen anybody do that, asking if they've seen a man in a suit slapping people. They see a couple of guys in grey suits, and they'll just grab their briefcases and search them to see if it's got the game in it or money. And also, meanwhile, Yunho is searching islands. He's just searching lots of islands.
Just searching all the islands. Woohoo!
And yeah, but both of their searches come up short. They don't find any. They don't find basically anything at all. It's over the course of a few weeks. They don't get anywhere.
Fiddlesticks.
But they're trying their best. Damn it. And
They're
then,
doing their best.
we end with Yunho and Park returning to the port due to really bad weather, and Park explains finding the island is bound to be difficult. This is exposition. It's bound to be difficult. For starters, there are hundreds of islands within a 6-mile radius of where Park discovered Yunho. There's no telling how far he traveled because he drifted while clinging to a buoy that that he must have, I guess, just found and grabbed, and then the currents could have taken him anywhere until he found him. Basically saying, yeah, who knows where it was. There's a lot of islands, and you might not have even been near one when I found you. And Yunho says, "You're right. It's time to stop. We've done enough." And Park doesn't really believe that. And then Yunho thanks Park for helping him search for the island. He offers to give him money. Park's like, nah, you don't need to do that. And he says, well, I'll visit from time to time. And that's basically it. I mean, I don't know if anybody has anything.
There's nothing. Knowing the whole season, there's nothing to say about this. It's only plot, unfortunately.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I don't have anything else.
It's not how boys work. Like you don't drift with boys. That the whole point of boys is that they're anchored to the ground so they don't move because they're navigation markers. So if you found him on a buoy, then he should know where he's going, right?
Well, so it's all bullshit anyway, because the bad guy. The only way this makes sense is the bad guys basically passed him over to this fisherman, and then that was that. Quote unquote.
I just thought you were talking about. I just thought you were talking about the boys hanging out on the boat. It's like that's not how they work. He just
grabbed a small child and drifted with him for many, many months.
Ooh.
And so next we have Kim and Woo-seok sitting together in the subway station eating lunch, and Woo-seok moans about the food. he's really upset. And Kim reminds him that he's being paid very well to sit in an air-conditioned subway station in the middle of summer, and that he could be doing anything else. Which prompts Woo-seok to ask him again if he believes Gi-hun's story, given how long they've been searching and found nothing. And this is where Kim mentions, well, why would Gi-hun waste billions of dollars, or billions of won, looking for somebody who doesn't exist? Which I think is a pretty fair, point, basically. There's a lot of money to spend on something that's bullshit, you know?
Yeah.
It could be that he's crazy, but it just doesn't seem like there's much point in doing this. And then as Woo-seok is indignantly complaining about their situation, there's a loud thud emanating from the opposing platform. And they look, and there
I
he
remember
is,
that sound.
the recruiter. He slaps a guy before they play another round of Duckji. They're stunned. They are absolutely stunned that they have found him. And they immediately call Gi-hun, tell him they found the recruiter. And Gi-hun tells him to follow him carefully until he can reach them, and then he's in his car and he drives off to go get to him. I think what's unfortunate is just as soon as this scene starts, you're like, well, it's not going to work out though, is it? Something's going to go wrong. You just know something's going to go wrong, and they're not just going to get the recruiter, and it's all going to be fine.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Which I think I wonder if it's like the show's fault or if it's just all. There's nothing that this is just so common in stories of like, oh, we got him, and then they don't get him. That
Yeah.
It is. I think it's just kind of like we understand the force that they're dealing with, like how they've been able to do this elaborate game in secret for this freaking long and kill so many people and still get away with it. They're like, dude, these guys have so much resources. It's not going to be that easy.
No, of course not. You know that the reveal will be no, he was onto you. And he's gonna get you, and who knows what.
Yeah, or
after
finding
that.
this guy.
I
There's
just-
a fail safe. They'll just cut him loose. You know.
I just wanted more screen time for Train to Busan, man, because I like him.
Train to Busan,
Well,
man.
you're about to get a lot of screen time for Train to Busan, man.
Yay!
Let's go.
Actually, quite a lot of screen time.
I can't wait to go to Busan.
As Woo Seok and Kim run over to follow him, we stick with the guy who just beat the recruiter at the game, staring at the card that he's been handed.
Hmm.
And then he gets a little phone call from somebody called Yun Hee, which he ignores. And then we cut over to her sitting in what looks like a pregnancy clinic. And she's also looking at a card that she's been handed for Squid Game. But she can't get through, gets to voicemail, and then she abruptly leaves the clinic.
It was funny
And,
when we watched this. We were like, "Well, they're both gonna be characters
Yeah,
then."
they're
All right.
They're both going to be in the game, though we're not going to see them for a while. We're not going to see them for a while, like a really long time, actually. We're back with the recruiter. He goes into a bakery and he buys hundreds of bread rolls, with a smile on his face, and then he heads to a convenience store and he buys like 100 scratches, the lottery where you scratch it out and then see what numbers you got. And he just buys them, puts them in a big bag, and he walks over to the park.
This
and
is such
Kim
a great
moves-
moment of just the whole audience is like, "What's going on?" And then the characters are like, "What's
Yeah.
going on?" It's just nobody knows what the fuck is going on. We're just gonna keep watching him.
Is he actually insane?
Maybe.
it's just the smile on his face. He's having a good time. It's great, and they're just following him, and because Gi-hun is so desperate to reach them, he starts speeding, and you're like, oh, you're gonna get caught.
I know what
delayed,
we're
aren't
doing.
you?
Dude,
I
literally the
understand.
second they showed the speedometer going up, I was like, "Oh, don't no," because he drives past a police car as well. I was like, "No, don't do it."
Yeah, it's just you're gonna get caught, and then it's gonna delay you. Like we
Yeah.
know how it goes, and it's actually worse than that.
It's way worse. Than
Yeah, because you
I know
also know
how
exactly
laws
who is
work,
going to catch
show.
him.
Yeah, so the recruiter is in the park, and he approaches a homeless man, and he offers him a bread roll
Ew.
and a scratcher. And the homeless man, he reaches out for both, but the recruiter pulls back and says, "You can only have one." And the homeless man, his hand hovers over the bread. He briefly considers taking it, but he grabs a scratcher. And when he did that, I was like, I see what we're doing here, and I like it. I find this this is fun and interesting, as an idea. It sounded like someone had something to say there. Oh no,
I just
oh.
chuckled with you. That's what I did. Maybe that was the
Um,
noise you heard.
And maybe next time you should
basically
shut the
just-
fuck up, Mel. Jesus.
Oh
look
my
at this.
God.
You,
God,
you
ruining
stop!
everything.
I'm right below you.
don't
I'm
go
gonna
to-
spit
don't
on
throw
your
a grenade
balls.
down there.
No, don't fight.
No.
No, don't do it. Don't fight.
That's it,
Devin.
Doxy now.
No. I mean,
I'm gonna
it's
slap
just
you.
you already know exactly what it is. It's like, do you want to take the sure thing, or do you want to gamble for a long shot at getting a whole bunch of money? Pretty
And
straightforward.
quite an
as a
extreme
choice.
long shot too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, you know
Well,
exactly.
how do you not
what
read
the
it?
point is
Like,
gonna be.
you just need to broadly think about what's happening here for a few seconds, then you go, oh, right. Yeah.
exactly.
Mhm.
I'll take that bread. But yeah, he grabs a scratcher. The recruiter kindly hands him a coin. The homeless man uses it, and he loses, obviously. And then the
Ah, damn
recruiter
it.
asks him for the coin back,
I love that actually. It's like the coin, please. It's like, oh, you
I
bastard.
do. You don't need that.
I do love that part, but I think my favorite for this little sequence has got to be when he starts to walk away and the homeless man reaches out a little for the bread. Like,
Yeah.
but no, okay.
Well,
No.
I wasn't sure if he was like waving him goodbye or something, or if he was actually reaching for the bread. I mean, it's yeah. I guess it could go either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
can I have one of your 100 bread rolls? Like, no.
He
Nope.
just walks
Nope.
away. And then we see a little montage of him approaching several other homeless people, offering them the same choice, and I believe all but one take
Yeah.
the scratch. All but one take the scratcher instead of the bread roll, and of course they all lose because of
Yeah,
course they did.
Greedy, disgusting homeless people. I know
Yeah.
it.
Oh my god! All
Squid
right.
Game
Oh,
them.
damn.
Squid Game them
And,
right now.
Squid Game.
And so yeah, they all lose, and then the recruiter, he walks into the center of the park, turns around to face all the homeless people, grabs his bag and dumps all of the bread rolls onto the ground. And one of the homeless guys tries to take one of them, and the recruiter stomps on it, and he says, "I gave you all a chance, and you made your choice. I'm not the one who threw these away. It's you, ladies and gentlemen." And he kind of like freaks the fuck out and starts
Yeah,
stomping
he has
his
just
feet
like
all
a
over
surprise
bread rolls.
attack.
We get our
I
first
love it.
extra dimension for this character, and I love it. He's fucking. He's got a
Yes,
lot going
he's
on underneath
unhinged.
there. Yeah.
Hinged. Which of course you probably
Because
would
you watch this like, oh, is this like another recruitment thing that he does right now? I was like, no, he's just fucking around.
This
He's
is
just
this is
really
for
mad.
him. He does this for him.
This is just for him. Yeah.
That's the conclusion to draw. I love it. Look at him. He's going
It's
crazy.
fucking nuts.
And Kim and Woo-seok are just watching. Like,
Well,
what
with
hell
all the
is
context
wrong
they've
with him?
had from Gi-hun, and then to follow this man and to see him doing like, what in the fuck is happening? He's going for it, man. It's great.
I think it would be funny if the one guy who took a bread roll would be like, can I have some more? No, okay. I took the bread roll. Okay.
Look at him. Look at him go.
But it's,
But,
it's
the
such a
event-
great contrast because he's the straight man, businessman, operator who
Mhm.
smiles and just does everything properly, and he's just like blah blah blah. And now he's just like, yeah. Anyway,
then
back to
He's
normal.
He's a character. Yeah, he takes a deep breath and he smiles menacingly, tidies himself up. It's like, yeah, I'm back to normal now. And yes, you're right. It is just this new dimension of, oh, he's like a fucking crazy guy.
I was
Like-
very
like
happy
he
because
really-
I was like, oh shit, we get more on him. He's actually got to. He can maybe get some scenes where he can act, and oh boy, does he!
Yes, he does. But we're done with that
It's
great
like
scene.
a more interesting critique as well, because like the creator has said the usual sort of boilerplate stuff. So, I wanted to make a show about modern capitalism, how unfair it is. And it's like, well, watching it, I know that's kind of maybe what you wanted to do, but it's definitely not where you're at your most effective, because all through season one, the same point was made. And that scene we just had is probably like the clearest demonstration of it. It's like the thing he really has a problem with as a creator is not like systems, it's people, it's human nature that creates all of these problems. It's not like the nebulous, like amorphous capitalist system they're all suffering under. People make these terrible choices all through season one when they all leave and then they all end up going back. It's not because the system necessarily betrayed them. It's because these people have made terrible decisions time and time and time again in pursuit of money. And yeah, I
Again-
prefer that to when it's trying to do like the silly, like boilerplate critique of nameless masked businessmen.
Well, to stay as absolutely spoiler free as possible, because I'm aware of those bits of commentary as well, and I actually agree with you. I felt Squid Game was much more strong as commentary on human nature than any given political or financial economic system. I was always like, there's so much more fundamental human nature shit going on. But after seeing season 2, after he'd made those comments, I am now of the position to like, do you watch your own show? Like, what do you mean? you're the points you're making here, and you know what? It's fine. We'll just carry on.
Well, we're going to carry on from a really cool scene into a terrible one.
No.
we got a pretty bad scene here. So Gi-hun is driving along and he gets pulled over by the police for speeding, obviously. And there's a junior officer who steps out, but then the other one who steps out is Yun-ho, and you're like, oh.
This was such a like, oh god, no, that's so convenient.
Don't do it that way.
what are the odds? This is Seoul. Is it like 10 million people? Like,
God damn it.
it's a huge
Pretty big city.
We can't even start there. There's like 17 huge variables that come into this. I don't even want to think about it. It is absolutely astronomical that this would happen. This is
Yes,
so
this is
unfortunate.
absurd. It's so well, the thing is, I mean, it basically enables the plot to progress in the way that it does in a major way. Yunho instructs a junior officer on how to conduct a traffic stop, but he's the one who's going to do it. And the junior officer goes to Gi-hun, who just basically silently and swiftly complies with every request of him. And while this is happening, the recruiter hops into a taxi, and Kim and Woo-seok signal another taxi. They wave him down, and they pay the driver to follow the recruiter's taxi. And then we're back with Gi-hun, who gets handed...
I did quite like the what he says. If you catch up to that taxi, I'll pay you double. The taxi driver's like, ooh, like,
all right.
Let's go. But the ticket gets printed. Gi-hun basically just snatches it from the officer's hands and then drives away.
Yeah.
And
But that was also the second irritating thing about this scene is like not only the convenience of it, but so like he sees the ID, and this is when detective knows who is in the car, right? And that's the only solid lead he's ever had. And yet, while the private detective pays a taxi driver to catch up with the person he's pursuing, we don't get that from the detective because we're not actually ready for them to meet yet. So he just looks at it, looks at the ID. Oh shit, it was him. And then yeah, that's it.
I don't really get his reaction. It's like a contemplative reaction when it should be like a holy fuck. This is like the only possible thing that could get me anywhere. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's the guy.
Yeah, and he should speed off immediately and just chase him down.
Mm-hmm.
But
no, he does not do that. They're not going to meet until
they're allowed to.
They're not going to meet for a while. Yeah, exactly, until he becomes relevant to the plot again, pretty much. Yeah, pretty bad scene, honestly. It just
it's such a
like,
classic.
The whole story...
the writer was like, I mean, he's like a traffic guy and he's speeding. That makes sense. And you're like, dude.
Man.
I think you probably could have got around it if you like. Let's say you have this scene, you have him pulled over by a cop. It's not the detective guy though; it's the detective guy's sidekick. And then like later on, back in the office, like he's asking for a report and says, "I pulled this guy over," and he just looks through like the record of what his sidekick has done that day. He sees the name, is like, "Oh shit!" Then trace the registration plate, and that's what gets you to the meetup scene later, but without having A, the massive convenience of this scene, and B, the very convenient delay that this scene then requires.
It would still be convenient, I suppose, because it's that junior.
Doesn't that mean, though, that he could have just searched his name the whole time in the database and found him throughout the 2 years?
Well, I guess the thing is that, because remember, he doesn't find him through that. He finds him, like, through the Kim's company. And then he finds out where he's at.
Which he gets from the rental car attached to the name, though, right?
From the rental, yeah.
So he still should have been on that, like, earlier.
Yes, that's true, actually, yeah. So, yeah, it's just bad. It's no good. No good at all. But now we're going to be getting back to some interesting stuff. So Kim and Woo-seok track the recruiter to this alley. And as they're... Well, actually, no, this part's not so good. As they're watching him walk down the alley... Kim suggests, instead of waiting for Gi-hun, let's go get him. And once that happens, you're like, oh, he's going to kick your fucking ass.
Obviously.
This is what's going to happen.
I don't even understand it, man. Why did they decide that now they needed to change the plan? The plan was working. Just follow him. That's all you need to do. Just follow him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it worked pretty well. But I don't...
The
way they put it,
decided...
I hope they won't. I hope they don't. It doesn't get away. It's like, you've been doing pretty well. I think you got this. Just continue.
And then of course,
you've been doing well.
If they had guns, maybe. But I'd still recommend following. But they don't. They have nothing and a knife.
They just assume that they can get him. And so
I guess they just got really hyped over the reward or something like that, and the fact that this is even real to begin with. You can make that defense, I guess.
See, if I were them, I would have been like, we found him. Call in the guys. Everyone. Converge. We gotta get this fucker.
Yeah, and then they might have gotten him, but instead, that's not what happens. They attack him, and he beats them to a pulp. He just completely kicks their asses.
Yeah,
it's just It's yeah. And so yeah, they're down, and Gi-hun arrives in the alley, and he looks for Kim and Woo-seok, but he can't find them. But he finds like a knife laying on the ground, and he basically concludes that they must have been attacked. And the recruiter, he's up on a nearby rooftop, and he's watching. He's watching Gi-hun as he runs off, and then he just walks away.
Kind of a
And
neat
then,
shot.
and it's a cool shot.
I think a lot of people don't quite see him immediately, and then you'll be like, "Oh shit, there he is!" Yeah.
Yeah, look at him up there watching.
Whoa.
But you do wonder
Yeah,
if
nice.
if Gi-hun had seen him,
Gi-hun
would they
looks
just be
up.
like, "Hey, hey"?
Hey.
I guess so. Yeah, I suppose so.
I would chase you, but I don't know how you got up there.
Well,
Do you
we
remember
got
that?
one more detective. Yeah.
Friggy, because I think this is pretty spoiler free. But there's Angel has to go to like this really dark dimension to basically free a creature from a fire prison, and there's this demon that's in all black and armor standing in front of it that he has to defeat in order to free the guy. And the music swells, and you see the creature. They lock eyes, and then the music stops. He just goes, "Hey." Like, I love shit like that.
It's good memes. Can be anyway. We got like one more detective scene before we get to a really cool scene. Yeah, Yunho looks up Gi-hun's information on the police database, and then he recalls the last encounter he had with him in episode 2 of season 1 in front of his house. Just another little flashback. And then he looks up the vehicle registration, which gives him the address to Kim's business. It's all plot, you know. I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
What's to be said? It's just plot.
Yeah, that's certainly what he's been since season 1. This detective stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
And then that brings us to the fate of Kim and Woo-seok. They
Ooh, I like the
wake
scene.
up.
Mm-hmm.
They wake up, and feel
It's
free to
good.
stop me at any time if there's any part that you want to hone in on as we go through this. They find themselves in an unfamiliar room, tied to chairs, and the recruiter. What's the name of the song? He's got a record player, and he plays. It's Nessun Dorma, I think, is the song. You've heard the song. You know what the song is. You know what it is. He likes his music. That's what.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all that's to be concluded.
What becomes clear as well is he likes conducting custom games that he creates.
Yeah.
Like, I really think they've already done a really great job with the very limited screen time of showing us what kind of person he is already. He is an unhinged motherfucker who
Yeah,
believes
he's
in the
not-
notion of the game.
Yeah, pretty much.
He was
And
never
we're
a guy that was just following orders. He was really into this shit.
Well, and it's like Mola said, he will spontaneously come up with interesting games because he wants to see what people will do. He's interested in the choices that they make, and so he sort of kneels down and he says, "You're going to be playing a game of rock paper scissors -1, but there's going to be a Russian roulette modifier." He explains.
Honestly,
basically,
to me,
yeah.
the -1 was already a modifier. I've never seen this version played by anyone before. I wasn't even aware that's a thing.
It's I don't know. It's just there's no point. Look, he's a great actor, and it gets showcased here. He has a variety of very interesting expressions.
This isn't even
throughout this scene.
You know, there's more in the episode, but like this scene, just keeping an eye on all of his expressions, he is having so much fucking fun playing this, and I have so much fun watching him. And to know that this is where they decided to take the character, because he was a pretty blank slate from season 1. You could do anything you wanted with him. I was very glad this was the direction we took for him, and that the actor actually got to. Like, the fact that he was starting to explain the rules and fucking put the gun to his own head and went real close to them, he's just like, he completely throws you off no matter what's happening. You're just like, what are you doing? What's happening? Like,
Yeah, that's right, because he's explaining, you know, you've got, if you lose in rock, paper, scissors -1, you have a 1 in 6 chance of dying, and he points the gun at his head, stares Woo-seok in the eyes, and then pulls the trigger on himself. And it's like, oh, jeez. You're like, I mean, we knew you were unhinged, but oh my god.
It's kind of awesome.
No, I love it. And so, yeah, he says, all right, let's play. And he counts them in. But Woo-seok doesn't form a hand. He's petrified. He is like trembling.
Yeah,
he
he's
can
shaken.
barely, he can barely make himself do anything. And the recruiter says, "Well, that's just you're disqualified." And then he points a gun at him. And
It's again
yeah,
the way he does it, like a little hand gesture towards the guy's like disqualified,
Yeah.
and then he puts the gun to his head. It's like, Jesus Christ, you're having a great time, aren't you?
and he points the gun at his head and pulls the trigger, but nothing happens. And then he spins the barrel, so he resets the odds and asks them to play again. This time, Woo-seok actually can bring himself to play, and he wins. And the recruiter points a gun at Kim, pulls the trigger. Nothing happens. And then he just he's like, "All right, calm down. You know, your odds of survival are pretty good. Like 1 in 6, it's pretty good." It's just, and then they play another game, and this
I was
time
gonna say,
Woo-seok loses. Oh yeah.
When he does shoot him that time, when he pulls the gun away, he looks a little like disappointed. Like,
Yeah.
But this is going to play into his decision soon, basically, because he's like,
The great thing about this, because Noah's like, oh yeah, it's easy for you to say if you don't play the game, but he started by pulling the trigger on himself. It's like, oh wow,
yeah,
you're
it's
just
great.
completely unhinged already. It's like, hey, but well, of course I pulled the trigger. Like the chances are pretty good for me. So is for you. So I don't know why you're so freaked out about it.
I just he does it as he pats down like his sweat on his forehead. Just like, all right, calm down, relax. Yeah, Woo-seok loses. He pulls the trigger, and nothing happens. And then he pauses. And he's like, "This is getting a little boring, isn't it?" And he loads 4 more bullets into the revolver, so he's completely reversed the odds.
It's
so funny because you would expect like, oh, he's gonna do like 2, then 3. It's like, no, I'm just gonna put 5 in there, and we go.
Going all the way.
Up, and Kim and like Woo-seok screaming as he's seeing this happening.
Well, yeah, they're both like at their wits' end, and he's just like,
All right, yeah, now you got a 1 in 6 chance of survival now. And then and also to add to the intensity, this time he starts counting them down a lot faster. And you got a nice sort of what's the technique called? Like the split screen kind of effect of cutting between. You see their reactions, you see the hands that they're playing.
I'm not sure what it's called, but it always makes me think of comic
basically
books.
Just refer to 24 and Jason Bourne and shit whenever 24. They refer to that.
The 24
Bourne shot,
or
it's the Bourne shot.
Ang Lee's Hulk. Yeah. How's that for a reference?
Oh my god!
Yeah, who in chat knows what's that? Where are my Ang Lee Hulkers? Yeah,
I'm sure. I feel like most of them will know exactly what you're talking about, right?
Well, they had some really wacky editing in that film. It was kind of cool.
Yes, well, there was the one with the explosion, right? And then it's a freeze frame, and then it moves over to a new scene. Such a weird movie.
It won't beat the Saw transition. The girl who falls through
the mirror? Yeah.
The most legendary transition in all of film.
Oh my god. The recruiter counts them down faster, and several rounds play out really quickly where they both have the same hand, like they pull back and they both end up with the same hand.
Mm-hmm.
But they do that enough until Woo-seok plays 2 rocks against Kim's paper and scissors.
Yep.
And you get a moment for them all to realize, oh, you are fucked. You're done.
It's over.
It's over. You can't do anything. But the thing is, as they get told to -1, Woo-seok, he's trembling as he pulls back one of the rocks because he's one or the other, right? It doesn't make a difference. But Kim watches on, and he doesn't draw back his hands, either of them. And they both recognize what's happened here, and
broke the rule.
And the recruiter says, "You're disqualified." And they lock eyes, and they're trembling with fear as the recruiter places the barrel of his revolver against Kim's head, pulls the trigger. This time, it fires, and it kills him. And Woo-seok is petrified. I mean, that's the only way they could describe it. He is shaken. Also, the music was crescendoing as all of this was happening, which is like, this
considering
is a well-made scene.
Considering these two kind of just had a couple of goofball minutes, and then we had an incredibly emotionally intense scene for them both to have to nail, along with the recruiter being this fucking Joker level character in this world. Like, I'll be honest with you, it was almost whiplash in terms of just how good this scene is.
It's
Yeah,
so good.
it's
And I mean, it's
fantastic.
just you're giving because Kim's out, but like, how did he die? He deliberately allowed himself to lose the game in order to save Woo-seok. Because I had mentioned
Yeah.
before that that Kim had officiated his wedding. Like
Yeah,
they know
yeah.
each other well, and it's very interesting to see him, especially given what you saw in episode 1, right, where he's after Gi-hun, he's out to get him, and he is not friendly. And in this moment, he sacrifices himself to save Woo-seok. And yeah, it's just like, damn, this is a really good scene, really
Pretty
well
good.
made, very good performances. It's just. I was really impressed by it. And it's
Also,
just these
hi,
moments.
Az. He's in chat. I'm assuming
Hello. Oh my
he
god.
must be here
hello.
because he's seen some of this. I doubt he'd be here otherwise.
Yeah.
I was about to say spoilers, but then I was like, he's not a retard. He could read.
He knows how EFAP works.
True.
So the
Yes.
recruiter, as they tend to do with the Squid Game stuff, he congratulates Woo-seok on his win in a very socially stupid way, I suppose would be the way to describe it. And then asks for a conversation, and that's the end. And now we're back to the cringe storyline again.
Great.
It's a bit of whiplash in terms of
Good time to grab a
like you
beer.
said, Maul, and now we're whiplashing back.
Yeah.
Yunho sneaks into Kim's office and climbs up, gets inside, and he searches for clues, and then he sees the mannequin that was dressed like the recruiter with one of the Squid Game cards attached to his breast pocket. But before he can do anything, one of Kim's men storms inside. He's on the phone. He's telling the other guys, you got to gather everybody. We're going to look for Kim as he retrieves weapons from a cabinet. And before he leaves, he sees that the window is open inexplicably. Yunho is nervously hiding behind the mannequin, but then the guy just leaves. And then Yunho goes over to the cabinet and finds a file with Gi-hun's name on it and finds he addressed the motel. And that's the scene. Yeah, it's just plot. It's plot. It's...
Okay, bye, detective. Moving on.
Yeah, we're just done with that.
We love you, detective.
And now we're back to we're back to whiplash and back to another really good scene. So
He's
Gi-hun
also,
is
can I just
back-
say, it's also, no offense to Detective Man actor, but he's very kind of bland to watch. Meanwhile, I'll say about the actor for Gi-hun, we already know this, but he's intense, especially in these episodes. Just
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he
every
is.
moment you see him reacting, walking, acknowledging information, you're just like, oh, lots going on there. Lots happening.
Well, and it's about to be quite intense. He's returned to the motel and he's coordinating the search for Kim. But before he steps inside, he looks up and he sees that the no vacancy sign is off. Unless I'm pretty sure that's what he sees up there. Is that the
No, I
light-
think I
No,
think it's the other way.
it's-
It's on now.
Oh,
If you
The
remember
up-
the
top one is on.
conversation the two people have outside the hotel in his dream, I guess, was that you can tell that the hotel doesn't have any places because the light's off. And he says, how do you know so much about hotels? And so when he looks up and sees the lights are on, that's unusual.
Yeah,
The lights aren't supposed to be
oh.
on.
That's right. Someone's here.
Yeah.
Yes, and he cautiously ventures inside, and he finds the recruiter staring at the calendar on the wall. And so the recruiter reiterates what Frontman said: "You should have gotten on the plane." But Gi-hun says, "Well, I changed my mind when I saw you in the subway. I wanted to thank you for inviting me to the game." And it's like, oh well. Okay, how long you gotta stick with this, Gi-hun? Like, how long before the facade drops? And then the recruiter says, "Well, I'm just a messenger, like if you wanna whatever you wanna say to the man in charge, you can pass it through me." And Gi-hun just outright refuses. He doesn't want to talk to an underling like the recruiter. He don't want to talk to someone like him.
Which is
And then-
rude. This man was in Train to Busan. You seen that? Jesus.
I don't think he's seen that.
Wow.
It's really good.
I don't think he's seen that movie. When this is said, this prompts the recruiter to explain that he used to work in the games when he was younger, and that to get through the work, again, feel free to stop me at any time, to get through the work, he would say things to himself such as, "These things aren't human, they're just trash. utterly useless in this world. And eventually, they gave him a gun, which made him feel good, because for the first time in his life, his existence was acknowledged. And the recruiter then explains, I don't know which year it was, but one day, I was about to shoot a man who had lost the game. Huh. He's a great actor. I'm not gonna even pretend to be able to do it as well as he did. I was about to shoot a man who had lost the game. Huh. The guy seemed familiar. Guess who it was? My dad. My dad was suddenly standing in front of me. He was in tears, begging me desperately to spare his life. The recruiter draws his revolver and points it at Gi-hun, stares at him for a moment before saying, I shot him right in the middle of his forehead and realized, I'm cut out for this job.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, fucking hell.
I'd say
No wonder you're crazy. Like,
absolutely
jeez.
keyword would be trash, and the scene we saw earlier with the homeless people, and the at this point with the games he's played, you can really start to draw a profile for this guy, like very clearly, passionately, and to a insane degree believes in this philosophy that he has, which is quite twisted and fucked up, but at the same time, he's just explained, like, I was so committed to it, I didn't even really have much trouble killing my own father. Like, that's how much I knew I believed in this.
Which, you know, you would assume that somebody who could even be committed to doing this kind of job would have to have some kind of, like, insane psychological justification for
what I think is
doing it.
Important here is that Gi-hun may be, semi-aware of this, considering everything that happened in the Squid Game, but there are plenty of people who work for these people who are the kind that'll talk big, but the second a gun's turned on them, they'll be like, "Oh God, please, don't kill me," that sort of thing. While this guy,
please don't kill me! No.
is practically making the case to Gi-hun. It's like, you just calling me like a dog working for my masters, but like, you don't understand. I am fully into this. Like, this isn't something I'm doing just because I'm given orders. Like,
No, he's not like Grim from
No.
the Frowning Friends.
He is Mr. Boss. He is
Yeah,
Mr. Boss.
This is a guy that if you aim a gun at him, he smiles at you.
Yeah. It's like, why are you crying? I'm just gonna kill you.
I'm gonna shoot you in the head and kill you. Wait a minute, man. He said life don't matter, but he's afraid to die. What the hell, man? That makes me angry, man.
Makes me angry, man.
Where's the fucking physical for season 2? Excuse me, hello.
Yeah, come on. Get on it. Gi-hun watches all of this pretty stone-faced, and he leans forward and rebuts, whether you shoot people in there or con them outside, it doesn't change anything. You've always been nothing more than their dog. And the recruiter cocks his revolver and asks, do you think you're special because you won the game? And Gi-hun presses his forehead against the barrel of the revolver and says, someone like you could never know or understand how I made it out of there alive and how it feels to play the game. And the recruiter pulls the trigger, and Gi-hun doesn't flinch.
Nope.
Doesn't flinch at all. He is very resolute, and it's like, God damn, what a change compared to where he was at the beginning of this storyline. You know, he is a totally transformed and changed individual. Very.
I did actually wonder whether they were leaning almost too heavily on that transformation at certain points. I think there is a line. I don't think it's this scene. It might be when he's later talking to the front man. But like, it's actually pointed out that he's become more eloquent over time. Which is one of those sort of slight lampshading moments to they understand that they've basically given the protagonist an entirely new voice, and whether it's a little too drastic a change that he has gone full Batman in the 2-year time gap. Basically, there's almost nothing of the younger and experienced, more vulnerable one left. And I like the idea. I'm just wondering whether it's a little bit too much, whether there should still be a little bit more kind of variation in his performance.
Did you see?
I would say after seeing the mass death, I think that changes a person.
Just one sec.
badly.
Platoon, sorry, I forgot what you said. Have you seen the full season?
As in all of season 2?
Yeah.
No.
Right. Just making sure, because there's something to reference in terms of what you just said that I think is quite interesting, and I think I would be on board with it having gone too far if he was using individual words that will be way too flowery, poetic / insightful in terms of his take on the situation, as opposed to him being filled with darkness, like, but he's been pretty alone, deliberately isolated, and he's watched, nearly 550 people, 450 people die brutally, including people he cared about deeply. I think there's definitely room to say it would have changed him completely. This is how many years since he's escaped?
3. It's been 3 years.
It's I think, because I'd have to check through, but I think I could buy this as long as there's no particular lines that would, because he was kind of an idiot, right? Like season 1 is kind of the aspect. He's not a particularly intelligent character, which is totally fine, by the way. I'm just saying that it wouldn't match that he would have very he's not like a Silco in terms of his assessment of any given situation, but I don't think that he assesses it in any kind of like hyper intellectual way. It feels much more sort of
I think it's a lot more
based.
plain.
Yeah.
I think he still speaks pretty plainly. Like it's more so that he's got a better. I think it's yeah. I would describe him as still speaking plainly, and in a sense having come to a pretty straightforward conclusion, which is the game's wrong, makes people do things that they wouldn't do. I'm going to stop it.
Regarding
and that seems believable. Yeah.
Regarding the man that he is, there is a reference, I want to say, in episode either 5 or 6 that will be relevant to this, but we'll have to wait until we get there.
Yes, that's right. I know what scene you're talking about. It's an interesting one, but yeah. After Gi-hun doesn't flinch, the recruiter sort of sits back and he asks to play a game. And this is briefly, rudely interrupted by showing Yunho pulling up outside of the hotel. It's like, yeah, look, he's there. He's here now. But no, we're back to the scene again.
What's cool about what's between these two is that they're like stealing the camera whenever they're on it, from each other almost. That's how good that they're both doing, and what they both represent, and just how interested I am in the scene. So the idea that it's like, do you want to see what Detective Matt? I'm like, no, I don't care.
No, I don't want to. The recruiter, again, because he likes his music while he plays these games, he plays Time to Say Goodbye on his phone. And then starts explaining...
just on Spotify or something.
Yeah, exactly. And then he explains the rules. That's right. He likes his music, and he's going to explain.
Music is pretty cool.
Russian roulette to Gi-hun, and he says that between rounds the cylinder is spun typically to reset the odds, but this time, to sort of up the stakes, he wants them to take turns without spinning the cylinder, which means that the game will end within 6 attempts. And Gi-hun, he nods, he agrees to play. So the recruiter spins the revolver, and the barrel lands facing towards Gi-hun, and he places a revolver to his temple and pulls the trigger. Pretty stone faced, but he's a little bit he's kind of a little bit shaky. Not too much though, and nothing happens. And then and he puts the revolver down, and the recruiter picks it up, and you just got to show the face, because the only way that it can be described is it's a very intense expression, and I think everybody needs to see it.
When this happens, I was just like, oh, this is so much fun. Love the relief too.
And
I love the lighting in this scene.
Yeah,
it's just quite glorious.
It's fun. Something I noticed while I was watching this, like, as I said, I watch it kind of casually because I was like prepping to get over here and stuff like that. But there was like scenes where it's like, okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm just gonna watch now. And this is definitely like one of those scenes. Same with the other roulette scene from earlier with the other two.
Well, Mel,
you know what I mean?
It's like, we know about the comments from Netflix that they are very much acknowledging most people are second monitoring their content, which is fucking sad.
It's actually crazy how much like how streaming has like destroyed.
Yeah, it's absolutely killed an art form and an engagement it is.
It's so funny. Man. Every time like a friend tells me, "Oh, I've seen this show," and I'm immediately asked, "Did you watch it or did you have it on while you were playing a video game?" Just tell me up front, so I know what I'm arguing against, possibly.
It seems like this proves that is so completely unnecessary. None of these characters had to explicitly sit there and say, "I am going to spin the thing and I am going to shoot myself in the head now. Are you paying attention?"
I'm feeling rather stressed. The more shots are taken, stressed. The more stressed
There
I
are
am.
things at stake in this scene. It is important that you pay attention. But like, I second monitored all of season 1 yesterday to sort of prepare for this because I didn't remember very much of it. But like, as I went through, I saw this bit's familiar, so I don't have to pay complete attention to it. But there are so many moments in season 1 where even though I did vaguely remember what happened, they pulled me away from primary
Yeah.
monitor to actually completely pay attention to it, and that's what you should be striving to do is scenes like this. You don't have to accept that people are always going to be
Well, like-
divided in their attention. Your job is to make sure you capture their attention.
If
Yes.
there are certain things, right? If Lord of the Rings were constantly playing on loop in my room on a TV in the corner of like the ceiling,
I'd get nothing done.
whenever Amon Head comes up, I'm like, well, it's time to go ahead and sit down, watch that. Save for Helm's Deep. Save for, you know what? I'm not gonna list. It would take too long.
I'm just gonna fucking sit there and watch it all the way through, all the time.
And it finishes, and you're just like, well, I'm free, and then it starts back up. You're like, oh fuck.
I mean, I probably said it before this year, so because I did finally do a rewatch of all of the extended ones. Like the way it just captures you. You just watched 4.5 hours. Like, yep, I'm gonna put in the next one immediately. It's like I just want to see more
Well,
instantly.
What can you
It's
say?
so
Other,
good.
I mean, it had its 20-year aging, and now it's just completely confirmed by basically everybody to be one of the greatest things that ever got made art-wise. So
Oh, it's so fucking good.
yeah, you know, it's pretty cool.
Meanwhile, now there's going to be a mountain of content that was like designed to be disposable. That's
Yeah,
like
and some of
absolutely
it's Lord of the Rings, unfortunately. Rings of Power, War for the Rohirrim. Like
Yeah.
we're just gonna see it dribbled out over time.
Oh,
I
Rohirrim
find
was
it-
so balls.
Netflix used to like have a reputation for like making good shows,
Maybe.
and now it's at the point where it's like they are actually like the slop factory, and like in an admitted way. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. Anyway, back to the great scene.
Woo.
He made that intense expression, pulled the trigger, nothing happened. And then as Gi-hun places a revolver to his head, the recruiter says, I've always wondered how you made it out of there alive. For one thing, you were even terrible at duck G. And Gi-hun pulls the trigger, which feels like a bit of a, no, shut up.
Which is true,
No,
but I
shut
almost
up.
want to take the opportunity to say, like, I really liked. This is, I guess, credit goes to season 1, but you know, the same guy creating all this stuff. The idea that the recruiter would be able to make sure and filter through people who are perfect for Squid Game, which is like he loses so many times, takes so many fucking slaps to the face, being like again, and then like finally winning. Being like, oh fuck, like you're more. It's like, yeah, you're perfect for Squid Game. It's like,
But yeah, I mean, but I mean, of course, it is interesting because Gi-hun is a very he's not what you would expect as the archetypal winner of something like Squid Game. It's
No.
it very much would be a surprise that he managed to make it through, especially given how committed he was to not getting into direct conflict with other players to try and win.
Yeah.
And that's what
I
he's
mean, he
hinting
was-
at, isn't he,
it
in
was-
this scene when he says that you wouldn't understand how I got through those games, is the fact that the people who are archetypically best placed to win those games are the people who lose the games because it's the lack of faith in their fellow man that eventually is their undoing. Like the big, tough, brawny guy who gets kicked off the bridge by the irritating mad woman who he shafted. Like you would expect him to be incredibly good at the game, but because he's got that mentality, the mentality is the thing that lets him down. It's only because fucking Master Soul actually has a nice bone in his body, like he cares about people, he makes alliances, that he is able to get through to the end. And like even the final, like penultimate scene of season 1, when he tries to sacrifice the money so he and his friend can both get out, you know, that's the mentality that saw him persevere in the end.
I completely agree with what you're saying. I don't think this is a contradiction. I actually think it's a genius, like part of episode 6 being the putting a good person, a truly like good-willed person who, you know, something that's genius about that episode is the old man soils himself, right, and then Gi-hun takes the effort to hide it, to give him back his dignity. It's like this thing that's happening that's so small, but it's still representative of like, wow, you really do care. And then to put him in a position where you're dealing with someone whose mind is clearly falling apart. And I remember when I was first watching it, 'cause you get the same feeling when you rewatch. You're just like, man, what a fucking clever writing decision to have him say, wait, did I say odd or even? And it's like,
Yeah.
you have a choice to make right now. What are you going to do? And it's just like, well, but I... And it's perfect because you could be like, I'm going to lie here, because just once, just small, and it'll save my life. One marble, whatever. But not, not anymore. And then he it comes up again. He's like, "Fuck, oh shit, you
Yeah.
said the other one, right?" And then he's like, "Oh, I did." Oh, so like, I'm not just gonna repeat all of the dialogue. It's just so fucking good. I loved it.
Yes, it is. It's excellent. Then the recruiter he grabs the gun again and he stares Gi-hun down as he puts it in his mouth and pulls the trigger. Nothing happens, and he has a little smile as he leans back and places the gun down on the table. And Gi-hun's expression sinks as he picks up the revolver because well, it's down to 2 more. They've already done 4 out of 6, and well, the recruiter kind of explains it pretty clearly. He says, "Is your mind starting to race? Now your odds of death are 1 in 2. That's pretty high indeed. I'm sure you're afraid. Lots going through your mind. Let me guess what you're thinking right now. The gun is in my hand. Screw the rules. I'll pull the trigger once or twice, and I can blow this guy's face off. Isn't that right? If you want to meet the person you mentioned earlier, the key is in my pocket. You can simply shoot me with that gun and take it, but I'll have you admit one thing, that you're a piece of trash, just like everybody else. A piece of trash who got lucky and made it out of that dumpster." The recruiter, he chuckles as Gi-hun points the gun at his head, stares him down, is shaking, but pulls the trigger, and nothing happens. And I feel like this is definitely a case where you need to show the expressions and the reaction of the recruiter once this happens. It's very interesting, and I'm not quite sure how I would describe it that would be better than just
I'll have to go
showing
piece by piece, but
the look on his face.
the acting on both of them is fucking flawless as far as I'm concerned. It's an incredibly intense thing to do to basically 50-50 shoot yourself. And Gi-hun obviously makes it through, which is like a, but then the camera to cut to the recruiter being like, like, really? Not only did you pull the trigger, but you survived. And
But you survived.
he looks at the gun, looks back at him, and the camera just does this really quick zoom that I've always, like, looking at this, I just feel is comedic. It's like, fuck. Like, because he's kind of fucked now. He's got a choice, commit to the whole game and all of your philosophy, or check it out. What are you gonna do?
Well, yeah,
Yep.
I think it's the expression is among many things him recognizing. Fuck, I've kind
I
of
think
locked myself in now, haven't I?
he throughout his life has probably done many examples of I'm running against the odds or with the odds, whatever. But this is a guaranteed loss now.
That's
Yep.
right. But what was everything? I mean, what's he gonna do? Because the decision he makes is an admission about his philosophy, which he is very resolute on. And Gi-hun has put him in a position where it's like, oh, how much do I actually believe in every single thing I've said that I've constructed my entire life around?
Yeah, that I just talked mad shit about to you.
And of course, the chongo balls of Gi-hun to do that as well.
Yeah.
A pretty clear indication of how far he's come in terms of a willingness to follow through and commit on it. Now, someone might say, "Well, wait, but why would you do this? Why would you allow him to basically debate Lord you like into pulling the trigger?" Which I don't know what to say to that other than the nature of talking about character decisions and whether or not they are illogical. It's like it's not. The question is whether or not it's a choice that character would make based on their values and beliefs. And if you ask me, it's like, oh, would Gi-hun has something to prove, not to the recruiter necessarily, but also to himself. Because like what the recruiter said is like an observation that, I mean, yeah, like if he pointed the gun at him and shot him multiple times, it's like, okay, what does that say about how you came to succeed in the game then? And like consequently your attitude on all of the other players, what you need to do to bring an end to the game. It's like, well, yeah, it does start to raise some questions that he would need to be going through compared to having the fucking chongo balls to pull the trigger, and then nothing happened. It's like, whoa, damn, man. shit, you got him. You win. Like, that's it. You've won the debate.
Well, they've only showed us this man is hyper committed to this way of life, and it would essentially destroy him not to pull the trigger here. It's which is an interesting thing to think about, right? But I also adore this shot. It's the combination of lighting, cinematography, and the actor genuinely manages to pull off fucking Harvey Two-Face with a regular face.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
so
really
great.
good.
It's good shit.
And this is when because Gi-hun hands the recruiter the revolver, and he says, "What's the matter? Is your mind starting to race?" That's right. Screw the rules. Now, with a single pull of the trigger, you could kill me, but I'll have you admit one thing. You put a mask over your face and do whatever your master says. You run, bark, and wag your tail for them. You're nothing more than a dog. Which then leads to this expression, this look on his face, which is very intense again. But a smile slowly forms on the recruiter's face before he points the revolver at his head, pulls the trigger. And it's like, oh damn, he's gone. But it was a really great. It was a really great, a really great scene.
It's almost a monkey's paw of like, you got to have more of him, but you will not have any more of him.
Yeah.
Well, at first I thought that the shot seemed a little like the effects weren't as very good on the shot, so I thought, oh, it's got to be a blank, right? That would be his insurance from Gi-hun shooting him, right? But no, as soon as we get into the next episode, no, he did.
The only conclusion
he
to draw
actually
is
did.
No insurance for him. There's no insurance.
There is no
He
insurance. He
committed.
was
I was
so
gonna say-
balls to the wall on his ideals that he died for it.
That probably would fuck up that scene if there was blanks in there.
Yes. If it was a blank, it would be cringe. It wouldn't be great anymore.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, that was what I was afraid of. It's like, oh shit, he's gonna give up last second. Nope.
Yeah, those two scenes were significant highlights. I was very happy with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good. Really good.
I suppose what's interesting is the nature of how like episodes when you're watching a season through for the first time, and you don't have the full picture, like how they can kind of inform your expectations, because when this scene happened as well as the other one, I think the conclusion I had from that is I think we're going to be okay. not necessarily that it's going to be great, but that it's like, oh, you've already got like scenes that are indicative of a kind of talent when it comes to storytelling, that is like valuable and presumably reliable. It's like, well, plot has been messy in parts in this episode, but you still have these really great, well constructed, well conceived, well performed moments. You know, these scenes, and they made me a little hopeful. Basically, is not. Again, not that it was going to be like excellent, because with all of the stuff that was happening with the detective, was kind of like, I think we're going to have the same problems as season 1 in that regard. But
darn you, detective!
But that I don't think we're going to end up with a bad season of television here if we manage to have more scenes like this throughout the season compared to with Arcane. The reality is that like after the first episode, I think. I suppose I can only speak for myself, but I was definitely concerned, like quite concerned, because I felt that
remember the vibe after we watched Act 1 was just silence and concern.
Yeah, that was. Well, episode 1 was a bit of copium, because in episode 1 it's like, yeah, so you know what was that episode about, and where are we moving our characters, huh? But I mean, there were things that were like, and then the longer it goes on, the more you're like, oh shit, oh no. But here it was more positive. It was like, yeah, we got a good scene. Well, 2 good scenes, really. Really good scenes. Even saying good might be not giving it enough credit.
Also, someone just asked, like, well, so you guys think this is good or bad? I can't tell. It's like, well, we're kind of, we're not doing broad. The thing is, this show came out like 2 days ago. So it's, the thing is, we're trying to take this reasonably. So it's like, you'll get a breakdown of episode 1, 2, 3, and we're taking it scene by scene. It'll be next episode, we'll probably give you more broad statements on the season as a whole, what it meant. But for now, this is rare for us, but we're kind of like, we kind of want to give some time for people to actually see it, because it's reasonable that very few people in the audience who wanted to see it has even seen it yet.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we're seeing it all the way through because again, it only came out about 2 days ago.
At the moment, the
Um,
answer to the question, is it good or bad, is just yes, right? I mean, there's good, and there is also bad.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we could
and
Mhm.
we could say broad things about episode 1, as Free just said. It shows hope for the future. We had some intense and fun and interestingly made scenes, but we also had some really regrettable plot writing that is not present in season 1. It's stuff they've done kind of before. This is not a huge shock. It's a little disappointing, but the main thing you hope that they can maintain is the character integrity. That's going to be the number one. Please. You can have people coincidentally fucking bumping into each other, I suppose, but please don't ruin any characters.
yeah, exactly. But that brings us to episode 2, which begins right where we ended with Yun-ho. he hears this gunshot. He sprints into the hotel to investigate it, and as he gets in, he looks up and sees the elevator was on the 4th floor, so he heads up to the 4th floor and starts to sweep through it. And in one of the rooms, he finds Woo-seok frightened and tied to a bed, and he tells Yun-ho that Gi-hun is in room 410. And so while this is happening, Gi-hun retrieves the card from the recruiter's pocket. But Yun-ho bursts inside, and he prepares to arrest Gi-hun, believing that he shot the recruiter. But before he can effect the arrest, Woo-seok, who he must have untied, knocks him out.
Fucking ninjas his way in somehow. That was so unbelievably like, to me. It's just like, you've already established this guy as a bit of a goofball. The idea that he fucking sneaks up behind the detective when he had a kind of cone view that probably would have covered the door. And how do
Yeah,
you
no, he
sneak
came
in
in.
when you're dressed like that? You have that problem. You're trying to come in. You just like, you managed to ninja it. Yeah, okay.
And also, good thing you knocked him out because it looked like he hit him with something really hard.
it's like a fire extinguisher or
Yeah.
something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was massive.
I mean, I think getting knocked unconscious is probably that's probably a pretty good outcome compared to like how bad it could have gotten.
Yeah, he could have killed
I
you.
just don't know. I don't know, but it's look, alright, it's movie TV logic. You hit someone in the head really hard, it knocks them out. It never kills them, even though
Yeah, and it always knocks you out
it's
for as long as you need to
What's
be.
as
kind
long
of,
as exactly.
I prefer the trope of tranquilizer darts instantly knocking people out when it's like not at all how they work at all, but it's like, yeah, whatever, fuck you. Like, all right.
That's how it works. It knocks you out straight away. Well, chloroform, right? It's just like, oh, this is the thing that you can use in movies to knock someone out, just reliably.
Do you remember the
Magical sleepy rag.
the Community joke where she chloroforms the security guard, and
Yeah.
then they come up with the plan of we'll all pretend to be chloroformed. So when he
And he's
wakes
like,
up,
wait, why are you holding a rag? And he just looks
chloroforms him
around and and then they just run off.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good meme. The part where Troy just sort of like leaps over him as they're panicking. He just kind of like leaps gracefully over him with his arms up. In any case, back to no.
Yeah,
you know,
dude,
enough
he has to
community
hop
crap.
around, and he stealthed him.
Yes, he did.
There's no
Man.
way.
That feels like he achieving like one of the extra objectives in Assassin's Creed to get full memory synchronization.
Remain stealth while hopping.
Yeah. Gi-hun points the gun at Woo-seok because he doesn't realize like who he is, but he desperately pleads with him like, you know me, I'm one of the guys. I'm one of Kim's guys, and then he sees the recruiter slumped over dead on the couch, and he's crying, and he tells Gi-hun that the recruiter killed him. We get a little reaction from Gi-hun of oh shit, and then he looks at the card that he got, and it reads, "It's a club, October 31st, midnight, Halloween."
Halloween!
Goodness.
Woo!
Yay!
And they released this shit at fucking Christmas. What the fuck?
Yeah, I know.
Bullshit.
Well, you know, doing Die Hard, right? Die Hard released in June, but it's a Christmas movie, so you know.
Which we proved objectively.
That's right. Yes, I think I saw
nice.
people on
Finally.
Twitter arguing over it, like, "Oh, Die Hard, a Christmas movie." It's like, ah, Stop!
Well,
Don't do this to me.
the counter I've heard is if you consider it a Christmas movie, even by the logic you provided, then there's like a billion Christmas movies you'd have to also consider it. I was like, fine, put them on fucking
Okay,
trial.
sure. Yeah,
Like,
alright.
we'll have
Yeah.
a look.
Okay,
Put them on trial.
fine. Yeah, sure. That's okay.
I will
Um,
judge them all.
Yeah.
We're about to be introduced to a new character. So, Night Watchman at an amusement park. He confronts a woman, and her name is Noel. No, I think so. Yep.
Yeah,
So,
well,
Well, that does make this a Christmas thing, then, doesn't it?
that's right. Yeah, exactly. And she's sleeping in her van, and she says she works there. She's gonna move her car the following day, and that's basically that. She's living rough. That's what we learn here. But then we're back with Gi-hun, and he's questioning Yunho, who is tied. He's handcuffed him to a wall, and Yunho explains, "I snuck onto the island." Because I was looking, he's looking for his. He snuck onto the island, and Gi-hun's. He's very much like more suspicious now because of that, of him saying that he was there. But then he explains he was there to find his brother, and he reminds him of their brief encounter during the games. And we get a little flashback to when he asked him if he knew about his brother. They just need to remind us about that.
this
Like,
one felt
alright. Yeah.
like I
Okay.
think some people might be like, well, because I didn't remember. I'd be like, no, I actually think this is worse than usual because they're talking about that having happened. So it's like, okay, I don't need to see it because now you've just told me it happened. I trust you, show. That it's like, no, I'll prove it. And you're like, no, you don't need to prove it. No, you don't need to prove it. You don't. Just plays the clip. You're like,
No,
okay.
I trust you.
Okay, yeah, I remember.
Dingus.
That's okay.
And then it
That's
cuts back.
okay.
It's like,
been a
see,
while.
I did say that. That's the fucking Austin Powers meme.
Yeah,
And they flash back, and then he's like, see.
but Gi-hun decides to let his guard down and explains, because when he's asking about what happened to that guy that's sitting there with a gunshot wound, and he says the recruiter lost the game, and that he is now trying to put an end to the game. And then he asks Yunho if he saw the face of the man in charge. And once again, Yunho says a little lie. He says no.
Porcupine.
He's a little liar. Yeah,
Liar.
that's the second time. I don't think we
Weaselly,
trust
man.
this guy.
Weaselly
little
liar,
liar, dude.
And then Gi-hun expresses his intent to confront the clients of the games, because that's the way to put an end to it, rather than just killing Frontman, which Yunho obviously has some investment in preventing even now. And Yunho says, "Well, I'll help you," but Woo-seok is suspicious. He's like, "Oh no, you can't trust him. No trust in him. No way." And Gi-hun dismisses Yunho, but he insists on helping, and basically he relents, and then leads the pair of them to the room that contains all of his money. And you see that he has not spent much of it.
No.
Yeah,
Not
He
much
basically
of it at
only
all.
used the money to find people. So he probably only spent money on the people
Well,
who
so correct me if I'm
he...
wrong. He gave a big old
Yeah.
chunk to Sabiok's brother, and
He gave a bunch to Sungwoo's mum to
to
take
both of
care
them.
of
It's like
And,
it's like his way of because he said
trying to make
he felt
things
like the
right.
money belonged to. So how much was that? Was that half or was that? I can't remember if
I
they
don't know
were
if
specific.
it was enough to. I don't see that it could be half, because with the big pile that he's got, it would be
Right.
whatever he could
'Cause
fit into a briefcase.
Yeah, yeah.
Not a briefcase, a like a luggage bag.
Suitcase, yeah.
So probably a lot of money. And then obviously would have paid off his debt as well, which was sizable, but not sizable enough that it would make a huge dent in how much money he made. Because it was a lot of money. It really is a very small portion of the money has actually been used at this point, which speaks to his unwillingness to use it for any, he's not going to use it to support a
Well, yeah,
lifestyle of his own. He's only using it to take down the bad guys.
That was a thing in season 1, right? The fact that he asked for 10,000 won as a favor because he was looking to basically spend 0 of it, because blood
Well,
money.
of course, it was really funny that the guy would just give him that when he's already super fucking rich.
Yeah, I love the
He's
point
just
being
like, yeah,
made
of
there. It's
course,
like
here's
much
your
easier to make
10,000
money
won.
when you're rich than it is when you're poor, which is the complete opposite of what
Yeah.
you would need.
Exactly. But he explains that he's only going to use it to fight the people in charge of the game, and Yunho and Woo-seok also turn down using the money for themselves. They want to take down the game too. Woo-seok obviously invested now because Kim getting killed.
Mhm.
Like he's just totally on board. And then Gi-hun reveals he's got a makeshift armory like in the wall. Kind of reminds me of, you remember in Black Ops when they're with there's Clark. You remember the Kowloon mission?
Yeah.
Where they like jump down into one of the rooms and then he moves like a fridge out of the way and he's got an armory like in the wall. It reminds me of that. Except this is actually a lot bigger. He's even got a shooting range in the wall. Because,
Which is neat.
well, he owns the whole building. Which I presume also would have been a pretty sizable expense, but clearly not that much to make a huge dent in the amount of money he had. And he asked Woo-seok to gather people who can fight, demonstrates that the weapons can work, and also demonstrates that he knows how to use them as he shoots down range pretty accurately. And then he tells Yunho, you should probably quit your job because you're going to be busy helping me. And that's the scene. And now we're
No
back
more traffic.
No,
Traffic is over.
Traffic is over.
Still plenty of detectives though for the for a little while.
Of which,
Before
I mean, I know I
get
shouldn't. I'm too fucking tempted to be like, you could create a description of the first of the detective scenes at one point, and they will start to be repeatable for the next like 18 that come after. Like, oof.
So it's back at the amusement park this time during the day, and Noel is dressed as a bunny, and she hands a girl a lollipop before going into the break room, where a bunch of the staff are complaining, about like the weather, and their job. But then this young girl comes in and enters the room, and all the staff kind of awkwardly, they're like, "Oh," and then they put on all their costumes
It's
and
kind
then
of a
start
nice-
like
Yeah.
playing their characters.
It's almost a nice sentiment, isn't it, that they care so much. I mean, one could say it's like, well,
Yeah.
no, they're paid to do this. I'd be like, well, I hope there's
I
also
get
an
the
angle of
impression it's
just
sincere,
Yeah,
of
like,
like, oh, wait, no, there's a kid
maintain-
here. All right,
maintain
Get
the
back in
illusion for the
character.
kid because it's important too.
yeah.
I mean, they also know the kid, right? It's from one of the
Well,
guys.
one of the guys mentions it shortly as he's about to,
Yeah,
to
okay.
come in and make. Well, I don't know if I would describe it as a mistake because he gave us no reason to expect
Yeah.
that there was this kid here. But yeah, she heads over to Noel and hands her a drawing of her and the girl. And but then she notices that there are cuts on Noel's arms, and she
She hasn't got
immediately
her,
pulls back,
The bunny gloves are
covers
off.
it up. That's right. So you can see the cuts on her wrist. And there's a like a little sort of awkward moment between them, but then another staff member meanders inside. And he's talking about how much he hates the costume.
I was like, oh, this fucking shit sucks, man. God, it's so hot.
Swearing.
It's just
And,
it's just the energy of every teenage worker at any given job ever.
Yeah.
It's like,
it's just you know exactly what it is. It's him walking in, just like this fucking costume. God damn it.
Yeah.
And then
Also, him having like smile on the costume as well, while he's just looking
But he
disheveled
starts,
and
like,
sweaty.
he
He's
starts
like,
dancing too. He's like, I can recover from this. Hopefully.
yeah, but he can't. She starts crying, and they will try to cheer her up, but it doesn't work. And then the father of the girl enters the room, grabs her, apologizes to the staff, and leaves as they sort of awkwardly watch on. And then the guy in the pig costume, he remarks that that the guy is a sketch artist employed at the park, doing caricatures, and that's his daughter, and that she has cancer and requires expensive bone marrow transplant, so she's quite ill. And Noel hears all of this. She's listening, and at this point you're like, oh, okay, so we got like a new POV character that we're going to be establishing here. Presumably that she's going to be in the games, because we're obviously going to be leading to that. I mean, that we're already in the second episode and we're not in the games yet is already interesting. It's like, well,
Which
we got time to
maybe
do
this is
that.
a hot take, but I really didn't mind as long as I got to know a bunch of new people. I was like, this
yeah.
is important and this is good. I can totally understand if I was watching with a friend and they said, "Dude, I'm bored. When are they going to get to an actual like start of the games?" I'd be like, "That's fair, but at the same time, we got to care about people first, right?" And then you could also
We
counter.
also had we had two quasi games in the first episode. They were pretty intense.
Yes, in a
so
sense.
That
I
is
think
in a sense.
I
that
think
is actually
we
what I was going
we
to
got
say.
our
So
our fill.
with
Okay,
because the counter would then be we season 1 we didn't know anybody and they started up by episode 1 and it'd be like, okay, yeah, but the thing is they kind of have sneaked in 2 games already without them being the grand Squid games, like the intense sort of character focused and expressive sort of stuff. So like I do want to give more credit where I think some people wouldn't, which is that it's like it takes too long to get to the Squid Game. Though the thing is, this is kind of hard to speak about, but it's just like if this, and we did warn at the beginning because it's seriously true, this is half a season. If season 3 were out right now and it was all one big 14 episode season, I have a feeling that I would be much more complimentary to that notion of pacing, depending on how it's executed, of course.
yeah, I can see that totally.
We'll have to talk about that a bit more though once we get to the end of this season. So we join Gi-hun. He's watching Sungwoo's mother at work, and then Saebyok's brother Chol. He runs over. They get and is brought into the shop to have some dinner. So it's been obviously it's been about 3 years, so they've had a while together, and I suppose we're to conclude that Gi-hun has been occasionally stopping by to check in and see how they're going, which is it's like bittersweet, right? Of like, oh look, there's like this new family and they're doing all right, but at the same time they both
this is
lost.
what's left of those two, right? That he saw in his nightmare as well. This is him doing what he can to try and make up for what they both went through.
Well, to do what they both promised him, because it was the last thing that Sungwoo asked is to look after his mother. And Saebyok asked him to look after her brother. So he's still doing that. He's still upholding, which in a sense marks an interesting change in that, for a year, right, he couldn't bring himself to do anything, but now he's very committed to making sure that they're all right.
I still am not over the annoyance that Saebyok got fucking skewered by some glass.
Yeah, that was bullshit.
By chance.
So
lame.
The glass exploding, and it's like, oh well, ripperoonie you.
Stupidest possible way you could have done that.
Yeah, that was dumb as shit. And so now he meets with the broker that was introduced in season 1, and he explains that Saebyok's mother is in poor health. She's not going to be able to move for a while, but once she's ready, they'll be ready to get her moving once she recovers. And Gi-hun offers the broker more money, but he turns it down, saying that he owes this one to Saebyok, which is, their last conversation, if you recall, didn't end very positively. Pretty hostile. And then Gi-hun hands the broker the address of Sungwoo's mother, just in case he can't contact him, because they are getting ready to hatch their plan to stop the games with some amount of risk. And then as Gi-hun leaves, Noel enters, and the broker is pretty upset about this, which is kind of almost a stranger. He's got like a sort of interesting temperament, this guy.
They're giving him a little bit of an extra dimension, right? In season 1, he was kind of portrayed as just being a money-grubbing asshole, but in this one, it actually seems as though they're saying a little bit more complicated than that. A little bit more going on than that.
Because he turns down money twice, and he turns down the extra money in the first instance, and he turns it down because she's come here to ask him to look for her sister, right? Daughter, even. And offers him more money, and he again turns it down. So I having not seen the rest of this season yet, I mean, I don't know, but I mean, I imagine he's going to play a reasonably important role later. Would I be right for those who have seen it? Just because it's an odd thing to introduce and not do anything with.
We don't see him again, I believe.
We don't see him again after this scene.
We'll probably see him in season 3, but
probably, yeah.
No, we don't see him again. This is his only scene.
Is this season only going to be 7 episodes, or are there more coming later?
No, season 2 is 7 episodes. Season 3 is coming next year. They were shot back to back, which might lead you to be like, that could mean something. Like that could mean something about the nature of this season. and the
Hmm.
total content of the season? And the answer is we will get there. We'll get to that. But Noel offers more money for him to look one last time, but as Platoon said, he turns it down and tells her that she needs to move on. And we join her later that night. She's in her van and she's looking at a photo of her family and she weeps for a moment. But then somebody knocks on a window, the light comes in, presumably it's the night watchman. But no, this time it is a recruiter for the games, and she is handed a card. Which I suppose what's interesting here is that already this is different to the way that it normally is. You know, it's normally that they get given the card after they played a game, at least based on what we've seen so far. But this time, no, it's just she's been found in the middle of the night and handed a card. And now we're back with Yunho speaking to his mother over the phone, and he's heading to the cemetery, and she asks him to see if his brother left any flowers at the grave of his wife. But we see that the flowers that had been left previously have wilted away. They've been there for a long time. And Yunho replaces them with fresh flowers. And then we see him having dinner with his mother, who remarks that Inho, which is a reminder, that's Frontman, the name of the brother, must not want them in his life, presumably because she wonders if he resents her because he thought that she favored Yunho because he's her biological son rather than a stepson. But Yunho's really annoyed that she says this. He doesn't want her to say this. And then she this by the way, because you mentioned it before, Mola, this I presume this is the scene that you meant for the exposition being pretty clunky.
This is one of the ones I was thinking about, but no, the number one was the one where he explicitly said, as you know, at the beginning of it, was when he was explaining to his men, the fella who got sacrificed himself.
Oh yeah, right.
There's a couple. They don't do particularly well with catching us up, so to speak. And it's kind of regrettable because it's like, why don't you know how to do this? Like, why do you? It's just so weird. People don't speak to each other this way. They don't say like, "Oh my god, I can't believe all of this stuff that we both know very well happened." It's like, yeah,
well, yeah, because in this scene, this is your clunky reminder that that Inho donated one of his kidneys to Yunho, which was something that was said explicitly in season 1. It was when Yunho was confronting one of the pink soldiers that he managed to get alone. So it's like I remember. We don't need to mention it again. But I think it's because I want to use it as a segue for like new conversations about the dynamic in the family, which wasn't as clear.
There are other ways to do it. You don't have to.
Well, I mean,
Like
one of the easiest ones is
clips.
that one of the easiest ones is that if Inho was competed in the games before, we already know that he would have been in dire straits financially. It's not like the kind of thing that needs to be rehashed. You already know that he was probably financially destitute. Otherwise, he wouldn't have participated in the game. But I mean, essentially that gets brought up again.
Yeah, it's exposition, but angry and sad.
Which is not bad. I mean, at least it's got those elements to it because it gives an opportunity for them to have an argument. Because Yunho, like she mentions that when Inho's wife got sick, she couldn't do anything for him, brings her to tears, and then Yunho basically he tells her to stop speaking like in this way of all of these things that she should have done and sacrifices that she should have made. And he says that it was Inho's decision to take bribes. Neither of them are responsible for his fate. And that's the end of the scene.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I can see how enthralled you are by the detective guys.
Detective man, let's go.
Detective man, yes.
Great.
He's gonna do so much
variation,
detecting.
right? Because normally his scenes involve him walking into a room and all of the evidence jumping right out at him, and that was not one of those scenes. So that's different.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny because I immediately have to think about Penguin, which I thought like a really good balance between like scenes that move the plot, but also like a lot of intense scenes or scenes you have to think about a lot, or not a lot, just have to think about, and there's multiple things to gather from. You know what I mean? I think it was a really good balance in the way they did like the conversations were like really well and natural to the characters. Well, this is just like here's exposition. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, just whatever. Anyway, we're back at the amusement park, and the young girl is
Yay.
there again, and she's waiting to see the pink bunny. But this time, the bunny walks right past her, makes her sad. But it's because it's not Noel. She's in the manager's office. She's handing in her resignation. She's quitting, and the manager invites her to come to like a staff dinner to say goodbye. But she just thanks him and leaves. And then we find the guy who's the bunny now was the pig last time, and he's still really upset about his work. And they talk about how cold she is, and the manager wonders how she could have performed her job at all, given how antisocial she is. And then we are over with the sketch artist, the father before, who is working, and an ambulance comes into the park, and he watches it drive by, and he kind of has a sort of reaction. He's got like a heightened reaction to this, rather than looking at it sort of as a indifferent bystander. It's like he knows that something must be going on. And then we see that the ambulance is pulled up, and the young girl has fainted, and he runs over and hops into the ambulance as they take her over to the hospital. And Noelle is watching all of this happen, and she overhears the name of the hospital that they're going to. But the strawberry hat that she was wearing, the little girl, got dropped, and so she picks it up.
He cares very
then
much
there's,
about
like, a-
this girl, and we also know she's looking for a daughter that she lost, so... See,
Right,
it's
so
these
parallel.
things, yeah. Well,
Right.
I almost want to just try and be fair to it and be like, this is a very interesting foundation. I'm curious what we're going to do with this character.
Mhm.
Yeah, me too.
Kind
Well,
of.
wait,
My
what?
concern with a lot of these people, it's not just her, but I think some of the others as well, is that it's almost. My concern will be that they are just reskinning the side characters from season 1. You've already had Surly character who is concerned about fate of young child. We've already had one of those. We've had person who is severely sick, needs money because doesn't have health insurance. We've had one of those. We've already had kooky, weird woman. We're going to get one of those later. It's like I want them to be as well drawn, but I also want them to be distinct from the characters we had in season 1.
To
And
be
my concern from the
fair-
first 3 episodes is they're not.
Difficult to do given the sheer number of characters.
But you've also seen the end of episode 2, and there is a bit of a twist with this character.
True, there is a bit of a twist. So, like, yeah, I mean, it's more of a concern than it is a criticism at this point. I haven't yet seen enough from the side characters, even by the end of episode 3, that makes me think, yeah, this is going to be quite as compelling as the cast from season 1.
It's I mean, it's an interesting challenge that they'll have to overcome, in part because there's less time that can even be afforded to any of the new characters that are going to be introduced in the games. There's a lot less time. Instead of 9, and a lot of the characters didn't make it to episode 9, but still, it's a limited amount of screen time by comparison. There's a brief sort of interlude of Gi-hun getting one of his teeth pulled out, which looks quite. I don't know if he's got like anesthetic or something, but goddamn.
I just don't
Took
see
another
why it was
chance, though.
necessary to do that anyway. Like,
No, I mean,
we can go through all of the different options they have, but first of all, just doing it in relation to the teeth, you could just attach a porcelain edition that has the tracker inside it to a tooth. That's as good as
he's
cover.
committed.
No, but what I'm trying to say is that's as good, if not even better, than the current cover that this affords. This wasn't take the tooth out, hollow the inside, and then put it back in. This was there's like a crown that's attached by 2 metal wires that hook around the other teeth. Like, that's pretty noticeable for anybody who looks in his mouth.
Yeah.
Which
Also, I mean,
and
it goes
I-
back to that question I raised like earlier, which is that given that he knows that they use trackers and know about trackers, was this really the best plan that he could come up with? And the tooth is not the best one. I mean, I don't like the scene because I was eating dinner while it happened, and so I have a grudge against it. But like, surely you could all like take a suppository. They're not going to check up your ass for a
It's
tracker.
funny you say that. If I were him, I'd be so committed to this. I'd be like, do the tooth. I want you to give me a suppository ready for when I go in, because I am definitely going to make sure this works, but I'm going to swallow something right before I go in, too. A pill the size.
Yeah.
And then you'd be like, what if you poop it out? It's like, I'm going to not poop for a while. that's my plan.
I mean, the thing is that in season 1, it was essentially confirmed that a suppository could get through.
Yes, and a lot of things
which you probably
get
should-
through
you
in
probably
this
should
season that
swallow.
really shouldn't have.
Yeah. A particularly glaring one later.
Yeah.
Yeah. In any case, but now he's got an artificial tooth that has a tracking device on it, which is going to be relevant later. But we're back with Noel, who has followed. She's gone to the hospital, and
Sorry.
as she comes in,
Those just references, just too good not to say. When Professor Farnsworth gives Fry that huge pill, and then he's like, I don't think I can swallow that. He's like, good news, it's a suppository.
Have you taken your suppository? Yes. Stop asking.
Yeah, this would help him breathe underwater, right? I think.
Yeah.
In any case, yeah, it's back at the hospital, and Noel is overhearing the doctor explaining to the father that the medication that he needs for his daughter is not covered by insurance. And the father assures him that he's going to find a way to get the money. And as they leave, yeah, I mean, at this point, you're already like, oh, I think you're going to be joining the games, aren't you, Mr. Man? But Noelle enters the hospital room, and she holds the girl's hand for a moment, and then leaves the strawberry hat on the bed and leaves. And the father comes in and sees that it's there, and he's a little perplexed.
What happened?
How did this hat get in here?
Terrifying.
Yeah, I mean that's the end. We now see that Woo-seok has recruited a whole team of mercenaries who are going to help Gi-hun. And he explains to the leader, Kim, that they have to be careful while he infiltrates the club, which Yunho offers to come in with him, but Gi-hun says no because if they've seen his face, they might recognize him, which is a fair point, I suppose. And he'll bring in Woo-seok instead. But then
Is there a bit I missed as to why they're not involving the police at this point? Like, is there a reason Detective Man hasn't gone back and said, well, actually, I've now got a really solid lead. All that stuff I told you that I couldn't prove, well, I think now I might be able to prove it, so
I
let's go
think
to this club and surround it.
They should, at the very fucking least, have a backup plan of recording Gi-hun's, take on everything. You basically get in front of a camera and say every last piece of information you've got and know to be true with any material you know to be true, and probably even show those cards and I don't know, maybe show the fact that you killed the recruiter guy. It was probably not a good idea. Point being, get as much information as possible, because God forbid it would be terrible if Gi-hun ended up going to the games and all of those guys were left hanging with nothing. That would be really bad. And you'd probably want a backup plan that could involve giving the police some kind of leverage in terms of actual information, evidence, anything that confirms anything, which, it's, I get what you're saying. I do. It's complicated as well because the police, I think, risks some level of corruption. We don't know if the Squid Game people have some connection there. Maybe that would give away too much. You put that at risk. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but
Yeah. I mean, I'm almost surprised we haven't had that already, really. I mean, I
Yeah.
would have thought you would have probably even got that in season 1 as soon as the detective character is introduced. It's sort of the usual thing you would expect, that you can't trust the police because the police are strongly implied to be in on the game. But we haven't really had that, so another explanation would be helpful.
yeah, but you're not going to get it.
Oh, well.
But this leads into another really good scene with
Yes.
Gi-hun, who is usually the common denominator of the really good scenes. He goes into his room and he places a call, and it's his daughter, and she answers in English, which, if you recall, was something that Gi-hun's mother said would happen once she moved to America, which is where they moved in season 1.
Hit me pretty quick when we were watching as like a really hard thing, because it's the mother desperately warns him that that's going to be the bad thing that'll end up happening, and of course she's dead now after he recognizes way too late how much she basically sacrificed to ensure he got to live a life of gluttony and expenditure that was insane. And she was desperate the whole time to get him to be a better father, and obviously all of that was damaged through his own character and has continued to be damaged now that he's on a new mission, and that big warning his mum gave him has now come true. Answering in English, I was just like, that's an example of the power of proper writing, that I was just like, fuck, that sucks.
And not watching the English dub.
Oh fuck! Ugh. I referenced
Remind us
this.
that even exists.
I referenced this on FNT, but I don't know if you remember, Friggy, but it was kind of viral. There's a part, you know, when they set up for the marbles in episode 6 of season 1. Doksu and his guy, they're talking about teaming up, and the English dub, he's like, "We should join a team together," and the other one goes, "Yes, we will make a very good team." It's like, holy shit!
Oh,
Fucking
God.
Beavis and Butthead over
Yeah.
Oh my god, I don't remember that. That sounds
There's a couple of
hilarious.
instances of that, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, don't watch dubs. Oh my god.
Yeah, she answered it in English, and you gotta you just you know that he's a great actor, all right? We're gonna be saying this just over and over and over again, but his expressions as he's listening, though she eventually says "dad" in Korean, he starts to break down, and he opens his mouth as though preparing to speak, but he can't do it. He just can't get a word out, and then the phone call ends because it's like, oh, there's no one there, just hang up, and he's sitting alone crying. It's the sacrifices he's making in order to achieve his goal. Very tragic. And then we're back over with Noel, who is making a call to participate in the games. She's provided a time and address. She ends the call and she drops the drawing that she was handed by the young girl into a bonfire. Oh, jeez. Why are you going to do that, huh?
I know. It's like, just
Sad.
take away from the
Wow.
command.
I mean, I guess she
People
won't
get away
know,
with all
but
kinds of contraband.
yeah. But now it's gone. But now it's Halloween. We move on to Halloween night, and Gi-hun, Yunho, and Woo-seok scope out the club that they need to go to. And they conclude that Halloween must have been chosen because it provided better cause for a frontman to cover his face with a mask. And they, Gi-hun and Woo-seok head in while Yunho monitors from outside. But while he's outside and after they go in, he spots 2 soldiers from the games heading inside. He sort of panics a little bit and
By the way,
jumps out of the car and heads into the club.
what is it? The universal symbol of the retard is grabbing the horse mask. It's like the retard character will grab the horse mask.
I mean, it is a goofy looking. He's just walking around, stumbling through this crowded club with a horse mask, trying to like listen on the radio to find out what's happening. And they get split up. Gi-hun is approached by one of the soldiers who leads him outside. And Woo-seok notices, but then he bumps into another soldier who zaps him with the old taser. Zaps him with it and knocks him out. And so Gi-hun gets taken out the back and he's escorted to a white limo. And he hops inside as Yunho makes it to the alley. And so he tells him, trail that limo, don't lose it. And then inside we get, I suppose, what could, another important scene in terms of establishing, the dynamic for the season. Gi-hun is going to be speaking to frontman through a little piggy bank radio. I guess they really like that piggy bank. It's
they're big on the theme there. They got to stick with it. The branding.
And once again, frontman says that Gi-hun should have gotten on the plane, but then he affords Gi-hun the opportunity to speak, and Gi-hun tells frontman to stop the games. And frontman responds, "All we did was create it. All of you participated by choice." And Gi-hun thinks that's a bullshit argument, and that they took advantage of desperate people. And frontman, like Recruiter, refers to the dead players as trash who were eliminated from the competition. And then he says, the game will not end unless the world changes, which is a interesting response.
It was about as on the nose as I can remember it being, actually, for the entire thing. This is the point the writer, I think, wanted to make, but then he got too interested in giving us good characters. So this is like the first and only real time. It's like, oh yeah, this is just gonna hit you on the nose briefly with anti-capitalist stuff.
I don't even agree with that. I think you can take, what does world mean? If you can say it's the systems in play, but that's still dependent on the people who decide them, construct them, and run them. And it's like, if is the failing of capitalism the system itself, or the manipulation that people that are participating in it can run with it? It's like there's plenty of conversations you can have with that, but why couldn't you read it then as for as long as there are people who have extreme vices and addictions that make them decide to take extreme gambles, there's always going to be people who can take advantage of it. You know, like in order for this to stop, the world has to change such that human nature has to change. Like it's, I think there's a couple of ways you can read it.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, I think there are other ways to read it. I'm basing it in part though off the preceding exchange because Master Soul does actually throw back that you call it choice, but it's bullshit. You are manipulating people who really don't. Like you pretend that this is a choice and you pretend like it's charity, but actually these people don't have that, and that point isn't rebutted. So, like, I'm sort of based it on the way that preceding argument went.
That's
The
interesting.
system he's criticizing is the rest.
I would actually like this is the thing. This all has to be said without me knowing what the creator has said. I mean, death of the author in this case for me, because I do believe this show makes the counter in the game, like
Yeah.
with the special edition version of the game. Like that's the whole point it wants to make, even to Gi-hun specifically, to be like, yeah, how about we play it this way? And does that change your mind at all about all of this? Which
My assumption would be that the new rule set for the game, which will be revealed in the next episode, was introduced specifically to challenge Gi-hun.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess. That it was like a new decision of like, yeah, we'll do this. Because I mean, it's speaking to a problem that Gi-hun is going to have to deal with, which is like, yeah, but what about the people who know exactly what it is and then they still want to participate, even against the wishes of like nearly half of the people who they're playing with.
I would say to the creator, if he said, you still didn't understand this was criticism of capitalism or something, I would just be like, bro, you're going to have to actually put the word capitalism in if you want the characters and for me to believe fully that's what they're exclusively talking about. Because there's so much information happening, and then you use words like the world needs to change, that there's so much more interesting conversations to be had. Like, you're going to have to be as cringe as other people are when it comes to trying to import your worldview, like, through into artwork. Because I think when you do control for very interesting characters and you try to make everything, like cause and effect, you'll eventually create multiple interpretations, which I think is a good thing. There's no need, because like we covered, I think it was a couple of different people, but like Tim Pool, didn't he say it was absolutely anti-communist?
He said it was about communism, right?
Yeah. And
because whenever political people decide to jump into media analysis, it's always really...
It always ends well.
This show I like is actually about how stupid people I don't like is.
It's so
how convenient for me.
Like, wow.
Oh, it's so boring.
It is, but like for this show, that you'd have, I think, not only actually using the word of the thing you're trying to criticize would be helpful, but also I think showing, which to be fair, this season might do, but season 1 didn't do, actually showing that the faults that the characters display are the result of the system and they are not their own personal failings. Because in season 1, when someone needs money for health insurance, that's because they've gambled away the money they would have spent on health insurance. So it's a personal fault,
yeah, no,
not
I'm
a
with you on that.
systemic one.
That's why I would counter the author if he told me that. I would be like, your show has counter arguments to your notion that it's capitalism who's the bad guy in this whole thing. Because these people make horribly bad decisions and then they don't want the responsibility of them.
Well, and I suppose the various nature of how the debts arise, right? Like that some of them it's just like gambling or some crazy decisions, or well, I mean, a common one will be in this season is crypto.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
topical.
Someone bought the Hawk to a girl's coin and ended up in this.
Oh my god. Gi-hun, in response to the game will not end unless the world changes, he says, that's a story created by people like you. You think people are just horses in a race and you own the horses. Which is when Frontman says that Gi-hun's way with words has improved. Which is funny because I would say it's not like it's a bit of a clunky way of getting the point across. But it's probably better than what Gi-hun would have done in season 1. So
I would have said
it's
not even his way with words that's improved, it's his understanding of the world has improved, it seems.
Yes, exactly. And then he wonders if Gi-hun's plan is to convince the owners of the horses to stop the race. And while this is happening, Yunho is they're following, and he tells the mercenaries not to engage the limo until they're in a quieter place, but as they drive around, they note that the limo is going in circles, and believing that they've already been spotted, They signal their intention to engage, but before they can, a soldier with a sniper is up on a roof nearby, and he shoots out the tires of both of their vans, and then a bomb that's underneath Yunho's car like detonates and disables the car. I'm not sure.
Wow, can we tell the police about that? Maybe.
Well, my first thought was just, man, like, of all your well-laid plans of these professionals, they're just knocked out by one guy with a gun, shoot out your wheels. That was it.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you could be like, well, what are they supposed to do? I'd be like, I don't know, man. I just thought they would have more than this. I just, you'd think like that's it. They're out. It's like, okay, fine.
No, that's
The
yeah.
people
They
they're
are done.
chasing thought to put snipers on the roof, but the people doing the chasing didn't think that maybe covering the escape route from the roof was a good idea. But there's a few moments like that where, yeah, people who are said to be very intelligent don't take account of very, very simple options, and then people who are supposed to be intelligent in other situations do the same thing.
We know they have drone tech. It would have been interesting for them to try and trace
Yeah.
the limo with a drone. Like, you have 3 different teams, and they all get subverted by the Squid Game people. That would be something.
Mm.
But just
But in
having
this
them be
case,
like, follow
yeah.
that van with a van, and then it's like, oh, they got it by wheel. Well, that's that then. Okay, fine.
Why couldn't they be like Lightning McQueen and just finish? They could hop to
Yeah.
the follow.
Well, like James
Yeah,
Bond,
that
or
would-
they should transmogrify their car like in Team America. Or valmorphitize.
Well,
That's the one.
yeah,
That's
that's
the one.
right. And then turn it into a jet and fly after them. But yeah, the plan's fucked. Gi-hun hears all of this, and he tries to shoot through the glass, but it's bulletproof. Doesn't work, and so he panics for a
Darn
moment,
it.
places the gun down by his side, and then asks to be put back in the game.
Hmm.
Frontman is now. I suppose now might be the time to talk about that. As getting Gi-hun back into the game is just going to be difficult. Basically, like no matter what, because there's
Mhm.
really like no reason why he would do that of his own volition, unless put in some kind of dire situation. This isn't like the worst it could have been, but it is annoying that it was essentially facilitated by the incompetence of Yunho and their plan and the mercenaries getting taken
Yeah,
out.
you telling me that if they had
in this position.
if they had 20 cars and they all came around and surrounded the limo, would they have been defeated? Is that all
I suppose so. They would have gotten.
I think so, yeah.
which is
they would have
not
gotten him.
satisfying. That's like, oh.
No.
Yeah, I
So
was
no.
actually surprised he was actually in the car. I thought he was just calling in remote from somewhere.
No, he's got chongo balls as well. He'll be in the
He does have
car.
Yeah.
balls, that's true.
Talk
But-
to him.
Congo balls.
Yeah, you would expect something far cleverer than this. For example, when turning a corner, the limo parks under something and then a different limo drives off and they start chasing the wrong one. But of course they have a tracker, but then, Squid Game people could take advantage of that with some kind of disruption thing. There's, we've seen movies before.
Yeah.
There's,
Yeah.
I haven't.
totally have.
But
Shut up.
Frontman is pretty confused by the request, but Gi-hun says, "Well, the fat cats, they'll enjoy it, seeing me back in the game."
Which is
And then he
me. He's
senses
talking about us, the fat cats in the audience. Yes, we will enjoy
That's
it.
right.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
meta commentary.
I
so he
do.
said-
I'm a fat cat. I enjoy this. Give it to me, please.
What do you want me to do? Starve? So he senses Frontman's hesitation. He asks, "Are you scared that you might lose to me like Ilnam did, the old man?" He didn't want to admit it until the moment he died. He knew someone had come to help that homeless man, but he refused to look out the window. But when he stopped breathing, I'm sure he knew he had lost. Which prompts Frontman to say, "Have you seen The Matrix?" When you hear that, you're like, "What? Oh,
What?
Okay."
That got me off guard. I was like, excuse me?
So I grew up in a middle class family.
And he continues.
Wouldn't it have been funny if he was like, have you seen the Matrix series? And he's like, there was only one. Never saw one.
That's right. They said that there were more movies, but that's a paranoid delusion. And he says they could have lived in peace if they took the blue pill, but they still chose the red pill to play heroes. Do you also think you're a hero who can change the world? And
Are you
Gi-hun
based and red pilled?
Gonna be honest,
leans
not
back,
with the name drop of Matrix for that. That's
Yeah.
I think I think
No.
that instead of being a thing where you recover it and it's like, that was a cool thing, it becomes like, that was a little cringe, actually.
It's a tad cringe.
Actually,
Tad cringe, yeah, it is.
It is because it goes back to how stupid a lot of the overworld evil villain stuff is, because you have to be functionally retarded to take that read away from the first Matrix movie. Like they take the red pill to play the hero. Like that is trying to make a point about the character of the villains, which
Yeah, I
isn't
get
a
what you're
good
saying.
point
Like-
for the character of the villains.
Like the author could claim, you see, he's not even right about the Matrix. That's not why they take the red pill. Like, it'd be like, yeah, everyone knows that. If you watch the film, like who the fuck thought they were taking the red pill because they want to be heroes? That's not no. It's like a miserably horrible experience. Cypher is willing to backstab his whole team just to get back in the Matrix. Like, come
go
on.
back. I want steak.
There's a Matrix reference in season 1 as well, isn't there? But I can't remember what the context is. But it does sort of periodically come up. One of the characters' references in season 1, I think they were sort of leaning into it at the end of season 1, like the hair color change and the ending on the phone call saying "I'm coming to get you" is kind of an oblique Matrix reference, and then it comes up again here. So like the writer's evidently a fan. It's just he
Which is
doesn't
nice.
always use the
Good for
references
them.
correctly.
I like the Matrix
I mean, my
too.
guess is it was trying to be clever with it. It's like, you see, the
Mm.
red pill is cringe whenever he tries to spin the red
like-
pill into their own thing.
I feel like it is all better. You just reduce it all down to just one line of, do you think you're a hero? Do you think you could
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
change
Yeah.
the whole world yourself, Gi-hun? Is that it? Like, you're that delusional? You don't need to say, have you seen Lord of the Rings: Return of the King? Have you seen... You know when Frodo and Sam are up, it's just like, no, just say it. You don't need to. Just say the thing.
No,
The
no,
hobbits
Frodo
took
Sam
the
took
ring
the
to
red pill
Mordor
to
because
be
they
the
wanted
hero.
to be heroes.
Sam was
Yeah.
playing the hero, and then he was like, Sam was a
I remember
goddamn
the
hero, you
scene
son
when
of a bitch.
Gandalf comes. I remember when Gandalf came back and offered them a red and a blue pill. It's like, do you want to be a hero or do you want to be cringe?
Wakes up and he's like, do you know the difference between Gandalf the Grey and Gandalf the... He's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like,
Go away.
one was
I
a
just
hero.
want to smoke my pipe.
So after the Matrix reference, Gi-hun says, "I'll show you that the world doesn't always go the way you want it to." And then Frontman relents, and the limo is filled with the knockout gas. And then that's when it's revealed that Frontman was sitting in the passenger seat. And he's like, "Well, welcome to the game." And meanwhile, is saying the crew have to initiate Plan B. It's like, see, they had a contingency plan. This was always a possibility that they would get. That they would
Yeah,
screw up
they were like,
badly.
if by any chance there's a sniper that knocks us all out, you go in the game. It's like, you got it. That's what we do.
And so we join Noel once again, and she's parked beneath the overpass. And there's 3 trucks with cargo containers on them. And she walks into one of them, and she's not the only one. There's a few people here. And there's a whole bunch of like little changing rooms in the truck. And she walks past a bunch of people in those rooms, and they've got numbers on the doors. She gets in her room, which is marked with the number 11, and she changes into a pink uniform and puts on a mask.
Ooh.
Oh
She's
shit!
one of the soldiers.
I thought this was
At this
so
point, I was like,
cool.
oh, that's really...
So
yeah,
the
same.
normies in those.
I was
I
like,
was
that's
like,
cool.
we're
We get
getting
super
a
interesting.
fucking worker in the Squid Game plotline. That is, oh yes,
Yeah.
thumbs up. I am ready. I'm game. Woohoo! I was on FNT and Gary was saying he's seen up to episode 3 and he was super interested in the idea of having a POV for Squid Game people. I am not making these statements as though to make some contradictory statement as to the state of the remaining 4 episodes post episode 3 because we're not talking about them yet.
No, we're
Mhm,
talking about
mhm.
episode 3. That's
Yep.
right. We're
Mm-hmm.
not. That's the end of episode 2, by the way. That's how
Dun,
it
dun,
ends.
dun, 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 dun.
Little twist. Oh my goodness.
And then the Squid played the music stuff.
Did he?
I don't know.
Was there a time when Blooper in like Mario played any music? Did that ever happen in like Super Mario Galaxy or Sunshine? I don't think it does.
Mm.
I should hope so.
I don't
Maybe
know why
they
I'm thinking
should
of
do
that.
that.
What, that he plays music? What would he play? What would Blooper play as an instrument?
The
Play the
saxophone.
drums.
Would he play the drums like that in Aquaman, the octopus?
That guy
Yeah,
was
that's kind of
fucking
what I
pro.
figure.
Best thing about the movie.
Uh,
If
But
you hollowed Blooper out a bit, though, you could just turn him into a set of bagpipes, couldn't you? You just like
Yeah.
actually turn Blooper into the instrument.
Mario
sounds
has abused
painful.
him quite a
No.
bit. He's probably
yeah, he
ready.
gets hurt a lot.
But yes, episode 2,
Abusive.
I don't think is very much as good as episode 1's potency.
No.
Feels much more a let's get all of this stuff
Plot.
set up because yeah, we're moving things in a particular direction. You're like, oh, okie dokie.
As
Yes.
we see when we lead straight into
Yeah,
episode
same.
3 with Yun-ho getting the mercenaries to the harbor with Park and his boat, and they're gonna go infiltrate the island and save Gi-hun and put a stop to the game, and that is the scene because it's
Whoa! I
just
can't wait for them. They're doing all the shooting and stuff.
all of
They've been training so hard in the hotel.
It's this is the point where the Yun-ho storyline, the detective storyline, is just plot from this point onward.
It's
Like,
actually it's kind of remarkable in a bad way. Like,
Yeah,
how did you manage to make them so dry? Like, holy shit.
Yeah. Oh, what are you doing? Looking for the island? All right,
Okay,
cool.
okay. Let's get to
I
what
kinda
we're
like that.
For the island.
That was my impression of like almost the entire episode. This might be because I'd done like 9 hours back to back Squid Game last night, and then 3 hours back to back Squid Games. It's like overdose of Squid at this point. But I found episode 3 was like by far the most disappointing. Not necessarily awful, but of all the things that I think it really needed to do, it just didn't do anything very much. There's maybe one interesting sort of character. I don't know if twist is the right word, but characters get put into a new position, which sort of parallels positions they were in season 1, which I didn't mind. But the rest of it, you've already said that this is just pure plot on the detective's point, but it's also going to be our first introduction to the games. And so it's like, well, what new things is that going to throw up? How much are we going to get done there? How different is this going to be? What are we going to learn about the side characters we haven't yet been introduced to? And I came away from the end of this one thinking kind of nothing really. It was just very formulaic.
No.
I think even though this episode is pretty long, we're probably gonna get through it fairly quickly.
Oh.
Is the impression I get. Whoa, hey, we'll see.
We'll
I mean,
see.
there is stuff to talk about. There is stuff to
Yeah,
talk
we
Fine,
will
I'll get
see.
another beer then. Jesus. Okay,
Another
fine.
beer,
I'll do it.
God.
I'll do it.
Do it then.
Not even beer.
Do
It's
it.
Pussy.
Do it.
cider.
Get out of my! I don't know what I'm thinking. Get out of my car! You remember the psychic? I'm facing a fucking
Get
moron.
out of my car!
Get out
Now!
I will fucking talk to you any goddamn way I want. Really?
It's so funny,
Yes,
I can-
I fucking will, and I
It's so
have
funny.
the right.
So funny, I could partially hear what Mauler was saying upstairs. He was like, "Rah, rah, 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 rah."
You're in a hospital where you need to be. Get out of my car.
I've actually recently rewatched that thing. That's just so good.
It's great. Though, as
Get
I understand it,
of my car!
isn't it that the real situation was that the passenger was actually basically deliberately trying to rile him up? Like that she was acting pretty terribly up to that point, and then just turn on the camera while he was
I never
God,
saw the full
I-
context. It's just that's just typically what it is, though. It's all like, what happened before you started rolling, huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
I hate that about our current culture. Isn't it insane? Gym stuff. So it was like phase
Oh
1.
yeah, the guy.
Oh
the
my
idea of
God,
people
the
watching
gym
guys in the
girls.
Yeah,
gym.
back in the day,
Yeah.
phase 1, it was look at this guy rudely sexually harassing / perverting on some innocent woman. Like, oh my goodness. And then like it didn't take long before it was like, yeah, those are just cropping up everywhere. Then someone like, yeah, if you see this other point of view, she's doing it to try and capture that on purpose. And then like
Mhm.
people doing their I'm doing my gym video, and some guy just like casually walking through the shop because he's in a gym, and then she's like, "Excuse
Yeah.
me," and then he's like, "What?" It's just like, "How could you? How
Yeah.
dare you? Excuse
He
you?"
just kind of like peers at her like for like a split second, but then she slows the footage down. Look how he stared.
My favorite. There
Look at
was
this
one. I don't know if you
pervert!
guys saw it, but it was like this shot is fucking big gym, and this girl is like the text comes up and it's like this guy perverting me for so long. It's disgusting, and I finally caught him out. You can just see this fucking dude who's not even looking at her really far in the distance. She's like, "Stop looking at me." And he's like, "What?" He's like, "Lady, I don't even know you. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on." And she's like, "You've been looking at me." And it's just like, "What are you talking about?" Some of the, I hate that culture. It's pathetic.
It's been unfortunate that phones have facilitated a tidal wave of cringe. like in terms of
Yeah.
things that people like do in terms of recording
Oh
themselves
yeah,
in the world.
because there's one where it's exactly that scenario, but the guy works there and he just tells her to leave and that her membership is gonna get removed. And she was like, "No,
Oh,
what? No,
God.
Yeah,
no,
I
no."
saw that one.
Because
Yeah.
she like didn't realize who she was dealing with, and he was
Oh,
just like, "I know
no.
what you're doing. It's this is horrible behavior. You're not allowed to come here anymore." And it's just like, no.
Oh no. God
Fuck
damn
around
it.
and find out, huh?
Just ah.
And then
Well,
what follows
I
is
just
like
wanted
this one
internet
gal's
clout.
trying to do a deadlift, and then she's all of a sudden just like, "Oh, hang on, somebody help, somebody help!" And like, no, you got your phone on you. Sorry,
It's
I'm
too
not
late.
helping
You
you.
have to deal with
This
it.
is the result.
So Gi-hun wakes up in the dorm with a new set of players, and once again he is player 456. And
Nostalgic.
then he walks past the shaman lady, who is the aforementioned crazy lady of this season.
Can
And the
we?
worst
Yes,
fucking
yeah.
character.
Well,
I can't
I don't know.
stand this character.
I don't know if it's even like worth going through what exactly she says.
No,
'Cause,
it's
I mean-
not. There's nothing that she says is worth
You know
a
what
shit.
bugs
I
me?
don't know.
I had a thought, and I was almost gonna say it, Fringy, but enough people recognized her in the shot that I was like, oh, okay. I was like, man, it would be really cool if there was a character here that Gi-hun was imagining through his trauma that they weren't
Oh.
there, and that
Mm.
their dialogue was like reflective of all the mistakes he made in season 1 or something. And I thought, wouldn't it be cool if that's what she was? That's why she's so strange. But there's a moment where everybody looks at her, and I was like, oh, she has to
No,
be real.
she's real.
Okay.
Yeah, she's real.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. She basically just says a bunch of. I was gonna say vague, but they're actually the opposite. She basically just states like his situation to him, and it's like, okay, all right.
Yeah,
That was going to be
sure.
my concern with that character all the way through. Not only is she sort of aping a lot of the mannerisms of one of the most irritating characters in season 1, but that character at least had a point. Is that my concern with her is that because she starts off with this, oh, I can say incredibly accurate things because I'm a psychic. It's like, how much are we going to be leaning on that like later? Is that going to be a really lazy means of expositing people's feelings? Is there going to be some creepy, is she right, maybe kind of thing going on? I don't want that to happen, but I haven't seen the rest of the season, so I don't know if it does.
She
but
just keeps
she really
saying
is.
things that are just very accurate inexplicably.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also coming off really culty. She's even got a nice music sting every time the camera goes onto her, which is so fun. I fucking hate this character. So much.
Oh,
It's
that's I
so
think you're being
fun.
sarcastic, but
Yeah, very sarcastic. I hate this character
Yeah.
every time she's on screen.
I mean, I suppose we
Yeah.
can just move forward then, can't we?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
a group of soldiers come in, they welcome everybody to the games, and they are met with the expected questions, and just like last time, they provide really obtuse answers. I mean, it's basically, it's very similar to the first time around. They ask a lot of the same questions, and then it prompts them to do the thing again, where it's like, they start singling out people, and one of the guys they
Mhm.
single out is Myung-gi, who's number 333, and he was a YouTuber who promoted like a crypto coin that like
Boogie.
crashed, and so
MG coin or whatever the name was.
whatever it is. I mean,
MG
it's just
coin.
some crypto.
I saw
And there are a few players who look at him that seems to have personal grievances with him specifically.
I saw the notion that it was cringe to have crypto coin referenced in this. I don't see that the same way I see
Why
Ryan
would-
Johnson saying SJW. Crypto's a real thing.
Oh god,
That
yeah,
has,
like
had real,
Well, it's a real thing that-
consequences in the world, and it's
yeah,
significant. And
people
like people have lost
blown their
everything
lives
through
up
crypto.
over crypto. So I don't know why. Yeah, like it. The reality is that there are people who have made themselves financially destitute from investments in crypto. So
Yeah, and
Yeah,
quite a few
I don't
rug
see it.
pulls have happened recently.
Well, and how much, like legit, how much
Coin.
money did Boogie lose on crypto?
well, remember he didn't. The way that he described it, it sounded like he just returned to what his initial investment was, but he described it as a loss because it was a loss from his highest paper gain,
Right.
not a realized
Uh-huh.
gain. So in terms of lot, I mean, the other examples, right, of just like the chart, right, where you see the chart and then it's just a fucking vertical line down to like nothing.
Yeah.
There's more than a few of those, and I mean, yeah. in
I
this
mean,
case-
you just recently had the whole pump.fun website where people just go to get themselves scammed basically all the time.
It's a crazy world out there,
Yeah.
and I mean, in this case, this guy, he's clearly lost money, and there are some other players there who are looking at him, angry. They recognize him. I mean, it was mentioned he was a YouTuber, so some degree of fame. It looks like
Which
there
was
might be other people.
interesting, right? Because there's a few other famous-ish people. There's the rapper guy who other people also recognize, and there's quite a
Thanos.
high-profile like futures investor who's there who like people don't necessarily recognize, but he had a high-profile job. And I was trying to remember, and I sadly don't remember. Were there any equivalently high-profile people in like the intake in season 1? Because I would have thought that that would be an especially large risk for the Squid Game organizers, right? Because you're taking famous people. People will know if famous people go missing.
Mm,
True.
that's
It is risky.
true. That's true.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think this whole thing was risky from in season 1, when you vote and they actually do to leave, and all those people are deposited back into the world with knowledge of the Squid Game. That's kind of insane. Like,
That's a big
Yeah.
risk. Yeah.
That is a big risk. That's
Enough
true.
people saying that people would notice and be like, dude, why would there just be this thing where lots of people disappear for a day or two and then regularly report the same story
all you need
about
Yeah.
the same soldiers in pink in
Like-
the game?
one of the most incompetent detectives nearly brings the whole thing down. So if they just had a couple of fucking, actually hyper competent ones involved, this thing would be dissolved overnight.
Let's be over.
And you think that they would come together to tell the story accurately. I know this guy. This is what we did. It's like, yeah.
I mean, just imagine 300 people, or I don't know, 200 people coming back with suddenly tons of money and just starting paying off all that debt, or at least part of it to a degree. And it's like, oh, what's
you
going on
figure that
here?
A few of them would just get in trouble. Like, it would be
Yeah.
noticed. It's like, how do you just suddenly have millions of dollars? Like, what happened?
Yeah. How's that
Also, by the way,
South Korean
I find it-
tax fund going there.
I find it funny when they start pointing out single people. They go through the ones that have been speaking up, and then just random people just catching strays. It's like, hey, what did I do?
yeah.
Then you've got the guy who had 10 billion won debt, and everybody just looks at him and he screams at them.
I was gonna
Like,
say,
what
the
are you
thing
looking
is,
at?
you can sort of find that amusing in like a in-universe thing, but from out of universe, like it's all so very deliberate. The writer wants to make sure we understand those ones specifically, especially Thanos
Yeah.
being the guy who was in debt because of MG coin.
Because
Which-
of the coin, yeah.
You'll notice pretty quickly, anybody watching, Thanos has purple hair and his fingernails are colored according to the Infinity Stones, which is
He really likes Infinity War.
yeah, it's just like, okay, fine. And apparently he's famous in Korea. He's like a famous rapper in real life.
The actor.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's fun for fans of him, I
Mhm.
suppose.
A
Wonder
little
what Thanos thinks about Endgame. Why not talk about it? To him about it.
But yeah, Gi-hun is watching from the sidelines, and he checks to see if his false tooth is there, and it seems to be.
Oh, but by the way, did anyone else expect them to just drop on him? It's like, oh yeah, he has no debt at all. By the way, like he's.
Yeah.
I was kind of expecting that to happen.
No, I guess
Yeah,
not.
that would have been an interesting little thing for him to put up with. Then
Well
he'd have
said.
to explain exactly where
Because
he's
that would have
coming
made
from.
it like
Hmm.
even harder for him to save anyone. It's like, hey, no, you need to look out. It's like, shut up, you 45 billion won. So what the fuck do you
Yeah.
want?
What do you
Why are
have
you
no
even
debts.
here?
You're here for fun. You want to watch us suffer?
Yeah. Are you some
I think,
kind of freak?
The thing is, like, as he's watching, you do kind of have this sort of, Gi-hun, why don't you like take the opportunity now to say this is a game where everybody, it's you die when you're eliminated, yes?
That's
And
why.
ask
Yeah.
the soldiers, because the soldiers would say, oh, if you lose, you'd be eliminated. Be like, eliminated meaning dead, right? And then they'd probably say it means you'll be eliminated, and then everybody would be like, why do you not want to
Yeah.
answer the question? Like, this is a little bit concerning, and then
Actually,
that changes things. Straight
normally
away.
I
is
think in general,
Not only
Go
is
ahead.
it in character as far as I'm concerned, but it's actually a big missed opportunity for drama because there's a couple of ways you can lead it. They obviously want the notion that you're going to get killed in red light, green light to be a surprise again. That's the main
Yeah.
thing the writer's trying to achieve. There are ways to get that across while maintaining Gi-hun's integrity as a character, but I actually do think, genuinely speaking, it's a bit of a mind game to get them to admit it, and that what was referenced by Fringy there is one of the things that you'd make happen. The officiators would want to avoid saying that. That's probably in their rules. You do not tell the contestants before round one is complete
Yeah.
anything regarding like the lethality of the games. So having Gi-hun be the monkey wrench you could then have them say, if you make like use of, if you basically expose any given, basically if you cheat, we will remove you from the game. And you'd be like, what do you mean cheat? Like, I'm just asking you questions, and it's like, they could just be like, you know exactly what we mean. Like, using any information about the games where you should, to gain advantage, will result in elimination. Or something like that, to shut him up, which, by the way, they do eventually do. They tell him that he can't continue to... So, I'm not particularly satisfied with this. When I was watching it, I was waiting for him to say it, and they kind of imply a reason why he doesn't, and I don't think it's good enough.
It's not good enough.
No.
Yeah. Every time he goes to start to explain it, hey, we're all gonna die, and then like we can just work together. And I was like, why don't you tell them there's gonna be games where it's just all versus all from what you know? Like this would be like a big thing.
Such
Like,
an
no,
enormous
you can't just do
opportunity.
teams all the time.
Being like, you guys are gonna win money, and it's like, yeah, you were kidnapped, but blah blah blah. It's just like, this is all season 1 stuff. He should ask the question, what happens to the people who lose the games, and just see what Squareman says. Because if Squareman says you will die, then they'll be like, whoa, 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 blah, 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 you know, and it
what do you mean die?
It would change everything, you know.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think he's not. I'm completely with you. I don't think he's pressing enough towards the soldiers to actually get some information out of them that would persuade the other ones to not vote for go further at some point.
We kind of need to bring it up now because like it'll be accounted for a couple of times when we go through. But the reason that I got as an impression for why the writers are saying he's not bringing this up is because he believes that the good guys are going to save them any minute now. Any minute now, they're going to burst
Let
in.
everything be calm so that there's no panic and no violence.
I think so. Yeah, I think that's what the writers want us to think, but I don't. I just don't.
Like, yeah, but if they just vote, to go out, no one's gonna die possibly, or not more people.
Not allowed to vote until after the first game, right?
But that's the thing. All of this should get prompted, and the thing is, there, as I said, there are ways to write around this. If the square guys stonewall him and say, this the player speaking right now is Gi-hun. He has additional information that none of you have the advantage of having that constitutes cheating, and he's been warned if he is to do this again, he will be eliminated from the game to ensure that the rest of the game is fair for everyone else. We will be monitoring him closely, something like that. That's like before redrafting it completely. Basically, we need to make it so that he has to shut the fuck up, because he knows too much and he can completely disrupt this. Instead, the writers opted to make him shut the fuck up, which is not cool. You got to do better.
Well, it's just like, I don't. If that's what they were going for, the show hasn't exactly had a whole lot of respect for the audience in terms of, yeah, we get it. And so, if they were going for that, I feel like they would have been more direct with it.
Also, someone said, I don't think it would matter because they're all thinking it's not going to happen to me. No, it would matter intensely. None of them think they're going to die at this point. And in fact, if you want to run that way, I'm on board with it. If you want to run the way of they're all shocked, they're all screaming, some of them are like, "Your God, you're gonna kill us!" And then Squareman says, "You can choose to leave," and then you want to try and play it the way of, it's some character, like that's kind of what the season is up to, right? But like, you want to make it that way, you got to find a way to write it. You can't just sort of pussy out and be like, "No, we just won't have him bring it up."
I mean, yeah, because more stuff. Like he does speak up eventually, because the soldiers talk about the total prize money, 45.6 billion won, and then they announce the new rule that after each game, the players will be given a chance to vote on whether to continue the games, and if the majority votes to leave, the accumulated prize money will be equally split between the remaining players, which is different from last time where the amount that gets added for each contestant eliminated would be sent to their families. So this is a new modifier that is gives like more of an incentive for players to leave because they can walk away with money, even if it gets divided, to some degree. So it's a lot less, but still.
Also, the notion they wouldn't believe him if he said that they would die, it wouldn't matter because the officiators can't lie. At least I don't think they can. We've never seen them lie.
It doesn't seem like they just can be obtuse.
Yeah. So So, if he
Yeah.
says, has anyone ever died while playing these games, or what happens when you're eliminated, all these different questions, they're going to have suspicious answers, and then everybody will notice. Be like, why are they saying it like that? Strange.
Also, I'll be right back. Just continue without me. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
The kind of thing that I think I was kind of interested in seeing as well, because imagine a Squid Game starting up, you don't even get red light, green light before everyone's aware that you die if you lose. I'm also interested in the notion that if you're aware of that, then you take the game extremely seriously. Like, what if no one died in red light, green light? Like, that's how efficiently it was played and how seriously it was played, which is possible. Probably get a few people dying anyway, but it would just be interesting to me because the game makers then would be like, like that kind of got ruined, and it's like
I thought that is what they were going for a large part of like the opening bit of Red Light, Green Light in this episode, when nobody dies. Well, we're not quite there, but nobody dies for the first couple of runs, and it's like, are they going to do that? Because that's kind of interesting. If they do that, then you'll have to see them reacting to this new factor, which is somebody with perfect foreknowledge of the games, whose then status within that group would be so much higher because everyone knows that he knows more than they do, and that he'll be one of the most valuable commodities, like the Doctor was in season 1. But not only does that latter bit not happen, the way in which they contrive people actually dying is, yeah.
Well,
It's. I didn't
Well, we're
expect
not
to
there
see
yet.
bees again as a significant plot point, but there we are.
I mean, we can kind of
By
talk
the way,
about
oh, go ahead.
in the trailer, what they imply starts to fuck up the games is that there's going to be, and I think this is an interesting way to take it, that if Gi-hun warns everyone before the start that these games are lethal, and then red light, green light's the first one, and that's actually pretty easy to survive, especially if you're aware of the rules, how serious it is, at least compared to other ones, then what's going to be the thing? And the trailer implied it was going to start being people sabotaging the games, which I'm super interested in as a concept. That is not what happens in this season.
No, unfortunately not. But by the way, did they remind me? Did someone in season 1 deny the contract signing
I don't think so.
No, I think everybody agreed.
or the consent clause?
A few people didn't come back though.
Yeah.
Like
Okay,
something like
okay.
10 or 11 people didn't
When they all
come
agreed
back.
to leave, not all of them came back. Yeah.
Yeah. So we get the first scene between the mother and son pairing in this is Gumya is the mother and Young-sik is the son, and she sees he's here, calls him a fool for participating in the game, and he's trying to quiet her down because he's a little embarrassed. But she
She's
insists.
yum sick about her. I fucked up the meme. Sorry. Go ahead. No.
I knew where you
Sorry,
were
I
going.
tried to do
Everyone-
I tried to do
I
a
get it.
rags. I tried to do a rags, but I fucked it up. Sorry. No, just
Everyone
just pretend
pretend
this never
that he
happened.
didn't try yet.
No.
Go on.
No,
go
I'm not gonna
ahead.
do it again.
We're all gonna
No,
laugh.
no,
Do it.
Okay, fine. She's yum sick of his bullshit. That's what I was trying to do. There you go. Yeah.
But yeah.
Man, I'm glad there's more beer in the fridge. Fuck this shit.
Oh my god. Don't be too sad. But yeah, he says there's no place for an old lady, but she says that she joined the game to pay off his dad, and he promises he's not going to gamble again. Or she mentions that he promised that he would never gamble again, and then he says, "Well, it's a game. It's not gambling," which is a bit, And then the soldier says, "If you want to participate, you got to sign up." And then you see all of them signing up, and then Myung-gi, the YouTube crypto guy, gets confronted by Thanos and Namgyu, both of whom lost money through the crypto scheme that he promoted. And Thanos is like, he's screaming to him about, he was told he'd be a fool not to buy the coin, and Myung-gi basically says, "Not financial advice, bro," which is kind of like amusing.
He's
It's just like,
I don't want to say like Thanos, the actor, has a vibe, and I kind of like it.
Yeah.
He feels
like it
unique,
too.
and it's a kind of, you'd think it's like, surely this is cringe, right? The Thanos thing. It's like, I don't know, kind of works for me in a weird way. Like, I feel like with the sheer popularity of it, and it's kind of nice to see the reverse. Like a Western IP being referenced, as opposed to we always see the reverse. Like, because the Avengers is pretty popular. Endgame was hyper popular. The idea that there's a rapper that made his sort of persona after it, right? Is like I could believe that. it's fine. And he's not exactly
Yeah.
a nice person, so you can find the cringe can infuse within your dislike of the person himself if you want it to.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
I kind of like the way he holds himself. He's got a very different physical presence compared to most people. He's quite lanky.
Mm-hmm.
But still pretty aggressive.
Yeah, you don't want
He's
to fuck with him,
basically saying,
apparently.
like, you got to get me my money back. Like that's he's got a vendetta. He's out to get YouTube guy. But then as that's happening, Gi-hun he's at the front of the line and he hesitates for a moment, but then he signs up for the new games. And then we cut over to Yunho, you know, that they're on the boat. They're heading over. They're heading to the island where they think he is. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. They're heading
Those
over to
fucking
the
scenes,
island.
man. It's just like, okay, thank you for that. Anyway,
Yeah.
going back.
And then we have all of the players are moving through the area where they got to take their photograph, and a lot of the players recognize Thanos. They want to take a group photograph. He doesn't seem very interested in doing it, but enough of them are there that he's like, yeah, okay. And the soldiers says, no, can't do that. Can't do that. And they're like, oh, come on. And he's like, nope, can't do it. And
Well,
then
it's worth mentioning he keeps trying to get the attention of a girl that
yes,
Yeah.
that's
clearly
the girl
interested
he
in.
wants to- But she's not so interested. She don't really care.
This will have a
and
payoff,
then-
however small.
I mean, I suppose, yeah, it's a small one.
Mm.
And then, yeah, you just see a whole bunch of the important sort of POV characters get their photo taken. And there's a whole bunch of them, and you're going to get to know them, not really in this episode, to be honest. Like, you're really more so going to get to know them over the next, the subsequent episodes 4 through 7. There's a whole bunch of them. But there is one noteworthy one. You might recall that Gi-hun, there was a friend that he had that he hung out with in season 1, you know, when they were doing their gambling. Yungbei, it's one of his friends, and he confronts Gi-hun on the staircase. He's like, where the fuck were you? You disappeared like 3 years ago. You never contacted
Yeah.
me. What's going on?
Which
And Gi-hun is pretty shocked by this.
this just felt like a good choice. Like
Yeah.
it's a quick way
Yeah,
to infuse a backstory we're aware of. This is plenty of. We know this guy well enough. This was just good. This piles on, for lack of a better term. Just more fireworks in the car before it crashes into the wall and explodes. It's like good stuff.
Exactly.
It also it flips the positions from season 1, where the Master Zod is obviously like the inexperienced, sort of slightly oafish bit of an idiot, and his best friend at the time, who's in the games with him, is the super serious, super clever one who becomes very good at the games because he almost loses himself to them. And now you've got basically the same dynamic in play, but the roles have been switched, which I like as a premise. I'm interested to see what they do with it in terms of like how much they play on that going forward, what they actually have Master Soul's character do. I hope they do more, but again, I've not seen past this episode, so I don't know.
Well, it's just you can tell already. It's like this will be potent. You'll get some good
Yeah.
juice out of this, because now it gives Gi-hun, if he didn't already have a sufficient motivation to try and save everybody, it's like, well, now he's got one of his friends here, and he tells him, "Stay close, stay behind me, no matter what happens." And of course, he's very serious, and you know, Yungbei's like, "Yeah, okay, yeah, sure, I'll stick by you."
I got you.
So. I mean, we might as well just run through like what happens here. We might as well just run through
This is already getting funny now because like it's.
I have the stream open on the screen, and like you perfectly said, well, I guess we better get through this real quickly. The exact same.
Yeah, as soon as they show up on the boat. So yeah, Woo-Sok leads the mercenaries on shore, and they go into Gi-hun's location, and they send up a drone to scan the island. And while this is happening, the players are placed in the first arena, which is the red light, green light arena. And then Gi-hun checks his tooth. This time he actually takes it out, and the tracker is gone. And
whoops.
Woo-Sok finds a tracker in a bait box with this fisherman that they've got on the shore. And so I was like, oh, well, I guess Gi-hun's fucked. He even says that himself.
Which,
with the
it's fair now to
dramatic
say,
zoom.
consequently of what is very much a narrow-minded vision on the nature of this organization and its ability to fucking track trackers, we have now cost everything, basically. The whole mission has failed, which is not cool.
Yep.
I would have way
Mhm.
preferred that, like, several contingencies, and then we find out that they account for all of them or something again. Just make it
Instead
look
of-
more difficult and smarter instead of this very simply because season 1, man, they like people. Do you remember Sabiok fucking while they're changing her clothes drops a knife in their pocket and picks it back out? It's
Yeah.
like
It's like, hey,
Mhm.
that's what kind of what I'm getting at in terms of just can't you show us something a little cleverer than
rather than
Mm.
they found it. Well, guess Gi-hun's screwed, huh? It's like, yeah, I mean, I guess if only he had come up with some other plans, rather than just relying on this one. But now that's effectively. I mean, it's not given away much to say that basically the rest of the season is going to be Detective Man looking
and-
for fucking Gi-hun for the rest of the season.
and this is how you
That's
figure
it.
this is the writer's point of view on why he didn't say anything up to this point because he figured they were going to save him at this point. He wouldn't
Yeah.
need to, but so now he has to. Which
Now he's gonna.
like I said, don't like it, but I mean, we get to now enjoy this series of events
We
that
get to
they've.
enjoy some
yeah.
acting
Yes.
because
By the way, they're like, what are they, like 8 people or something? 6, 7?
of the
Like
mercenaries,
the
there's a lot of them,
mercenaries?
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but he knows their operation is like huge. I don't think this is gonna be enough, even
They're
if they would
super
make it.
duper mercenaries, all right?
Oh,
They
okay.
never
Double
miss.
Sorry.
damage.
Yeah.
Triple damage.
Oh,
And so
they're already level 18 and have the items. Yeah, okay, I got you.
and then we see that while this is happening, Frontman, he passes control over to a supervisor. It's a soldier, but he's wearing a big black suit instead of the pink one.
Yeah,
And
new
he's
guy.
going to be this character that we're going to see for a little while. Oh, what were you about to say, Mola?
Well, I just said new guy because we haven't seen a black suited square dude before. So it's like, and it's funny because he will be playing a suitable role in terms of he's more significant than a square, but less significant than Frontman.
And Frontman, that's right. So there's new elements to it. But this is Gi-hun. He now realizes he has to take the initiative here. He gets in front of all the players and says, if you lose the game, you'll be killed. And most of the players don't believe him. They think he's crazy or drunk. Which I find interesting given that he starts telling them really specific information that if I was there, I'd be like, huh. Because he starts pointing out that there's a motion detector in the doll's eyes, and that's what's going to get you, and they'll shoot you from up top.
I mean, I guess you could still read it from their perspective as he's mad because like you can't tell
No, I
from
think
where
that's
they're
reasonable.
standing. It's a motion detector. That's
true.
fine.
This is
My
almost
problem
why
comes is that
I'm frustrated with this because like I can buy this happening here, but the only reason that we can have this scene is by shutting him up to this point, which I don't think should have happened.
my main problem though with it comes after is the fact that he's telling them all this shit they don't believe, and it's all proven to be correct. It's their reaction to it after the event, which I have a fairly big problem with, but we'll get there in
We
time.
can talk about that then. Yeah. Basically, he's explaining all of this to them, and Frontman, he's sitting down to watch. He takes off his mask and pours himself a glass of whiskey. And as the game begins, Gi-hun tells the players, no matter what happens, don't panic or run. This is something that he is going to be reinforcing pretty consistently, which, I mean, I guess that's all he can do right now. But that's all he can do right now. And so the game starts, the players start moving forward, and Gi-hun signals to the players to freeze before the head spin round. And everybody stays perfectly still, which is almost a little bit unbelievable to me that everybody manages to stand. I know he's helping them, but there'd still be somebody who's not very good at standing really still.
When it's
Not
that
to
many
mention,
people,
there's
you'd
still
think
a
one.
lot.
Yeah.
Well, not to mention, there's still a lot of people who just don't believe him. You would think that they would
Yes.
just keep on going and ignore him.
It's like, are we listening to this madman or not? Because
I mean,
the whole point of the preceding scene
they're
was that
trying to
lots
win,
of them
right?
don't
But
believe him.
they're still trying to win, I suppose. So like it's just that you think maybe somebody, because I mean in the first season it was that there were two guys who wanted to get out really, really quick. And then one of them got shot, and then that's what triggered all of the craziness. But this time everybody's kind of sticking together in the group and moving at like a good pace. And though again in terms of, because I like seeing Gi-hun be all heroic, so like him standing still and waiting and guiding them as all the players move around him, it's like, oh, look at him go. Look at him
Yeah.
doing this hero
Yeah,
shit.
he's even waiting to be the last guy among the pile.
That's right, because he waits until he's lost,
Well,
and then he
He's
hides.
intense with the yelling
He is
freeze.
intense, yeah.
Yeah.
He's screaming at the top of his lungs, and
Like he's the kind of
and,
actor you might want to hire for maybe a Star Wars project and get him as a.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a good
pretty
one.
significant
Dude,
role,
don't
yeah,
make me
yeah.
sad. Don't make me sad
Yeah.
again about that. And then he strikes a really cool pose as he hides his face behind his arm so that he can yell out instructions while not moving enough that the motion detector is going to get him, which is pretty clever, I think, as just a
Mhm.
solution to that problem. Hide my face, and then I can yell, and I won't get caught out. And even Young Bae's like, wait, what are you doing? And he tells him, freeze, like, don't turn around, just stay where you are. Don't talk without covering your mouth.
And to be clear,
and a couple.
it does seem so walking and moving your arms and stuff is like a guaranteed death, but moving your eyes and lips is like it's close. Like the robot
It's close,
might
yeah.
pick you up. You got to be careful.
Mhm.
Well, you remember that Doc Soo, he was like fucking still when he was talking to Sabiok when she was
Yeah.
right behind him. Like he was really still.
Well, some of them in
albeit
this
with the
sequence are
trembling
moving their
a little
eyes
bit.
and talking while not covering their mouth. He even says like, "Please cover
Yeah.
your mouth if you're going to speak," because
Yeah.
Although it is like Gi-hun is doing a whole lot of trembling when he's doing his screaming stuff, so it's like
He
the
is.
believability of how slow he or still he
but
was a,
It's kinda what I
bit of a
mean, though.
stretch.
I think I can buy it. The robot does allow for a little bit of movement.
Yeah, it's more so like if you move your arms as you're like sort of setting your, like shaking. Shaking seems to be okay. It seems to be, and also Gi-hun just shakes. It's honestly one of the talents of the actor is he's really fucking good at doing like
Yeah.
intense shaking when he's acting. It's like really impressive to me. I'm just consistently impressed by him. Like in
Yeah,
this
he's really
show.
fucking good.
He's so good. And
Oh yeah, he's
and
also at
doing
the
a pretty
back
good
too.
job. Yes, and as it was mentioned before by Das, he waits until everybody's behind, in front of him, and then he starts moving forward. Very, very and he's doing a pretty good job. Like about a minute and a half goes by, they're like halfway down,
Yeah.
and nobody's been eliminated, and you can see that as our frontman's watching, he's a little bit annoyed. He seems a little bit mad about the way that things are going.
But by the way, I don't know if anyone checked. I was just thinking about this. If they pan away from away from the floor panel where all the contestants are on, can you see who's number 1 currently?
That's an interesting point, Metal. I don't know if we can. I wasn't looking though, but maybe.
Yeah, I just saw that it's panned away on. I was just wondering if maybe you can see what's up with that.
I'll go see if I can check. Not that there's any reason that would be of interest.
No, that's right. Player 1 is just a normal guy this time, probably. So there's a shot where you see a whole bunch of it, but it cuts off at around like 13.
Okay.
So you can't see.
I was just really interested to number 1 is.
No, that's
Yeah,
a
it'd be
good
cool to know
shout.
who number 1 was. Yeah, because number
I
1 was
mean, we have
significant
him as the last
season.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we see as they pause, Thanos is with the lady that he was hitting on, and a bee has landed on her neck, and he tells her, and she freaks
no.
out. But then she stops and realizes, oh, I moved. Guess I'm out. And yeah, I mean, she's out. She gets shot in the head, and everybody's still, and Gi-hun screams at the top of his lungs that the players must not move. He is howling. He is screaming so loud. God damn, he's yelling.
Yeah.
I would have had
Because
more
he-
respect
he-
for this scene if they'd actually released the bees because they saw that too many people were obeying the instructions and they weren't dying, so they introduced a little like twist to the game.
Yeah,
that would
yeah.
have been
I
more
thought
fun.
that
Release
was.
the
I thought that
bees!
that's what they were doing too. I thought that the bee was on purpose, just to get people to.
Well, I mean, there's
flinch.
nothing to suggest it absolutely was not, but there is only one bee.
True.
No, it's just the one bee, and
It was a
Thanos
robot bee.
is looking. He's freaked out, but there is a lady who just can't help but look. She screams. She gets shot, and it triggers a panic in specifically like the far right portion of the crowd as people start bumping into each other. The panic is very much localized there, and while all of this is happening, Gi-hun is howling at all of the players to stand still and resist the urge to run. He has given it his all, but a decent number of players are running. And Frontman is sitting there watching.
as it's happening, and so you see you very clearly see it's like something like
there is
I
a
don't know,
shot
like
where you
one
can see
fifth.
number one, but the face is too hard to make out.
But that's the last fleeing player, as all of them sort of pile up on the door. The last one is shot by Noel, who is up there doing her sniping stuff.
Now, correct me if I'm
as
wrong.
she
Were
would
these
do.
turrets automatic on the first season?
They didn't show
we
us.
They didn't show us.
Yeah,
but
we
now,
didn't see. Yeah.
I suppose what's awkward is I don't know that I believe that a bunch of humans would be able to
I would
do
have
this.
preferred
as
it
a-
I
were
don't
automatic.
either. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, there's people doing that?
They're
Yeah,
all really good shots.
I
I
don't
would
know
have
about
preferred
that.
that the robot scans them all, and that's networked in with the machine guns. That
Yeah.
then
Yeah,
you know,
that's what I thought they
Yeah.
were doing.
But they clearly want to give a role to
They want
Noel.
to do something here. Yeah. As will be relevant later on in this sequence.
Yeah.
But that's it. A whole bunch of players are out, and frontman he plays "Fly Me to the Moon," which I guess is just his song of
It's
choice.
his thing.
Whatever.
It has to
Red
be
Light,
sung
Green Light
through
is
silly puppets.
playing.
Oh, to be clear
That's
as
my
well,
favorite
because
part.
the reason why I think this is garbage a little with humans is that we actually get it such that the robot scans, right, and say it detects 5 people moving, it will then repeat into the earpieces of the snipers, player 111, player 163, player 201, and it's like, you really think the snipers are gonna read 450 fucking players and be like, that one? It's like, no, that would take ages.
Well, and to do it so efficiently that they get every single one, and that there's nobody who manages to actually sneak back in. There's just no way.
There's
it
no
had to
way.
be
Yeah.
automated.
Or the
It had to
fucking
be.
Well, and it would have been better
people
if they
hitting
had
the
like
crossfire too. It's
if their guns were linked
Exactly.
in such that looking through the scope reads people as green and reds are the ones you have to shoot. Like
Mhm.
that would
Yeah.
have been better.
And even still, the human error of aiming. It's
Yeah.
just, oh,
Yeah,
man.
there's no way. There's just no way that it would
Yeah.
work. But they have
Especially
they have
when they're
something they wanna do with
normies
the
off the
character.
street.
I guess the thing is that I presume that a common denominator with a bunch of them is some kind of military background,
Yeah, they're good.
which I
but
guess is
nobody's
viable,
that
right?
good.
Doesn't South Korea has like mandatory
National service.
yeah, that's right. So I suppose there's some viability to that. Though in Noel's case, she's from North Korea, but you see in the picture that she was in the military. And the game continues after frontman plays "Fly Me to the Moon," his favorite song, and Gi-hun sprints out to the front, and he reminds the players that there's a time limit that they have to all get across in time. And while this is happening, Thanos is freaking out, and he's got like a necklace, and inside of it opens up, and it's got a bunch of pills in it.
And you might be
Which,
thinking, why
I don't
the
know
fuck does
how-
he have a necklace?
Yeah.
Yep.
No, he's just got it, and he's allowed to keep it, and he's allowed to keep it when it's got all of this stuff in it, which
Yeah.
he takes. He consumes one of the pills, and it drives him crazy. Basically, like he
One of his
he
Infinity
loses his
Stones.
mind. That's
But
right.
not crazy enough to actually move while he's not supposed to.
No, he still plays the game like really
Yeah.
well, except for what he chooses to do. But that comes a little bit later.
It is a bit
Gi-hun-
frustrating because like season 1 has characters who introduce a kind of chaotic element to the proceedings, but they tend to do so because they have like a strong motive to do it. I'm thinking like, what is the name of the evil guy who like he punches
Goksu?
people? He's the violent one. Possibly, I don't remember, but like he's the one who like throws people off bridges and shit.
Yeah.
Like he does stuff which disrupts the games, but that's all perfectly sort of within a character motive, as opposed to I'm going to take pills and just become chaos, which is a little bit less satisfying.
No, I was disappointed. I figured from the trailer that he was going to be somebody who quickly realized what the game was about and then actively worked to fuck people over. But instead, he's just a whack job.
The
which
only
is less
defense
interesting.
I would like to tacitly provide is the notion of a character who is high while playing Squid Game. There's things you can get out of that. Do
Sure.
they get those things out of this? I guess we'll talk about it as the season progresses.
So that's a no. Fair enough. From the game organizer's perspective, because things get snuck in and out of the games in season 1 as well, and you can kind of read it as like there's a utility to the game organizers for allowing certain things to get in because they do also want to set the players against each other. So I can sort of see them allowing him. Like maybe they know about the necklace and the drugs, and they think, well, that's actually probably good for us because, of course, that actually creates more chaos we can use in the game
I
itself.
don't think there's that.
I don't know if it's
much
ever confirmed that
thought.
they do know about it though.
Because the way that we saw it happen is that they're like mass changed in that huge room by a bunch of randoms. You'd see the necklace and you just take it off and put it with their effects, right? That's how it works. You wouldn't
Yeah.
feel the need to do anything more than that. Like check it and be like, oh, there's drugs I think in here. I'm not sure what they do, but because remember he says they're like special drugs. You'd be like, oh, you should leave that on him because if he took drugs, that could make things more interesting. I don't think that conversation would ever happen. It would just be take the necklace off.
I guess I'm trying to find an excuse for them taking
Yeah.
a guy's tooth out and finding a tracker, but not finding obvious contraband.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
well,
the
you know.
explanation for that would be that he's Gi-hun. That that they had special treatment of him. That you could maybe rationalize it that way. They were like, better check everything. Better check inside his stomach and pull out anything he may have eaten.
Look up his asshole. You gotta check there.
Maybe.
Right up there.
Ooh, that
So-
looked fun to sneak up.
Gi-hun organizes the players. He gets them to arrange themselves in lines behind the largest player so that they can hide in the same way that Sung-woo had figured out when they played first time around, which ends up being like pretty effective as a strategy. But then yeah, Thanos he fucking loses his
Does a
mind and pushes
Hadouken
down
shove.
like
Well, so
four
this,
people.
yeah, this is the thing that you were
So
talking
the-
about. That's in the trailer, and it is such a great moment of, oh shit, there's going to be a guy in this game who's going to kill people as much as he can. He's going to play the games. He's not going to be like Doksu, where he's selfishly trying to survive, and will kill people in his way. He's going to actively hunt people down to kill. That's going to be interesting. That's not what this
That's-
is.
That's not what it
No,
is.
it's not what
He
it is.
just lost his mind.
By the way, I have one thing. We see a couple of, I guess, first-person shots where they look through their sniper rifles. They would shoot a couple of people in a row by accident.
Yes.
The
Yeah.
way they're
That's very notable
set up
that-
right now.
They luckily, their bullets never pass through a target. They always stick in the
Yeah,
target.
and they use like proper sniper rifles. Those
No.
definitely go through.
Oh, the thing is, a lot of the time they show exit wounds, but the bullet just disappears.
Yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't-
Exactly.
It
It's
evaporates. It disintegrates.
And that's the thing, if they showed him
Okay.
taking extremely careful shots, it'll be one thing, but there are several moments, like Mel said, where you're just like, wait, that's a risky
Yeah.
shot you just took.
yeah, they didn't need to do this because we know they're like all around the edges or the sides of the thing. So you just need them to shoot from the side in a specific angle, so you don't shoot other people by accident. But they don't do this. They show very specific head-on targets where they would go through. So yeah, I found that a bit annoying.
Something to note, though, talking about the snipers, is that Noel notices that player 246 is the father of the girl with cancer. And
Yes.
she sort of notes that and not because he was out or anything, but just sees that. And then you get a remix of "Fly Me to the Moon" starts playing, and I don't like it
Which is
really.
terrible. It sounds like shit.
I don't like it. It's just worse. I don't know what to say other than that. It's a bit
It's like those
cringe.
people that try to like spice up the national anthem and fuck it up. It's
Well, where they do
similar.
all of the vocal the
Yeah.
vocal runs. Yeah, it's I don't know, it's just you have like a really great big band jazz, and now it's like kind of a boring like modern remix. I'm not even sure what's meant to be conveyed in terms of tone, because basically what's happening here is that some people are getting killed, but like way more people are surviving than when Gi-hun first played the game.
Yeah.
Lots of them are getting through.
I just saw a shot on stream with Thanos in the background. It's like, woo!
He's doing some
While
funny,
everybody's standing still.
funny movements and dancing and shit. He's very noticeable.
Yeah, he's dancing. He's having a good time, all things considered. But yeah, they're getting through. A few people are getting taken out, but yeah, compared to first time around, most people are getting through. And then when they get really close, Gi-hun rallies them to get across, and a huge number of them get through first. Some of them get stopped. And there's one player. There's like a couple of players who get like knocked down and get shot, and this one player shudders a little bit. And he's like yelling out, "I didn't move. It was the person in front of me." But the sniper don't give a shit. and he shoots him in the leg, which is, I mean, it could be lethal as a shot, but I mean, it's indicated as like non-lethal, kind of like notably so. That he aimed for his leg instead of shooting him in like his chest or in the head. And so Gi-hun sees this, and because again, remember, he's a Chad with chongo balls, he runs back out into the field to rescue this guy. Runs out to save him, and then hoists him up. But as they're moving back, he falls, and he gets grabbed again, kind of like in season 1, how when he tripped, he got grabbed.
Very reminiscent of season
this
1.
time,
Yeah.
he gets grabbed by Hyun-ju, who's one of the other players, and they stand still for a few moments, and they get up, and then they carry the wounded player across the finish line just in time. And the pair of them breathe a sigh of relief, but the player just gets shot in the head by Noel. And it's just like, oh shit. And I suppose you're like, well, I mean, I guess he was eliminated, so that would be presumably what happens. But still, the effort, you know. At least there's the effort, but Gi-hun's pretty fucking upset, obviously. And even one of the snipers is upset. And he's like, "What the fuck, player 11 or like soldier 11? What the fuck were you doing?" And she says, "Well, yeah, I got rid of him. He was dead. He was out. I took him out." So they're pissed off. And at this point, you're like, "Oh fuck, are we doing the fucking subplot again from season 1? Are we doing that subplot
For me,
again?"
I genuinely, when I was thinking in my head, just maybe to him, this sniper thought, today I'm gonna actually give a shot to that guy, as in like I'm gonna tag him, but let's see if he can make it. I'm just gonna, you know, and that this girl ruined my little personal game of doing that. And that would be interesting as a little bit of drama between the snipers, to be like, we don't have to fucking nail him in the head every single time. We can maybe give the players a little bit of a chance. They're all going to be dead anyway. And then she could be like, no, that's not the rules of the game. That's not by the book. And that's, if anything, that's insubordination. I was like, that could be a really cool little way to create some characters within the Squid Game employees. Because, you know, worst case scenario would be to resurrect the fucking organ transplant plotline. Like that. Do you remember when we were reviewing season 1? I think we said when all of the people involved in that got hanged or whatever, we were like, there, it's over, it is done. We are never returning to the organ donor plotline, whatever the fuck that was. Hey,
we don't know yet. It's episode 3. It's just there's a bit of drama between the soldiers, and they have a new theme as well. It's a bit of a almost like a Halo 2-esque kind of version of the, you know, like Halo 2's got a different rendition of the Halo theme. It's like, yeah, it's like that. It's slightly modified as they're off, you know, doing their shit. And they're specifically Noel is being watched by the replacement supervisor. He's paying close attention to her specifically. Which again gives you an indication, like, okay, so we are doing that plot line again, aren't we? That's what's happening here. We got another scene with Detective Man. Basically, it's just Woo Seok shouts like somebody must have leaked the information. At this point, I think the only conclusion to be drawn is Park is he's an evil man. The boat captain, he's the bad man. He's not on their side. That's like the only conclusion I think that can be drawn from this. The only reason he would say it is because they're.
What bothers me, I think, is that we could just not have this plotline and instead beef up the Squid Game workers plotline. You know?
Yeah.
And that would have been
just
so much more
imagine
interesting.
it's like, oh shit, well, that whole tracker thing was our only in. I guess fuck it, we're done.
Just the exact same as last time. It's like, oh, can we just get rid of the detective thing and do other things again?
Well, I will say that this is quote unquote, with an asterisk, better than season 1, because season's one was filled with nonsense, crazy nonsense constantly. This one's just dull. Nothing's happening that's really contradictory. It's fine. It's just nobody cares.
So that's I mean that's that, and that's
the upgrade.
That's done, fortunately. So we don't have to. For the rest of the episode, we're done with that. We got big long scene in the dorm again, and Yoongbei basically asks Gi-hun, "How'd you know so much about the game?" But before he can provide an answer, pink soldiers come in. They say, "Hey, good job, you got through." And 91 players were eliminated, which is a lot less than when Gi-hun first played. It's like less than half as many players were eliminated.
Yeah.
And then again, you get another sort of saying it's I mean, it's basically what would happen, but it's a rehash in season 1 when they all are like, "Oh, I'm sorry, we'll pay back the debt. Please let us out." And everybody just starts begging for forgiveness. And Gi-hun immediately cuts through the commotion and he asks for a vote to take place. And the soldier says, "Yeah, okay. Here's how much money you've won, though." And then you get the big piggy bank getting filled up again, and everybody is transfixed. Even Young Bae, he's transfixed by it as well. But because it's 91 players, it's 9.1 billion won, which means that the players can leave with about 25 million won each. And several players are pretty upset about that, and also immediately recognize that if they keep playing the games and people keep getting eliminated, their share of the prize will grow significantly. And because they can take a vote after every game, some of the players are already tantalized by the prospect of just playing one more game to make money.
Yeah.
One
I
more
mean,
game.
hey,
One more
They
game.
survived this one. They're going to survive one more.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is just an accurate reflection of things about player psychology. Like, one more game is not like an unusual thing for people to go, "Yeah, just one more, just one more."
Yeah.
Or like, "Yeah, I'm
we've
on a
already
roll."
won.
Yeah, anybody
Like,
who's
and we-
played
and we-
tried.
League of Legends knows about this. Okay?
I don't know why. I'm just thinking about that episode of South Park with the
Go to
with
bed on a loss on League of Legends. Come on,
Oh,
one
that's
more
a good
game.
loss, yeah.
the casino wanted to build a freeway through South Park that led to the
Oh,
casino.
yeah.
And then they got a whole bunch of money, and then they gambled it, and they won enough to save the town. And then Randy's like, "Well, wait a minute, if we gambled it again, it'd be like $30 million. We'll be billionaires. We'll let it ride, yeah." And all the kids are like, "What are you doing?" It's like, "Oh, like 23 black, you lose." Ah, wow. And then they're in the car, Stan's like, "You had it. You freaking had it." It's like, "All right, Stan. Okay, all right.
Stan, okay. Okay, Stan, okay.
It's good shit. But yeah, that's the situation. A lot of players seem to already be interested in continuing, but the vote begins with Gi-hun going first. And then the shaman lady interrupts. Do we need to talk about what the shaman
No.
lady says?
No.
Is that something
I
anybody's
know,
interested
oogly
in doing?
boogly voodoo magic. You're
Oogly
here for a
boogly.
reason.
It's like, okay, thanks for that.
Yeah, it's just you like, "Oh, you know, your death was already decided by the gods. No matter how hard you try, you can't escape it. Destiny still
I
arrives."
thought we
She
were
didn't say that part,
skipping
but-
her.
Look, that's it.
It's-
And
It's fine, but we still have to press the fucking button, so shut up.
yeah, Gi-hun just ignores her and then just votes anyway. And he ends the games. And they hand him a patch with the symbol X on it. And the players who vote to stay are handed a patch with the symbol O on it, which is kind of
That's
an
the difference,
interesting
isn't it?
change.
Yeah, because like
Yeah.
season 1, they do it. They just stand on either side of a line, but now they have
Yeah.
a visual identifier, which I'm guessing, having not again seen the rest of it, that they use as a kind of tribalism thing. So like
Yes.
people who vote to
Yeah.
continue get blamed for it.
Pretty much. It's exactly what you expect. It's that it's going to start to play into the way that the players feel about each other and serve as a reminder of the decisions that they made or whether or not they flip their choice and how other people will feel about it. So yeah, I mean, I like it as an idea. It just adds
Mechanically,
this
it's
new
a
element.
reassuring thing to me. I'm like, ooh, yeah, there's potential for this.
Mhm.
I mean, I do, yeah, I kind of like I'm just wondering whether or not the changes that have been made to the way this works actually justify this scene being as long as it is, given like everything else about it is the same as the scene that we saw in season 1. It is just basically the same thing again. It's quite a long scene. They already did like the division of the house in the vote in season 1 anyway, so they still knew in which direction people had voted. And it just seems to like eat up a huge amount of time for the amount of new information that we're getting from it.
It does, but I would say that this is your complaint there is something that I would be more inclined to levy at subsequent vote scenes.
Agreed.
Oh,
I think that
there
I
are
think the
more?
first-
Oh, of course there
yeah,
are more.
well,
Fuck.
there's one after every
Mhm.
game. So like
Yeah.
first time around, I think it's okay for establishing, for our new POV characters, like our new important players, who stands where. I'm okay with that, but the longer that like the subsequent ones are too long. I would just say that right now. They're too long. This one's
Yeah,
okay.
I feel like we're gonna kind of skip to the chase on some of those.
Yeah, it's just those ones tend to take up a lot of time. This scene is long, but I think it's okay this
It's the
time
first.
around
It's the
to
first time. I
reestablish
didn't
it.
mind it
Yeah,
here.
we're
Yeah.
establishing the rules. I think it's all right.
So I'm okay with that. And the vote happens, and it's pretty evenly split. And so Gi-hun is baffled and frustrated, and he interrupts the vote, pleading with everybody that they must leave. And he explains that everybody will die if they keep playing, which is kind of an annoying way of putting it across, because a better way of putting it across would be, you don't understand. Some of the games will be designed in such a way that they will pit us against each other. You
So,
might
yeah.
think it's just, oh, well, as long as you do well, you'll get through. But you have to understand that the games will be designed such that you will necessarily start being eliminated. You will have to fight each other.
When we were breaking down the Penguin, something we commented on was basically the writers created a character that is supposed to, at his core, use all information available and even not available to make the best arguments possible to basically corner out every aspect and convince a person of what he wants them to be convinced of. And man, did they do that like 9,999 times out of a million.
Yeah.
Like they were fucking good at it. They committed to it. And there were times where he has to talk his way out of a situation where I was like, how are you going to do this? And then they do it, and I was like, wow, good job. Nice. That was pretty cool. You used
Yeah.
literally everything. This would be an
The
example
Penguin
of
experience.
not quite the opposite, but where I'm feeling like writers, they're kind of crippling Gi-hun in this scene as far as I'm concerned, in order to allow this to run smoother than it would. First of all, everyone should be hell-bent on getting every last piece of information squeezed out of him as possible. He was remarkable in that game. He's the reason that they've all survived this far. Some people make that argument. And I would have said is more than enough information in that experience to confirm he's been here before. Absolutely. He knows what he's talking about. And so then I'd want to basically like ask him, how does this work? What are the games like? Do they change? Do the rules change? How does it? What does it mean? Is it literally we play a X amount of games and everyone has a chance to survive, or is it that by the end they have to force a single winner, and so we play games that? And he would obviously then, as Free mentioned, get the information out of not only do they force a single winner, there are games where we will have to choose to kill each other or die.
Yeah,
Like,
and there will be
and some
games that are
games-
essentially rigged to where the majority of you will die, like the glass bridge, where
Yeah,
it's just
exactly.
like
I
most
was
of
about
you
to
are
say.
fucked.
Some
Like,
games
your
just
chance-
explode when they're done.
Oh well, I wasn't even talking about the explosion, but that's a good point as well.
And-
I just mean if you're number one, it's like you're statistically you're fucked. You're doomed.
You should just like tell them that the next game could literally be we all walk into a room and like half of the platforms that we're on all just fall into the abyss and we die.
Yeah, like tug of war. It's
There's
like the tug of
nothing
war.
stopping.
It is,
Like, you need to understand the decision right now isn't even a coin flip. It's practically just a guarantee of death.
yes, that's right. Because as long as you're not being specific, they could just be like, "Oh, it'll be like red light, green light," and you can like help
Which
us
is
all win,
what-
which is something that Thanos says.
Yeah, the
He says
writers
you
are
can help
definitely
us win.
trying that, and I thought that was a little bit slippery of them. I was like, that's not very,
No, because the easy one will be like, "Well, I can't help you." Some of them will just doom half of you. I can't help you. And of course that.
But he could lie,
Gi-hun
too.
should
He could
probably-
say things that don't actually happen, but are scary. Why not?
Yeah,
Try anything at this
well,
point.
and of course, there's no guarantee that the games will be the same, which I think, obviously we've watched the show and we kind of know it in the meta, but like I would assume that the games would change, especially if they're based on, a variety of games that people played as kids. It's like, well, there's more than 6 of those.
Lots of
So
those.
there's
Yeah.
a lot that they could be doing.
And especially he know because he also knows this is like entertainment for some big wigs all across the country, so they
Exactly.
probably want to see different games every time because they probably pay
Yep,
big
that's
big
right.
bucks
If
for
I were
it.
him,
Well,
I would have said all the things that I've mentioned, but I would also add stuff like there was an acid trap game where people agonized in pain for an hour before melting into just nothing. And that was like a death for like 50 different players. And it would be funny if the fucking Squid people would be like, you're a liar. You're a liar. We never...
You liar! You liar! But yeah, it's a bit frustrating. But then you have, really, it feels like a lot more of the scene is dealing with. Well, we know that this is going to continue, but let's sort of establish some of the key players and where they sit. Because you've got Yongdae, who was the guy with the 10 billion in debt. He pretty aggressively confronts him. Is like, yeah, let's keep playing. and Gyumya, the mother, she's like saying, "Let's not be greedy. Let's vote and leave."
The
And
first guy's response, I think, was the one that annoyed me the most. It's like, because he says something like, "Oh, you just told us we were all going to die to scare us and put us off our games." Like, no,
he
I
was
would have thought
obviously
the people
helping.
getting shot all around you would have been the thing that did that. That's a retarded response.
He's
What are you talking
obviously
about?
helping you. He helped you. He even ran out to help someone else. Like the idea that he's being selfish is absurd. That's
And again,
it's
it goes back to the I always go back to that bit in season 1 with the Doctor character. Before everybody knows, or before anybody knows that he has advanced knowledge of what the games are, nobody wants to be on his team. But the minute he says, "I know what the next game is," everyone wants to be his friend because obviously in that situation you would. And I don't think
Yeah.
anyone in this scene has that reaction. I assume it gets brought out in later episodes, but like this would be the scene even to start bringing that
This
in.
is kind of
Like people begging to have him on their team and him saying, "No, you don't understand. You will all die no matter who's on your team. I can try and keep you alive, but I'm the only survivor of the last one. It won't work." And they keep saying, "No, be on our team. You know how this works."
It's
a
not
bit,
as smooth. It just isn't as
it's a bit weak.
yeah.
It really is, no.
And so as the commotion's happening and Gi-hun's like pleading with the players, one of the soldiers comes up, points a gun at him, and says, "Shut the fuck up! We're not going to tolerate any disruptions to the vote." Which is pretty funny. It's like, I mean, you let this happen for a while, fellas. What are we talking about?
From a writing perspective, why the fuck didn't you just make this happen immediately? Like, it's part of the deal. Like you can join the games, but you can't cheat. And cheating involves giving any access to super information that they could only have if they've played the games, or something like that. And then, because I don't even think that's very strong. Like, because there's ways to get information across, but it's just like that would have been better then than this far into the episodes. So he could have told them all kinds of things, you know.
It gives the impression that they're just reacting to him on the fly and they've let him back in without having any idea how they'll plan to integrate someone with full knowledge of the games
Yeah.
or the ability to sway votes in that way. And even then, having said, after allowing an argument to go on for about what felt like half an hour, then they say, "No more of that, please." But then later on, when the son goes to vote, the mother shouts, "No, stop being a dick,"
Yeah.
basically. And they don't just shoot her. I thought they would shoot her to make their point clear. We are not going to take any disruption, but they just don't follow through with their instructions, I guess.
No, they don't follow through because I mean they are important new players. they're a really important pairing.
Someone's mentioned it in chat, and I did say this to you, bringing, which is a bit awkward. By the time you hit the end of season 1, the room that they sit in has 3 beds, and you can see all of the drawings on the walls, which happen to be illustrations of all the games they played. So that's something they would know because they would have sat and looked around for a very long time. The audience might not have caught it because of the way that the show is edited, is very character based.
But if you're sitting in there for 24 hours,
you'll notice.
You'll notice.
Obviously, Gi-hun should be smart enough to say, "Everybody, we need to see the images on the walls." That's going to be a huge clue.
That's a good point. I forgot about that. Yeah,
You can,
showed
with the
for
brief
sure.
pieces you see on the walls, it does look interesting. There's some stuff there that I don't really know what it means, but I can only see pieces of it. So, yeah, it's like that's another thing. This is what I mean. It's like this happens just for any story. The longer and further along it gets, it's like you're gonna have to start plugging holes that you didn't have to plug before. But you got to remember them.
That's right. But with Gi-hun suppressed, the vote continues, and it ends up with an even split again, like in season 1. And then player 1, whose face you can't see, they put a lot of emphasis on him as he's walking through the crowd. He walks down and he hits O, which breaks the tie and ensures that the games will continue for at least one more round. Player 1, he turns around. And oh my god, it's Inho, the front man.
Did I not?
Spooky.
When we were watching it right before he turned around, I said, "It would be cool if this was front man."
Yeah.
Oh,
Like, oh shit. And it is really cool, because as soon as you see that, you're like, oh shit, that's going to be some good drama.
Yeah,
That's some juicy drama right there.
Yum, yum, yum drama.
He's in the game, and he's pretty happy. Gi-hun ain't. And that's the end.
I think the most to make sense of this is that perhaps there was a player 1, he got killed, and nobody really noticed, and this guy's come in and just replaced him. That's...
And inserted, yeah. And now he's there, and he's in, and it's gonna be some good shit in subsequent episodes, because that's the end of episode 3.
Truly is. No more detective scenes to make note of.
No.
At all.
Fortunately, that last one that was that. So
That was the
good.
last one. Yeah.
We're good.
No worries.
We're good for now.
Last one for the season.
Yeah.
No, unfortunately, no.
Well,
Little fringy.
That's episodes 1 through 3. So it's a mixed bag up to
Yes.
this point.
It is.
episode
mean-
1
Mediocre,
is
a
the
mixed
clear
bag.
winner.
Detective
I would
scenes
say.
are still there. Sorry?
Episode
Oh, one, yeah,
One
for
is
sure.
the clear winner.
Absolutely.
Not only.
Absolutely.
I mean, those two Russian roulette games are.
Yeah, I would say
fantastic.
best average score goes to episode 1 out of the 3, and that it has the highest high
Yeah.
currently.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, mixed in this sense definitely doesn't describe like mediocrity. It's much more so describing you've got good stuff and you've got bad stuff, and it kind of evens out.
Yeah,
in,
this
in
is
a sense.
as shocking as it may sound. I feel that this is doing better than Arcane's first act, season 2.
Absolutely,
yeah.
it is. I mean,
Easily.
Act 1 of Arcane, we're already in a lot of trouble.
Well, I think we disliked Act 1 more than most people seem to. But
Yeah, I suppose.
yeah.
I was still positive-ish when I first watched it. I was like, okay, let's see how it plays
Yeah.
out. You know,
Yeah,
you're
I
rooting
was
for the
like-
show because season 1 is fucking awesome. And then
Yeah,
you
so it's
watch
like,
more, and
ah,
it's
they gotta
like,
be going
oh no,
somewhere.
stop, go back. What are you doing?
Go back.
Mhm.
I would say House of the Dragon was probably stronger than this in its first 3 episodes for season 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
And even
primarily
those first
thinking
3
of
episodes were kind of auto.
Otto's scene is so fucking good.
Yeah.
Ugh,
Mm.
beautiful. What other
Whereas
season
here
2s we
it's
got to
like,
compare to?
What else was there? Oh, Smiling Friends season 2 was really good.
Well, yeah,
that feels like a reminder of the good one, the one that managed to
yes.
survive.
Smiling
Smiley
friends.
Those first 3 episodes. The third, because the third one was the Alan adventure, which I was particularly partial to.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, look, all right, just wait, or bad shit's gonna happen, man. You don't have to be rude. Okay, what's going on, huh? What's going on? What do you need? Don't get nervous now. What? Ask your question. What? Look, asshole, I'm just asshole again. I called you an asshole because you're being an asshole. Bro, I'm in the middle of something. Fuck you. Don't you work here? I'm just a customer. You just stop bugging me. I'm not bugging you. I'm simply asking, what do you need?
And in the background, you can see the bosses slowly
Yeah.
watching them.
I was like, who told you to stop stacking those shells? And I see you later.
Oh,
Bye
good.
bye. Bye bye. Yeah,
Bye,
bye. Bye
bye,
bye.
bye.
Get out of here, man. Ah! Getting crushed by all this shit. Oh, and of course, Burnout Revenge for the PS2.
Yeah. Want to get high and play Burnout Revenge on the PS2?
And the Mr. Frog, well, I suppose it's not really the Mr. Frog episode, really, but the election episode was pretty funny. That was a good season of television, and it wasn't a disappointment.
No, it wasn't.
This
We've still got
Well-
Andor though. That's still on the horizon.
Squid Game.
well, so yeah, Squid Game season 2. These first 3 episodes, I would say, are still. I think they're lower than the hope. It's like,
Yeah.
But not as low as it could have been, obviously.
Well, and there's still just stuff I enjoyed in them. So it's like these next 4. Hopefully, we can get something out of them.
I think I messaged you after episode 3. It's like, this feels a bit slower. Like the pace. I didn't like the pacing at this point. I think that's when I was like, oh, it feels a bit. It doesn't feel as tight as the first season.
I wonder how much of it is just when you realize it's 7 episodes. You think, you got time? Like, do you have time to get where I expect that you will get? At
The
the
thing
end of
is,
the
for
season?
me, I wasn't even aware they're splitting up this conclusion into like a third season.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold
so
on.
I was like, what are we what are we doing? Like,
We're not there yet.
this is
I don't know. I
This
think
is episode
we've already
3.
talked about that, haven't we? Near the beginning, we said it.
I thought this is like
yes,
common knowledge that
yes,
this is like
the
not
shot
a
back to
full.
back.
Well, not just
Yeah.
that, but the nature of. I wanted it said at the beginning because it's important for people who cannot stand part ones, but this is a part one this season. It's not a complete
Yeah.
season, and that might affect whether or not you're interested in watching it because a lot of people can't stand that shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you can say it's analogous a bit to the Across the Spider-Verse
Spider-Verse,
situation in
yeah.
a sense. The difference is that season 3 is coming out in 2025, and Spider-Verse is who fucking knows
Well,
that's coming out.
That's why it's worth saying. Some people would say, okay, I'll wait for part 2 to be out before I watch it. You know, which is fair.
I think that is totally fair.
The thing is, if I would have known that from the get-go, I probably would have waited. Maybe I don't know.
I wouldn't have.
I say that,
me.
but I actually. I mean, the thing is that I cover the stuff now too, so I probably would have
But it
watched
wasn't even
it
that.
because I'm a slave to the
Someone asked on the
content.
Discord, and I said, if I was recommending it to me, I would tell myself, "Hey, man, it's a part 1, so you're going to be annoyed in terms of the way it cuts off, but you'll enjoy enough of it such that you'll want to have seen it, and you're going to want to talk about it, and you'll survive the year. You'll be fine because survive 3 years waiting for Arcane Season."
That's right, and it was shit. So you know,
I wish I would have died in between.
Yeah,
I wish I would have died before it came out.
But that about wraps
I
it
find
up,
it amusing. I suppose
Squid
when
is
you
gumless.
consider that our expectations for Arcane Season 2 were
pretty high.
It was the one that we expected was going to pan out. And Squid Game, I think we came into it a lot more. Well, before Arcane, it was much more of a worried about that. And then after Arcane was shit, I think the feeling was maybe Squid Game will be all right to almost balance the score.
I mean, we got Penguin.
That's true.
So we had to sacrifice Arcane Season 2 for Penguin.
Penguin, yeah.
Is Penguin getting a season 2? Is that something to be worried about?
Yeah,
in the far
Endor
future?
is the. God.
Well, I think they're talking about a Penguin season. Well, the thing is, now that the
Oh my
Batman's been
gosh, yeah.
delayed by a fucking year, I actually genuinely don't. I feel I was talking to Maul about it the other day, and I think we both ended up with the sense of, man, that shit might get cancelled, like, with how much they're delaying it. That I don't know.
I had the reaction
know
a lot of people did, which is, "Oh shit, the Batman's dead." You'd be like, "What? No, it's not." And it's like, no, we've seen this so many times. Delays by a year. Someone drops off the project, delays a little bit more, and then Matt Reeves says he's not interested anymore, or rather that he's reduced his role.
Years.
And then as soon as they say like we got to recast Batman, somebody would be like, "It's dead. It's over."
Yeah,
it's I don't know. 5.5
Joker.
years is a really long time. And what was the thing? James Gunn coping like, well, Top Gun. It was like 35 years between sequels. So, okay, yeah. If you point to these crazy anomalies of sequels being released 30 years apart, and ignore all the sequels that release 1, 2, or 3 years apart, then yeah, I suppose it makes sense that it would be 5.5 years later when it was initially meant to be only 3 years later. If I recall correctly, 2 was meant to come out in 2025.
He probably wants the script to be completely reworked because there has to be at least 3 members of his family in any movie that comes out under his name, right? So like, they need to shove in another Gunn family member into the Batman, and it'll get released.
Oh my god! I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the. I feel like the only conclusion is that they don't want Batman running concurrently with the new DC universe because it's just confusing. I don't know. I'm not sure. If it gets cancelled, I think that's going to concern me about the fate of a lot of things that exist beyond the scope of the DC universe, which is like everything, pretty much. Video games as well, other TV shows. I don't know. It's just, I wonder. I'm not sure. I didn't really. It's funny. I feel like now we're just going on to it. I watched the first 2 episodes of Creature Commanders, and I thought it was kind of lame. Okay. And it gets me a little bit worried about it made me a little bit worried about what's coming in terms of, I don't know, man. It's like it's been a while since Guardians of the Galaxy 1, which is the best of his superhero projects.
Ooh.
It's been a decade. I don't know.
Fuck, decade. Fuck me.
It has 2014. Yeah, it's been 10 years since Guardians of the Galaxy came out.
I'll drink to that. Cheers.
Oh, also, there's like no date on the DCU Batman either. The one that's being directed by the Flash director. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know why they're dragging their feet on Batman. Batman's more popular than Superman. You make more money from Batman films than you're likely to make from a Superman film. I don't know why it's taken so long to get it done. And the thing of like, well, the script's not ready. It's like, well, you can't work on scripts indefinitely, right? Like at some point you gotta, at some point the script's gotta be done. But I don't know. We'll see. But I mean, hey,
Oh,
that's
well.
Squid Game. That's DC, and we're talking about Squid Game, and we're finished with the first 3 episodes.
We are
Whoa, we
indeed.
did
4
it. High
more to
five, guys.
go next week.
Yay!
But before
Well.
we finish up, I suppose it's time to ask our guests what they're working on.
Yeah, Metal. Where are
What
you
they're
right
up
now? What are
to.
you up to, huh, loser?
I don't know. I woke up this morning and then I got lost and now I'm in Wales. I don't know what happened, but I'm here now. So hide your kids, hide your wives. I'm back in the UK. So yeah, I mean, obviously this means I'm not doing any streams over on my channel, but you're getting a little arc on the Forge. For anyone who doesn't know, we pre-recorded the Batman and also 2 episodes of the Penguin. And we got Wolf and Theo along for the ride, so that should be fun stuff. So those are going to come out the next 3 Sundays. The next one tomorrow would be the Batman with Mr. Wolf. It's going to be fun stuff. Go check it out. And yeah, in the meantime, I'll be here getting drunk and play video games with Mauler. And we're probably going to play video games here in this channel. And it's going to be
We're going to do a
stuff
bit of a
happening.
big, long stream tomorrow of Dark Souls 2. Get as far
Yeah,
as
So,
we can.
but EFAP already covered Penguin. Why would I watch your coverage? Mine was recorded first, actually.
Wow.
It's just all mean. You just hate. Why
Racism
you
is just
hate?
rampant,
Anyway,
man.
it's very racism. But yeah, I'll be here. So yeah, come stay here and check the things out. It's gonna be fun.
All right. Little Platoon, what about you?
I'm gonna get drunk and play video games all on my own because
Oh,
that's
Yay!
it's Christmas. No, for the first time in like 3 years, I'm trying not to work on anything this week. There's a War of the Rohirrim video which came out a few days ago, which was about as pointless as the movie was, but it was funny. So if you want a funny, go and watch that.
That movie
And
was bad.
it was so fucking soulless and awful. Otherwise, for next things, I don't know. I need to do like a Dune and or an Arcane video at some point. So that will be, I think, in the next few weeks that will come out.
Cool. All right. Beautiful.
Awesome.
Excellent. Wonderful. Das, is there anything
Yeah.
you wanted to mention right now? Anything off the top of your head? Anything crazy? Flizzing me?
Nothing that I can really think of. I will. I'm almost on the final episode of season 2 of Batwoman. I'm so fucking
Ooh.
sorry.
Ooh.
I'm so fucking sorry, guys. I need to come clean. The whole reason that Batwoman has been as slow as it is it's all my fault. It is all my fault, and I'm trying to do what I can, considering I am.
Guys, the
editing
reason the
a
Batwoman
whole
episode is
lot.
so entertaining is also his fault, okay? So,
Yes.
don't do that.
I hope there's a trade-off at least nice enough. But yes, it is nicely cut up and everything. The memes are coming in now. I really do want to get it done pretty soon. So
Hell yeah.
Hey, wow, it's been such a long time since I've had hey, Fringy, is there anything you wanted to say instead of Fringy and Rags? Ugh, feels wrong.
Oh well, look. You know the deal. Just working away. Nothing. Just working away. That's all there is.
You know what?
That's my note. Please write
Doing the
more.
same thing, and I think that we're allowed to say we're working away because you guys got a whole blast of holiday content from EFAP, and it was
Yes. Goddamn. That was
Yeah,
a
you guys
lot
got
of
blasted.
Die
episodes,
Hard,
guys
The
got.
Grinch, Penguin, Squid Game.
Gringo.
My goodness, and The
Squiddles.
Grinch was like 2/3 kind of fun, happy, positive. We've been on a crazy arc of like celebratory stuff. At least it's kind of like mostly celebratory. Yeah, I think so.
It's mostly positive. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's mostly positive. So that's that's fun.
There's a whole bunch of things coming out. Somewhat, I don't exactly know what EFAP is going to get up to. Okay, so just keep expecting horrifying surprises. All right, because I don't want to promise anything, but I will promise
so afraid.
the horror of Dark Souls 2. That's happening.
That's
Looking
that's
forward to
happening.
it.
Yep. Oh boy.
But,
I need to get
looking
more than
forward to
beers for that. It's gonna be good.
fuck yeah. All right. On that note, we shall say goodnight. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We appreciate it, and we shall see you in the next thing, whatever that may be.
The next
For now,
year, though.
Yay,
Yeah.
things! We like things.
happy
See you around, guys.
2024 death.
Yeah. Oh my
See you next
All right.
year.
See you later, everybody. Bye. Bye.
It's gonna explode.
Bye. Bye.